off their mobile phones or put them on the silent mode. We are honored to have with us today distinguished guests whose contributions to science and medicine have been exemplary. It is truly a privilege who have played a crucial role in advancing virology research and public health initiatives. As customary, to begin this auspicious occasion on a positive note, let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty with a short prayer.
Parvati Varasuta Gajanana, Parvati Varasuta Gajanana, Palisuyammanu Gajanana, Palisuyammanu Gajanana, Pashankushadhara Papa Vimochana, Pashankushadhara Papa Vimochana, Rakshisuyammanu Gajanana, Rakshisuyammanu Gajanana, Parvati Varasuta Gajanana, Palisuyammanu Gajanana, Lambodharane Nammide Ninnanu, Lambodharane Nammide Ninnanu, Bembida Bedavu Gajanana, Bembida Bedavu Gajanana, Parvati Varasuta Gajanana, Palisuyammanu Gajanana, Vararanga Vitalana Smaraniya Maduve, Vararanga Vitalana Smaraniya Maduve, Kaibida Bedavu Gajanana, Kaibida Bedavu Gajanana, Parvati Varasuta Gajanana, Palisuyammanu Gajanana, Parvati Varasuta Gajanana, Palisuyammanu Gajanana.
Thank you, Mrs. Soumya and Mrs. Jayalakshmi, for this soulful rendition. To formally welcome our esteemed guests and set the tone for the day, I now invite Dr. Chiranjay Mukhopadhyay, Director of the Manipal Institute of Virology, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed heads of the departments, institutions, eminent resource persons across the country, students, and cherished alumni. A warm welcome to each and every one of you on the annual day and alumni meet at the Manipal Institute of Virology. It's an honor to gather here today to celebrate our journey, achievements, and the vibrant community that has shaped our institute into what we are today. Since our inception in 2001, we have traveled a remarkable path. In 2010, we took a significant step forward with the establishment of Manipal Center of Virus Research, laying the groundwork for our future success. The transformation into the Manipal Institute of Virology in 2019 marked a new chapter in our story, and we have since emerged as one of the largest NABL-accredited virus diagnostic center in the country. Our journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. We have successfully completed nearly 50 outbreak investigations and have been privileged to engage in over 20 prestigious national and international projects. Our commitment to research and excellence is evident in more than 100 publications we have produced in the last 5 years. We have forged strong partnerships, signing MOUs with 10 of the best institutions across India and beyond, allowing us to expand our horizons and enhance our collaborative efforts. Most probably, and most notably, we take immense pride in our recognition as the ICMR Collaborating Center of Excellence, a testament of our dedication to advancing virology research to our nation. Today, we gather to reflect on our past and envision the future. Let us celebrate the spirit of inquiry, collaborations, and innovation that defines our institution. To our alumni, thank you. Thank you for being an integral part of our legacy, our journey. Your achievements continue to inspire us and reinforce our mission to advance knowledge and public health. Today, we gather not only to celebrate our achievements, but also to honor the remarkable individuals who have contributed to our journey. I extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director of ICMR, National Institute of Virology, Pune. Your presence today is a testament to the importance of collaborations in our field, and we are excited to hear your insights. I am honored to welcome Dr. Padma Das, Deputy Director and State Surveillance Officer, DHFWS, Karnataka. Your dedication to public health is truly inspiring, and we look forward to your valuable contributions to our discussions today. A heartfelt welcome to our Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, as guest of honor. Sir, your constant encouragement and unwavering support have been instrumental in our 2-decade-long journey, and we are grateful for your leadership. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Srikumar E., Director, Institute of Advanced Virology, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Thank you, sir. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Giridhar Kini, Registrar of MAHE. Your commitment to academic excellence plays a vital role in our mission. Furthermore, I warmly welcome to our all guests, resource persons, faculty, students, researchers, technicians, alumni, management, administrative staff, and members of the press. Each one of you plays a crucial part in our vibrant community, and your presence here today will definitely enrich our celebration. As we move forward for today's program, let us remain committed to our core values, striving for excellence and making impactful contributions to the field of virology. Together, we'll continue to write the next chapter in our illustrious journey. Thank you, and let us have a wonderful celebration today.
Thank you, sir. Lighting a lamp symbolizes the removal of darkness and the ushering in of knowledge and wisdom. We now invite our esteemed dignitaries on the stage to come forward and take part in the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. We are privileged to have with us Dr. P. Giridhar Kini, Registrar, MAHE Manipal, who will now lead the digital inauguration of today's event. Thank you, sir, for that humble gesture. It is our great honor to welcome Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor of the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, a visionary leader whose guidance has been instrumental in shaping the research landscape in our institution. I now invite him to deliver the inaugural address.
Very good morning, everyone. Warm greetings to all of you from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, an institution of eminence deemed to be university. Dr. Naveen Kumar, Dr. Sri Kumar, Dr. Padma, Dr. Giridhar Kini, Dr. Chiranjay, esteemed resource persons from within the country and outside, and university officials, my dear students and alumni of Manipal Institute of Virology. Greetings once again to all of you, especially to everyone involved with Manipal Institute of Virology, the faculty, students, and the alumni who have come far and wide to be part of this very important function, an annual day celebration along with alumni meet. Warmest greetings and heartiest congratulations to all of you. It's with great pride and joy that I welcome you all to the annual day and the alumni meet of MIV. This occasion serves not only as a celebration of our achievements, but also as a reaffirmation of our commitment to excellence in the realm of higher education and research. Manipal Academy of Higher Education has long stood as a beacon of academic distinction, fostering an environment that nurtures innovation and leadership. Our institution consistently ranks amongst the best global universities, a testament to our unwavering dedication to quality education and path-breaking research. The accolades we receive reflect just not our efforts, but the immense potential and the contribution of our students and faculty who drive our mission forward. It is this commitment to excellence that positions us as a leader in academic landscape, inspiring future generations to pursue knowledge and creativity. Recognized by Government of India as an institution of eminence with great potential to raise to the top 500 universities in the world, and also our recent ranking in NARF is a testimony to the hard work of everyone involved with MAHE, especially those researchers who are making extraordinary contribution in the field of research. NARF ranks us as number 4 in the country as a university, which effectively means that we are the number 1 private university in India, and perhaps the largest multidisciplinary university with over 50,000 faculty, 50,000 students, 3,500 faculty, 4 campuses in India, 2 campuses abroad, 26 institutions, 14 university departments, and more than 150 research centers. This is a testimony of hard work and the vision and the path set for us by our esteemed founder, late Dr. T.M.A. Pai, Padma Shri awardee. Our Chancellor, Dr. Ramdas Pai, has taken it to the next level from a local university. Today, Manipal Academy of Higher Education is truly as a global footprint and contributing significantly in the field of science, technology, and humanities. Today we celebrate the remarkable strides made by Manipal Institute of Virology. As an Indian Council of Medical Research Center of Excellence, MIV has garnered national recognition for its contribution to the scientific community. This honor is a significant milestone in our institution, underscoring our commitment to advancing knowledge through groundbreaking research and state-of-the-art diagnostics. MIV has positioned itself at the forefront of virology, contributing valuable insights and solutions that address pressing health challenges both within the country and at the global level. A very significant development that exemplifies our growth is our recent collaboration with Manipal Institute of Virology and the National Institute of Virology, Pune. This partnership marks a significant milestone in the field of virology research, enabling us to pool resources, expertise, and innovative ideas. Together, we aim to address the critical health challenges and enhance our research capabilities. This collaboration is a testament to our belief in the power of synergy, shared knowledge, positioning both institutions as the key player in advancing public health initiatives. My special thanks to Dr. Naveen Kumar for taking his time out from his very busy schedule and to be here with us today, not only as a part of the inaugural ceremony, but also he will share his insights and knowledge to enrich all of us in due course of time. We have seen what a viral pandemic can do. It literally put the entire world on its knees, the last COVID pandemic. And to believe that this is the last pandemic that we are going to face is foolhardy. A pandemic is lurking in every corner. We are looking at newer zoonotic diseases, newer viruses, and every day we see some outbreak or the other, and WHO directive as to what is to be done. And therefore, it's very, very important that we take all these things into cognizance. World will only progress when we collaborate. World will only progress when we join hands together. World will progress when we pool our resources to bring in that additional cutting-edge knowledge, research, and solutions, not necessarily preventive solutions in terms of vaccinology, but also diagnostic and therapeutic solutions to deadly virus infections. So this forum should ignite a lot of thoughts and also take this lesson for all of us youngsters sitting behind, that future of science is only in collaboration. No individual scientist can make path-breaking discoveries in the current age and times. And second important thing is embracing technology is the only way to progress together. Cutting short research time, cutting short processes. I'm very often I always mention, it's like computing. It's a serial computing versus parallel computing. Look at the speed and the way in which we can compute when we do things in parallel. Therefore, even scientific research has to take this newer thought process, using technology, multiple institutions, cutting down the research projects into multiple deliverable components, and everybody working together towards a common objective. I'm sure this conference will ignite a lot of young minds, not only about in terms of academic excellence and research. MIV has been continuously contributing to the pool of highly trained clinical virologists. I think all of you alumni, some of you are here, most of you are working in various fields across the country and across the globe. This is our contribution to enriching the trained clinical virology manpower. Equally important is our commitment to our students. As I said, MIV provides an exceptional educational experience that prepares our students to the challenges of a rapidly evolving scientific landscape. Also, the PhD scholars are also doing great path-breaking work. We take immense pride in the successful placement of our graduates who have gone up to excel in prestigious institutions of higher education and secure high-quality job opportunities. Our alumni are a testament to the quality of education and training they receive at MIV, and their achievements inspire current and future students to aim higher. To all the esteemed researchers, faculty, and delegates who have come from across well-known institutions within the country and abroad, MAHE is an open university. Anybody can come and work along with our faculty, use our facilities with a single most focus of making science better and better. Therefore, it's an open invitation to all the researchers and faculty. We are willing to cooperate. We are the largest multidisciplinary universities, an ecosystem perhaps very few universities in country can possess. Some of you, when you have time, please go around and look at what all we are doing here. And therefore, a total focus on being a research-intensive university. University has gone ahead and created world-class infrastructure, hired world-class researchers, providing research support of the highest order, and more than anything else, developing an ecosystem that is conducive to world-class research. Just to give an example, in 24-25, we have enrolled more than 1,030 PhD scholars across disciplines. This is our commitment. We all know that once there's a thriving, postdoctoral research, ecosystem, research will only flourish. In the last 2 years, close to 2,000 PhD scholars have been enrolled. And last year, we published more than 5,300 articles, and 82% of them in quarterly 1 and quartile 2. And we garnered close to 60 crores of research funding. And our annual research spend is close to 350 crore rupees in research and research-related activities. That is the focus that we bring to research, and total integration with academics and research, and fostering collaborative multidisciplinary research is the forte of Manipal Academy of Education. In closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have supported MIV in its mission, our dedicated faculty, passionate students, and esteemed alumni. Your commitment to excellence propels us forward and reinforces our vision of a healthier and more informed world. Once again, we thank all our collaborating partners, researchers, students, faculty, institutions. We only look forward to strengthening these collaborations and taking science forward in the most appropriate way to help the world. The Sustainable Development Goal for Health for All is something which is very, very dear to us. Therefore, on this day, I again congratulate MIV for its wonderful, successful journey so far, and I am sure on this day you will all rededicate it to yourself to take it to the next level. I'm thanking all the alumni who have come across from various areas. Your contribution is very important to growth of any organization. Alumni are a real strength of any organization, because you're the one who are holding our flag high and spreading our reputation far and wide. Wishing all the students and the alumni and the faculty of MIV all the very best. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We are truly honored to have had you as our guest of honor and for encouraging us with your powerful words. Up next, we are honored to welcome a distinguished leader in virology, whose pioneering research has significantly advanced disease prevention and control. Before we invite him to deliver the keynote address, I request Dr. Amrita Patnaik, Assistant Professor at Manipal Institute of Virology, to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director of ICMR, National Institute of Virology, Pune, to the gathering.
A very good morning to everyone. It's a great honor and privilege to introduce a titan in virology, Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director of MIV Pune. Dr. Naveen Kumar began his academic journey with a profound dedication to veterinary sciences, earning his bachelor's and master's degree from the esteemed College of Veterinary Science, Bikaner. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he pursued his PhD at CCS Haryana Agriculture Institute, Hisar, in 2006. During this period, he was honored as a German academic exchange scholar at the prestigious Friedrich Loeffler Institute in Reims, Germany, where he delved into the enigmatic persistence of the foot and mouth disease virus in cattle. With an ever-curious mind, Dr. Kumar embarked on a postdoctoral odyssey at the Emory University School of Medicine, Atlanta, USA. There he unraveled the intricate dance between the influenza virus and the host cell signaling pathways. His pioneering work extended to the development of a reverse genetic system and an animal model for Pichinde virus, a crucial step in deciphering the pathogenesis of the formidable Lassa hemorrhagic fever virus. In 2017, his quest for scientific enlightenment led him to the hallowed halls of the University of Edinburgh, UK, where he served as a visiting fellow at the Department of Infection and Pathway Medicine. Dr. Kumar's illustrious career saw him join the Indian Council of Agricultural Research in 2011, where he ascended through the ranks, serving as senior scientist, principal scientist, and the head of the National Center for Veterinary Type Cultures at ICAR NRC on equines, Hisar. His relentless pursuit of excellence culminated in his appointment as director of the National Institute of Virology, Pune, in March 2024. A scientist of exceptional ingenuity, Dr. Kumar achieved a historic milestone by being the first to isolate the lumpy skin disease virus in India. His ingenuity led to the creation of the Lumpy Provac Ind, India's first indigenous lumpy skin disease vaccine, a marvel of scientific advancement that has been commercialized and transferred to multiple leading vaccine manufacturers. This groundbreaking vaccine, lauded for its superior safety, efficacy, surpasses global counterparts in protecting livestock. Additionally, Dr. Kumar played a pivotal role in combating the COVID-19 pandemic, isolating the wild-type, Delta, and Omicron variants of SARS-CoV-2 from human patients and engineering AncoVax, India's pioneering vaccine to shield animals from coronavirus infections. Through this monumental achievement, India proudly joined ranks of the US and Russia as one of the few nations to develop an animal-targeted SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. Dr. Kumar's remarkable contributions have garnered numerous accolades, including the prestigious Award of Excellence in Agricultural Research for his instrumental role in development and commercialization of India's first lumpy skin disease vaccine. He has also been honored with the India Animal Health Award for Young Scientist in 2023, the Commonwealth Professional Fellowship by the UK's Commonwealth Scholarship Commission in 2016, and the Societal Innovation Award for the National Research Development Corporation by Government of India in 2016 for his pioneering efforts in creating an indigenous vaccine against John's disease. A revered figure in the scientific community, Dr. Kumar serves as a United Nations designated expert on lumpy skin disease. His expertise is sought after in prestigious institutions. He has been a distinguished member of the Board of Management at Lala Lajpat Rai University of Veterinary and Animal Science, Hisar, and an external member of the University Research Committee at Sri Krishna Ayush University, Kurukshetra. His scholarly influence extends further as the section editor of the journal Virulence, alongside his role as a reviewer for numerous esteemed international journals. With a mind ceaselessly pushing the frontiers of virology, Dr. Naveen Kumar stands as a beacon of innovation, guiding the scientific community towards uncharted territories in viral research and disease prevention. His legacy is not merely one of discovery, but of transformative impact, shaping the future of virology and safeguarding both human and animal health with unwavering brilliance. So let us all welcome Dr. Naveen Kumar sir onto the stage to deliver the keynote address.
This is not PPT, right? Yes. Honorable Vice Chancellor of this esteemed institute, Dr. Venkatesh, my senior colleague, Dr. Sri Kumar, Registrar of this institute, Director Research, Dr. Chiranjeevi Mukhopadhyay, the director of the Manipal Institute of Virology, our colleagues from US, my colleague Dr. Sweetie, all the students, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor for me to stand before this distinguished mind dedicated to the field of virology. I am really thankful to Dr. Mukhopadhyay that he has invited me and provide a platform to meet some of the persons, which I have many extensive discussions during many outbreaks, but never physically meet. Dr. Sri Kumar. So he is also, most of the viral problems, is coming from Kerala. Whether it's the monkeypox, Nipah, West Nile, H5N1. So the last year has been, highly is engaged, both the institutes, and we had many discussions, but this is the first time, we are physically meeting, despite having many discussions online. So I will not take much time, just 10 to 15 minutes. Just want to summarize what's going on there in our country in terms of the viral diseases and the pandemic preparedness, particularly regarding the viral infections. So the first meeting of the International Committee of the Taxonomy of Viruses, it took place in 1971. So at that time, there were 2 viral families described and 213 viruses. So now in the latest meeting in 2023, so we have more than 15,000 viral species and over 300 virus genera. So the new viruses or their antigenic variants, they are being reported almost on the daily basis. So this partly, identifying new species is because of we have more sophisticated advanced sequencing tools, but also partly due to emergence of the new pathogens and their variants. So since the beginning of this 21st century, so our country has witnessed more than 10 new pathogens. That includes the Nipah virus, monkeypox, both the clades, CCHF, Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever virus, West Nile virus, H5N1 virus. There are different variants. One that was reported last year in US that has a potential being transmitting from animal to human, that is 2.3.4.4b, and recently the new one that is circulating in the poultry and the tigers as well. So, and also the most importantly, we all across the globe we have seen the pandemic due to SARS-CoV-2. So now question is that how our country is prepared. So during this pandemic, so initially, being a only BSL-4 lab in the country at MIV, National Institute of Virology in Pune, so our lab was generally under severe pressure. So because it was very difficult for us to, particularly during the initial phase of the pandemic, so preparing the reagents, validating them, and giving them the training. So at that time, it was decided by our senior leadership at ICMR headquarters, as well as the policymakers, that we must have some more institutes like NIV. So under the Prime Minister's very ambitious program, that is PM Abhim, Prime Minister's Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission. So now there is going to be a national One Health mission. Under that, there is a National Institute of One Health that is coming in Nagpur. So the construction work is going on. But in order to cater the demand of the country in terms of the future pandemic preparedness, it was decided to have the zonal NIVs. So now 4 zonal NIVs, their foundation stone is already laid down. So one zonal NIV is coming in Jammu, one is in Dibrugarh in eastern part, in central parts is in Jabalpur, and in southern part in Bangalore, and the central region, as I told you, Jabalpur. So these labs will be functional within 1 to 2 years. Maybe Bangalore is the first one to come. So, besides these, you know, our leadership is looking for the collaborations as well. So, as rightly mentioned by the director, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, so we are also collaborating with the institutes which are capable of, you know, undertaking the diagnostic activity and the research activities. So that's why this is this institute is also identified as the Center of Excellence, ICMR Center of Excellence. So at national level, we all had the VRDLs, Virus Research Diagnostic Lab. So we have 164 virus research diagnostic lab, which are distributed across the country. It's almost each and every district of our country we have VRDLs. So NIVs engage them in their capacity building, training, and providing them the validated reagents. So, and this is not the end, you know. So we are also, you know, extending our network to include more VRDLs. Because these VRDL that were established, started in over 10 years ago, so they were beautifully engaged during COVID-19 for doing the testing of the human samples. So under the National One Health Mission, you know, most of the times, you know, being a developing country, so our approach has been reactive, not proactive. But now, since after the pandemic, so we are proactively, you know, engaging ourselves to prepare ourselves for the future pandemics. So there are a lot of BSL-3 labs coming in our country. I think the one in this institute as well is likely to be functional soon. So under the National One Health Mission, we decided to have a network of this BSL-3 lab. So because during pandemic, it's very difficult, you know, that a particular lab can meet the demand of the entire country. So last year, we formed a network of BSL-3 lab. So then there are 22 BSL-3 labs are already there in this network. So beauty of this network is that, so irrespective of the nature of the outbreak, whether it's the outbreak in the animals or in humans, or irrespective of the particular lab, for example, maybe THSTI working on flu, but there is emergency, they have to work on the current concurrent infections or the pandemic. So now we are providing them the training. So we conducted trainings of all these BSL-3 lab network partners, and then also providing them the reagents as and when required. So this shows our preparedness, you know. So we are much, much better than what we were before the start of the pandemic. So besides this, you know, there are 3 mega projects. So our worry is that lot of viruses, I mentioned, more than 15,000 species are already there, and new viruses, they are evolving. So one way of emergence of the new virus is the migratory birds. So during the winter season, they are coming from the North Siberia, Russia, Manchuria, so, and they are staying here for couple of months, and then we may get the new viruses. So we make a network where a lot of collaborative partners are there. So we are actively, doing surveillance of the viruses in the poultry, these birds, the persons who are there in the bird sanctuaries, their environmental sampling. So actively looking if there is new viruses, coming out. So another is the slaughterhouse. So that the swine flu is the one of the best example where we saw that the emergence of a new reassortant viruses in 2009, the avian, human and swine origin. So we have a network of the slaughterhouses where we are collecting the samples from the persons who are engaged in these activities, animal and environmental sampling, and similar way in zoo. So to look at, keep an eye on the virus is being, transmitting from the zoo animals to human or vice versa. Because that the SARS-CoV-2, it was detected in the lions and tigers, so it potentially, transmitted from the humans. So these are a lot of whatever the activities I have mentioned. So it's not only the ICMR or the NIV can do it. So we need a lot of collaborations. Collaboration from the animal health sector, collaboration from the medical colleges, collaboration from the institutes like the Manipal, and that's what I'm here to have a collaboration. So regarding the medical countermeasures, so India is actually the manufacturing more than 70% of the world's vaccine. So we have a world-class infrastructure of developing a vaccines. Maybe several years ago, particularly before the pandemics, so whenever there is the diseases or some sort of pandemic where we don't have the vaccines and drugs, so we were looking at the West. कब अमेरिका या यूरोप वाले आके हमें दवा दारू देंगे, हम बचाएंगे. So it takes many years to have a vaccines. But now, during the COVID-19, we have shown our commitment that India can make the vaccine. And now we have not only the conventional vaccines, that inactivated and live attenuated vaccines. So our scientists, they have developed the newest platform that includes the mRNA vaccines, vaccines using nanotechnology, and vectored virus vaccine. So I think Dr. Sweetie is here from TSSTI. Maybe she is going to explain you in much more detail. So diagnostic has never been a major issue. So because of the advancement in sequencing technologies, so we are self-sufficient in diagnostics. So one of the major limitation about the viral infection is the antiviral drugs. So that actually in my presentation I will take care of it. So this is something not only the India but at global level, we don't have any specific antivirals against any of the viruses. We have some success against maybe hepatitis C, but we still, looking for the antivirals. So, but still, beside this, there are a lot of challenges. Lot of research is required. The viruses, what I have mentioned, which has emerged in last 10, 15 years. So we still don't have very great understanding about their transmission. For example, the Chandipura virus, which, it was identified by NIV in 1965. So in every 10, 15 or 20 years, there is a major outbreak. So one of the outbreak was in 2003-04, where there were more than 250 deaths. After that, there are some sporadic cases. And now again, last year, more than 35 deaths of the children due to Chandipura virus infection in Gujarat. So for this, it is considered that this is transmitted by sandfly, but we extensively examine the sandflies and then the environment, then human, and then the animals. So it appears that besides sandfly, there is something else as well. So now at ICMR headquarters, we have formulated a mega project to understand its epidemiology and how is being, where is the virus, how is being persisting in the environment. Of course, sometimes we need to diagnose the disease quickly. Again, I will give the example of the Chandipura, it doesn't allow much time, Once there is a fever, the patient dies within 48 hours. So we have to look some new diagnostic markers. With this, the omics era, I hope we need to extensively work and identify something by which we can diagnose the patient early. So we still have challenge about the emergence of new virus due to global warming. So the permafrost and these melting glaciers, there are a lot of viruses which were otherwise locked and under the freezing conditions. So they are going to come in contact with the animal human population, and we may see the new outbreaks with the novel pathogens. So we may have to track on that as well. And also due to deforestation, so there is increased animal-human contact. So otherwise, the viruses which are non-pathogenic to animals, so we may see their adaptation to the human. And you can see that this all SARS-CoV-2 controversy is due to this increased, the Wuhan market with the live contacts. So. If I summarize, I would say that India is better prepared than we were before the COVID-19, but still we need to communicate, collaborate and coordinate with multiple partners. So Honorable Vice Chancellor have already said that no scientist or no institute can manage to control the disease. Even if India say that we can control the disease, pathogen, the virus doesn't discriminate the international boundaries. So if you want to control the disease in our country, then we have to take care of our neighboring countries and at a global level as well. So collaboration is very much essential. So at the end, I would like to again thanks to the university administration, and I wish you a fruitful and insightful this discussion on this annual day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of this field of science. Thank you for bringing our attention to zoonotic infections and emphasizing on the need for collaboration with animal health sectors, medical colleges, and pioneering institutes such as Manipal Academy of Higher Education across the country. This would definitely help us to overcome the challenges at the forefront of One Health. Moving on forward, as part of the Manipal Institute of Virology's annual day celebrations, we are delighted to host our first ever alumni meet. Over the years, MIV has nurtured a strong academic and research community, and we are proud to share that we now have 100+ accomplished alumni contributing to virology and public health globally. We are honored to have with us Dr. Padma M.R., Deputy Director and State Surveillance Officer, Directorate of Health and Family Welfare Services. We request ma'am to now felicitate some of our distinguished alumni today as a recognition of their contributions and fostering a stronger alumni network for MIV. I request ma'am to please step forward. I would now call upon the stage a few alumni. We'll go in order, starting with the batch of 2012. That was the first batch to graduate from Manipal Institute of Virology. I call Dr. Sudesh N. onto the stage to receive a small token of appreciation and love from our distinguished dignitaries. I now call Dr. Santosh Devadiga to please come and receive the token of appreciation from Dr. Padma. Next, I would like to call Ms. Kavita Karunakaran, batch 2014, to please come and receive the token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. Please be seated. We are also privileged to have with us Dr. Sri Kumar E., Director, Institute of Advanced Virology, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. I request sir to please step forward and felicitate the remaining alumni. Next, I would like to call Dr. Ritu Paul Stansilos, batch 2015, to please come on stage and receive the token from Dr. Sri Kumar. Next, I would like to call Mr. Ujjwal Shetty, batch 2017. Next on stage, I would like to call Ms. Athira, batch 2021, to please come over and accept this token from our distinguished guest, Dr. Sri Kumar. Thank you, sir. You may please be seated. With that, we conclude the inaugural session and we extend our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who contributed to making this event a success. To formally convey our gratitude, I invite Dr. Sudesh N., Assistant Professor at the Manipal Institute of Virology, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my honor to propose the vote of thanks for today's inaugural event. To begin with, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Dr. M.T. Venkatesh, MAHE Manipal, for his esteemed presence and continuous support, which has been instrumental in making this event possible. Thank you, sir. So our Pro Vice Chancellor Health Science, Dr. Shad Kumar Rao, is not present due to emergency, for his constant encouragement and guidance, which has always inspired us to strive for excellence. And today's our guest, Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director, ICMR, National Institute of Virology, Pune, for graciously sharing his invaluable expertise with us today, contributing immensely to the success of this event. Thank you, sir. Dr. P. Giridhar Kini, Registrar, MAHE, for his consistent support and contribution to the smooth conduct of the event. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Padma M.R., Deputy Director and State Surveillance Officer, Directorate of Health and Family Welfare Services, for insightful presence and valuable contribution to the event. Thank you, ma'am. We would like to express our gratitude to all the invited distinguished speakers who are going to give a talk for making this event truly special. And Dr. Siddhappa Reddy, our adjunct faculty, MIV Manipal, Professor, University of UNMC, USA, for sharing will be immunotherapeutic approaches of HIV treatment and cure. Dr. Srikumar E., Director, Institute of Advanced Virology, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, for his grateful talk on molecular insights on dengue vascular leakage. And Dr. Kavita Rani B., Professor and Head, Department of Veterinary Pathology, Veterinary College, Shimoga, for sharing her research on pathology of carcinophore disease virus. And Dr. C.T. Samal, Principal Scientist, THSTI, Delhi, for a vision of universal beta coronavirus vaccine. And Dr. Sutapa Bandyopadhyay Niyogi, Director, IIHMR, New Delhi, for her valuable insight into women leadership in healthcare. And Dr. Nitin Gupta, Associate Professor, Department of Infectious Disease, KMC Manipal. And our alumni, will be presenting online, Dr. Chaitra Rao, JDRF Postdoctoral Fellow, Indiana University, USA, and Dr. Ritu Paul Stanislaus, Institute of Cell and Molecular Biology, University of Strasbourg, France. Our heartfelt thanks to our wonderful panelists, Dr. Muralidhar Verma, Professor and Head, Department of Infectious Diseases, KMC Manipal, and Dr. Chaitra Rao, Additional Professor, Department of Community Medicine, KMC Manipal, and Dr. Anish Kumar Warrior, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, MIT Manipal, and also Dr. Navya Vas, Associate Professor, Department of Global Health Policy and Government, PSPS Manipal. Special thanks to my colleagues, Dr. Pia Polmudgal, Dr. Amrita Patnaik, Mr. Anup Jairam, and Mr. Narayan Babu for moderating this section, and also helping other colleagues, Dr. Santosh Devadiga, Dr. Najjot Godbole, and Dr. Srikanth. Our heartfelt thanks to all the heads of institutions, departments, faculty members, non-teaching staff for their constant support and encouragement. We are deeply thankful to General Services MAHE for their flawless coordination and association throughout the event. Our sincere appreciation goes to the Estate Office and Transport Department MAHE Manipal for their help in ensuring the smooth running of all logistics. A big thanks to the audiovisual and communication team for ensuring seamless communication, and to the media and photography teams for beautifully capturing the memorable moments of the day. We also extend our thanks to the stage arrangement team for their meticulous planning and flawless execution. We would like to convey our gratitude to Ad Syndicate Manipal for designing the brochures, standees, and certificate, and Bharat Bookmar Manipal for providing the notepads and envelope bags for our participants. A special mention goes to Your Art Manipal for creating beautiful mementos. Our thanks also goes to the students from MIV Manipal for the press release. We are truly grateful to our generous sponsors for today's invaluable support, Append of India Private Limited and Gene Technologies Private Limited. And a special thanks to Fortune Value View for providing accommodation for our esteemed guests, and to the Indian Kitchen MIT Manipal for the delightful food. Lastly, I would like to express my profound appreciation to our director, Dr. Chiranjoy Mukhopadhyaya, for his exemplary leadership and constant support. I would like to thank my colleagues, office staff, laboratory staff, research assistant, PhD students, MSc students, alumni, and housekeeping staff for their unwavering dedication and teamwork. And a warm thanks to Dr. Pia Paul Mudgal for expertly hosting today's event. Once again, thank you for all of you for being the part of this wonderful day. Enjoy the upcoming section and have a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sudesh. We don't want to leave any moment uncaptured. So now I kindly request all the esteemed dignitaries, the faculty, non-teaching staff, the alumni, research scholars, and the students of the Manipal Institute of Virology to gather at the front of the podium for a photograph. This, we formally conclude the inaugural session of the MIV Annual Day Celebration and Alumni Meet 2025. We now invite everyone to join us for the morning session, where we have insightful talks and discussions on the theme Recent Updates on Virus Research. Thank you all, and we look forward to an engaging and enriching day ahead. Welcome back to the morning session. As we transition into the scientific domain of today's discussions, we shift our focus to the latest advancements in virology research and disease intervention strategies. This session will bring together eminent scientists and experts who have made remarkable contributions to virus-host interactions, immunotherapeutics, molecular epidemiology, and antiviral developments. Our first speaker is Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director of the ICMR, National Institute of Virology, Pune, a distinguished virologist whose work has significantly impacted vaccine development, antiviral research, and disease surveillance. For those who missed his introduction in the morning, let me have the privilege to do that once again. Dr. Naveen Kumar obtained his Bachelor's in Veterinary Sciences and Master's degrees from the College of Veterinary Sciences, Bikaner. He completed his PhD in 2006 from Veterinary College, Hisar, while being a DAAD scholar at the Department of Diagnostic Virology, located at Isle of Reims, Germany. Dr. Kumar has held prestigious research positions, including a postdoctoral fellowship at Emory University and a visiting fellowship at Edinburgh Medical School, UK. His radical contributions include the first isolation of the lumpy skin disease virus in India and the development of India's first lumpy skin disease vaccine, which has been successfully commercialized. He was also instrumental in isolating the wild type, the Delta, and the Omicron variants of SARS-CoV-2, and played a key role in developing ANCOVAX, India's first COVID-19 vaccine for animals. Dr. Kumar's research focuses on virus-host interactions and epigenetic modifications, identifying key host dependency factors that serve as novel drug targets. His pioneering work on host-directed antiviral therapies has provided new insights into overcoming drug resistance in viral infections. Recognized for his exceptional contributions, he has received several accolades, including the Award of Excellence in Agricultural Research and the India Animal Health Awards. He also serves as a United Nations designated expert on lumpy skin disease and is a section editor for the journal Virulence. Today, Dr. Kumar will talk on targeting epigenetic landscape for antiviral drug development, shedding light on how epigenetic modifications can be leveraged to combat viral infections and enhance therapeutic efficacy. Please put a big round of applause welcoming our first speaker, Dr. Naveen Kumar, to the stage.
So I can move from here, huh? Okay.
This is for pointing next back.
Okay, good morning to all of you, and thanks again to the University Administration for giving me an opportunity to share some of the work which I did in Hisar. So currently, as I told, I am the director at National Institute of Virology, but the work what I am going to present was carried out at my previous institute. So I just joined about a year ago. So this is the institute here the data that has been produced. So that is the National Center for Veterinary Type Cultures. So these are the PhD students who actually contributed. Mr. Asim, Ram Kumar, Yogesh, Nitin. And I also like to remember one of my best colleagues, scientific colleague, my senior, late Dr. Sanjay Barua, who passed away about a year ago, beside the directors of the institute. So, as I little mentioned in my keynote address, that currently we are having more than 50,000 viral species with us, and more than 315 viral families. So in first ICTV, that is International Committee of Taxonomy of Viruses, that took place in 1971. So we have only 2 families. So a lot of new viruses that have emerged. Many of these viruses we fail to culture. So still, besides the known threats like hepatitis, most of these hepatitis virus we are unable to culture. But definitely the viruses, they have lead to several catastrophic pandemics across human history. So now we know that we have the vaccines against many of these pathogens, but still we are in the developing phase. Antivirals, as I told you, this is something we are lacking. We don't have any specific antiviral that is specifically 100% effective against any of the pathogens. The major problem is because of the development of the drug resistance, because of the frequent mutations of the virus. So the drugs that are available, that antiviral drugs, so they have been developed by targeting the viral proteins. For example, for influenza, the first class of drug that came in 1960s, so that was the M2 or ion channel inhibitor. So M2 is a viral protein, influenza virus protein, that help virus uncoating when once inside the cell. So the emantadine, remantadine, they bind to the M2 ion channel protein. But what happens over the time, virus get mutation at the drug binding site and become resistant. So this class of drug, so they quickly become ineffective. Then in 90s, there another class of drug, that neuraminase inhibitor, they came and again, now the drug resistant mutations in the neuraminase inhibitors, that is the Tamiflu, so has also been observed. So now if we plan to develop a drug by virus-centric approach, by targeting the viral proteins, then always there will be a problem of the resistance. So since last over 2-3 decades, now the thought process has changed. So after completion of the Human Genome Project, so there were about 25,000 protein coding genes they were identified, and also about more than 500 kinases and phosphatases these were identified. So people in cancers, they are extensively studying these kinase and phosphatase and these epigenetic regulators. So some of these cellular proteins, kinases and other proteins, they are maybe essential for or critical for the virus replication, but maybe dispensable for cell. So if we get to know such kind of protein that are dispensable for the cell but are essential for the virus, then the approach of the drug called host-directed antiviral approach, so then these kind of drug would have less tendency to induce the drug resistance, because it's not easy for the virus to replace the missing cellular functions by mutations. So these are some of the novel strategies. We can target as I mentioned, host dependency factor, blocking protein-protein interaction, or those epigenetic modifications that are essential when the virus replicates inside the cells. So in this approach, we are not actually directly targeting the virus, but we are indirectly, targeting the virus by targeting the cellular proteins or processes that are required for the virus replication. So one way of antivirals is to reduce the virus production, and second is to regulate the immune response. So some of the pathogens that they are not prone to induce a optimum immune response, so we can potentiate the immune response. And sometimes, the immune response is over and above that is required, called as immunopathology. So we can minimize that immunopathology by targeting these cellular components. So you are not going to, have any idea, but this list I want to show you. So this is the list of the inhibitors, that are commercially available and has been developed by the peoples working on the cancer. So these are the small molecule chemical inhibitors that are available commercially. So as I mentioned, that more than 500 kinases, phosphatases are known. So the peoples have developed the inhibitors against most of them. About more than 200 of them, they are commercially available. So this library of this small molecule inhibitor, I accumulated over the years. It's not available at a particular manufacturer. So one by one, maybe in groups. So I accumulated this in about 7-8 years. And when there was a pandemic, so we had the virus in April. So because we were also engaged in the testing, so I isolated the virus, the SARS-CoV-2, and tested this library of small molecule chemical inhibitors against the SARS-CoV-2. So we got 11 hits out of 102 molecules that were screened. So this, I'm not going to go in much detail about this M18, because this M18 is a antiparasitic drug being used in amoebiasis for long time, but later it discontinued because of some side effects. But we observed that in contrary to the concentration that is required for anti-amoebiasis effect in milligram, so this the M18 was able to completely block the virus replication at nanomolar range by targeting the translation initiation factor EIF4E. So what I'm going to today is talk about some of the epigenetic modifications that may be targeted for the antiviral drug development. So we all know that we have been taught that it's only the DNA sequence that decides the kind of protein that is going to be expressed. But in addition to the sequences, DNA sequences, so we all know that there are some modifications that also influence the pattern of protein expression or a phenotype of a protein. So this may be methylation, acetylation, inosine, pseudouridine. These are modifications that take place in the RNA, DNA, and protein. And if these modifications, if you're talking about the DNA, then it is called as epigenetic modifications. But if these modifications are in the RNA, so then it's epitranscriptomic modifications. So these modifications in this figure, this shows all the modifications that are commonly known to occur in the RNA, that is epitranscriptomic modifications. So they make the RNA stable. So that's why these are required. So out of the 102 small molecule chemical inhibitor that we screened, one of them was this methyltransferase inhibitor, that's DZNAP. So this target the SAH hydrolyse. I'm going to explain this later. So, but we observed that at a non-cytotoxic concentration, so the DZNAP, which is methyltransferase inhibitor, it blocked the virus SARS-CoV-2 replication. So in order to verify, because the small molecule chemical inhibitor, they may have some off-target effects. So in order to verify that, yes, indeed, this epigenetic machinery is really required for the effective virus replication. So we did the siRNA knockdown. So in case of methylation, so there are 3 key enzymes. One is the writer. Writer means the methyl transferase that are responsible for adding the methyl group on the RNA. And then there are the readers, the proteins that binds to the modified RNA. And then there are certain enzymes that remove the methyl group. So we have writers, readers, and erasers. So we knock down the HRNPA1, that is a reader protein, and MAT21 siRNA. So siRNA knockdown leads to reduction in the virus yield, suggesting that this epigenetic modification, M6A modification, is indeed essential, supplementing the inhibitor data, confirming that the M6A modifications are essential. So the next part was to actually look whether in real sense, once the virus is in the cell, so epigenetic modification take place, M6, particularly I'm talking about the M6A modification. So we infected the cells and collected the cell lysate at different time post-infection. And what we did is, we immunoprecipitated the M6A modified RNA. So we have the antibodies available that actually bind with the M6A modified RNA. So you can do immunoprecipitation and then quantify the immunoprecipitated RNA by using real-time PCR. So you can see that this is some sort of switch on of phenomena. It's a dynamic event. At certain part of the viral life cycle it needs to be methylated and then it needs to be removed. So this was exclusively about we looking at the virus methylation. At the same time, we also looked at the total methylome. So now the reagents they are available by which you can do a quantification of the total RNA, how much RNA is methylated. So again, we did the same thing. We collected the cell lysate following virus infection and look at the total RNA that was methylated. So again, you can see that the same pattern, sometimes it's being methylated or sometimes it needs to be removed. So suggesting this methylation of the SARS-CoV-2 RNA or the total RNA is a dynamic event. So with a series of experiments, we observed that these inhibitors, that is DZNAP, this is a methyltransferase inhibitor, it blocks the RNA synthesis. So we can see the reduced mRNA as well as the total RNA. So experiment was, did after the infection, the inhibitor was added at 3 hours, post-infection, and then the cell lysate was collected at 6 hours post-infection, so in order to avoid the effect of the attachment and entry. So now, up to now, we observed that indeed the methylation of the SARS-CoV-2 RNA is essential. So if you block this methylation, then the virus production goes down. So, and we also, I have shown you that this is, the methylation is essential for the RNA synthesis, transcription or translation. So then we analyze the SARS-CoV-2 genome and try to identify the protein that actually binds with the M6A modified RNA. So we got 2 hits. One was the HNRNPA1 and another is the YTSDC1. So look at this one. So this is the the dynamics or the level of HRNPA1 over different time post-infection. So you can see that at 1 hour and 5 hour post-infection is also missing. So this suggests that this HNRNP, needs to be recruited at certain point of virus infection, and that needs to be removed. But at the same time, you can that housekeeping protein is fine. So then we again, did experiment where we immunoprecipitated the cell lysate with the HNRNPA1 and quantify the viral RNA. So the amount of RNA immunoprecipitated by the cells that were treated with this inhibitor was quite significantly low. So this suggests that the M6A modification, they facilitate interaction of the HRNPA1 with viral RNA to optimally synthesize the viral genome. So one of the phenomena in virology, that is not well understood, is how the same template, sometimes is in translation mode or sometimes in replication mode. So you look at this. So being a positive sense RNA virus, so we have two mode of wave of translation. So immediately after entering into the cell, so the viral polymerase protein is being synthesized. So that drive the synthesis of the virus replication. So EIF4E, which is a marker of translation, you can see that immediately after the infection, there is higher level of the EIF4E, suggesting this increase or the first wave of the virus translation. So then we did two set of experiment. One where we measured the level of the M6A modified SARS-CoV-2 RNA in the cell lyse set that were immunoprecipitated with the HRNPA1, which is the marker of the transcription, and the EIF4E, that is translation. So where we measured the M6A modified RNA, and in another experiment we look at the proteins. So and concluded that the M6A modifications are involved in regulating the switching from translation to replication, because if the M6A modification is there, so the translation cannot take place. But in order to go for the transcription, so M6A modification is essential. Then we actually originally come to our hypothesis. So originally considering that being a inhibitor that targeting the cellular protein, that is methyltransferase. So we passage the virus in presence of this inhibitor, and after 50 passage, we again analyze whether the development of any resistance. So there was no resistance developed. So suggesting that this, as per our hypothesis, is these kind of the host targeting agent or epi drugs, they seems to be better. So then it was not feasible for us to go and do the experiment in animals. But there is one another coronavirus, that is infectious bronchitis virus. So the model that was available to us. So if you inject in the chicks, embryonated chicken eggs, so it kills the virus. So when we actually injected this inhibitor following infectious bronchitis virus infection, so it protected the chicken eggs, suggesting their potential to be used as an antiviral drug. So if I summarize this one, so the extracellular virus, virus that is outside the cells, so they are intact, so there is no M6A modification, it's below the detectable level. But once the virus enter inside the cell, so then the virus RNA undergo M6A modifications. So once it's being M6A modified, it's being methylated, so then it recruits the HNRNPA1, the RNA binding protein. So once the HRNA binding protein is there, then only the transcription can take place. So this was about that inhibitor against the SARS-CoV-2. So because I was a repository person, so we then actually looked at this is antiviral efficacy of this inhibitor, that is MTase inhibitor, against the pox viruses. So this was something unprecedented, what we expected. Some very interesting data I'm going to show you on the next part. So we observed that like this SARS-CoV-2, this DZNAP, there's an inhibitor, that is methyltransferase inhibitor, that blocked the buffalopox virus, lumpy skin disease virus, and vaccinia virus. So a broad sort of antiviral effect against the multiple pox viruses. So, and we also observed that like the SARS-CoV-2, it affects the RNA and protein synthesis. So this is the regular, how the viral protein or the cellular protein is being translated. So the 5' cap of the viral mRNA, it binds to EIF4E. That is activated, is phosphorylated. So once this translation initiation complex, if it binds to the 5' cap of the viral mRNA, then it, translation starts. So we observed that in an immunoprecipitation assay, we observed that the cells that were treated with this inhibitor, so there was almost no RNA. So then in some sort of in vitro cell-free viral mRNA and EIF4 interaction assay, we demonstrated that the inhibitor, leads to disrupt the mRNA methylation. So that is essential for the interaction of the 5' cap of the viral mRNA to the translation initiation complex. So means the addition of the inhibitor leads to defective formation of the 5' cap of the viral mRNA. So then, like the SARS-CoV-2, we also actually sequentially passaged this buffalo pox virus. We made 50 passage in also the control virus that were actually not treated with the DMSO, that was a vehicle control. So there are two set of virus, they were passage. One that with inhibitor, methyl transferase inhibitor, another without inhibitor. And after 50 passage, so interestingly, we observed that the virus that was passaged in presence of the inhibitor required resistance that I have highlighted here. See? So that was actually very interesting. So we named this as a drug resistant, DRBPXV, drug resistance buffalo pox virus. And one that was passaged, simply passaged in absence of the drug, that we named as drug sensitive buffalo pox virus, and third species is a wild type, the P0 buffalo pox virus. So now, so this actually went against our hypothesis. We were assuming that if we are using a host directed antiviral inhibitor, so it should not produce, induce the resistance. So, but anyway, when the student Asim came to me, so I was looking at the data. So we observed that although it became resistant to the DZNP, but it's growing over and above the other two viral species, that wild type virus or drug sensitive virus that was simply passaged 50 times. So we actually characterize. So the virus, the resistant virus is grow at higher wild titers other than the wild type and virus that were passaged in absence of drug. And very interestingly, is a huge genome. Buffalo pox virus is a huge genome, 190 kb. So we got only a single point mutation in the methyl transferase. So at that time, even I didn't look that carefully that genome, but later on, once the mutation was there, then we came to know that like the cellular methyl transferase, the pox virus, they also encode their own methyl transferase. So the inhibitor actually, if I would have this information in the beginning, I would not make the passage, because then I know I am selecting against the viral targets. But that was very interesting. So we got a single point mutation in the viral methyl transferase. So then we did the transcriptome analysis. So we observed that the cellular enzymes like RRP41 and 46, the key components of the exosome complex responsible for mRNA degradation, was significantly downregulated in drug-resistant viruses. And also, the drug-resistant buffalo pox virus, they were more abundant than the drug-sensitive viruses. Also, the mutant viruses, they accumulated higher level of viral proteins and in the target cell and exhibited higher replication fitness. So you can see that the drug-resistant viruses accumulating more proteins, and they are growing at higher titers than the wild type or the drug-sensitive viruses. So then we did some sort of competition assay. So where we have two viruses, drug-sensitive and drug-resistant. So we did take three, the species. In one where we have a 9:1 ratio of the resistant sensitive virus, 1:1 ratio, and then 1:9 ratio. So irrespective of the ratio you use, so the resistant virus totally outcompeted the sensitive virus within third passage. Within first passage, even when you are taking it to 1:1 ratio, but in 9:1 ratio, even then it outcompeted these. So then there are a lot of thoughts going on. What is happening, What this resistant virus is growing much higher titer. So when we look at the stability of the viral mRNA, and here we got, the first hits that why is, and it makes sense because these methylation modifications, they make the RNA more stable. So we observed that the transcript of the resistant virus, they are much more stable as compared to the resistant viruses. So then what is happening, So the inhibitor which we used is a methyltransferase inhibitor that, block the addition of the methylase in the RNA. So then regarding the capping of the RNA, so the cap0 modifications, the first panel where you can see that there is 7-methyl guanosine. So at 7th position of the guanosine, there is methyl group. So this is usual procedure, most of the RNAs are like that. So this is called as cap0. So addition of the 7-methyl guanosine by triple phosphate bond to the first transcribed molecule, the nucleotide. Then in the cap1 structure, so there is addition of the methyl groups at the second position of the first transcribed nucleotide. So this actually then with a series of literature screening, we came to know that this pox virus RNA, the methyltransferase, they are responsible for the other than cap0 modifications. So again, like we look at the level of the M6A modification, we also look at the level of the cap1 modification in resistant and susceptible viruses. So these 2' OMTAs that are responsible for cap1 or maybe cap2 or 3, we don't have very much detailed information available in the literature. So the 2' OMTAs that is encoded by the host and some viruses that also includes the pox viruses and SARS-CoV-2. So the resistant viruses transcript, they demonstrated significantly higher enrichment of the 2' O marks as compared to this resistant virus. So this is actually the cycle, SAM cycle. So as adenomethionine, this is the universal methyl donor. So a methyltransferase transfer a methyl group from SAM to its substrate, that is the RNA or DNA, and the SAM is converted into SAH. And SAH is further, converted by the SAH hydrolyze into homocysteine. So our inhibitor, target SAH hydrolyze. So if you block the SAH hydrolyze, so then there is accumulation of the SAH. But then via the negative feedback inhibition, so the methyltransferase activities goes down. So then we actually consulted some of the bioinformaticians to help us understanding what is happening, the drug-resistant and drug-susceptible viruses. So as I observed you that there was a single point mutation in VP39, so it's also named as VP39, viral methyltransferase. So a single point mutation, that is the methionine converted to isoleucine at 236 position in VP39 of the drug-resistant viruses is selectively disrupt SAH binding while maintaining the SAM affinity. So that enables enhanced catalytic activity despite high SH level. So let me see. I don't know how I should. I have to click on this one. Where is the mark? इसका इस पे मैं लिख सकता हूँ कुछ? हाँ yeah. Okay. हाँ नहीं इसको करना. No. स्क्रीन का नहीं, इस पे क्लिक करूँगा ना तो then only I can. दो तीन बार कीजिए. Sorry, so I don't know. So we with this video, I want to show you that the VP39 that from the drug resistant. Okay. Video. You have to click on that. Go back. You have to click 2-3 times, then it will run. इसके ऊपर लाके ना. Sorry. I will explain that. So it's always difficult. So the mutant virus, is binding to the SAH. So it flips out, over the time. Well as this makes the stable complex. So then we also look at what is the overall, the translation efficiency of the cells. So we did the polysome profiling, so that we did it RCGM in Faridabad. So Dr. Sahu, he helped us. So we were able to show that the enhanced translation associated with the resistant virus infected cells. So then, so what is the use of this all information? So now we know that we have produced a virus by continuously passage in presence of a drug that target methyltransferase. So the resulting resistant virus has a single point mutation in its viral methyltransferase. So that virus is growing at higher titer. So one use of this virus is that so this economize, in this the same setup, the cost of the vaccine production. And second thing which we were interested were that because it's making the RNA much more stable, so then we can exploit this mutant to make the mRNA stable. So that has implication in the stability of the mRNA vaccine. So what we did is we actually amplified the IL-6 that is under the T7 promoters in a luciferase system, and then in vitro transcribed it. We did the cap0, and when after purification of the cap0 modified RNA, then we did the cap1. So we believe that this methyltransferase VP39 is responsible for the cap1 modification. So we did cap0 and then in vitro cap1 modification, and then transfected this to the cells, and then look the stability and quantity of the transcript over the time. So you can see that the in vitro cap1 modification with the MTAs derived from the resistant virus, but not from the wild type viruses. So it leads to enhanced and sustained expression of mRNA. So that means, we can use, because the Moderna vaccine, what they use is pseudouridine. So it's, if you use a amount more than a particular a threshold value, then it's toxic. So it was, it makes the RNA much more stable, and we have compared that. Our data have not shown so that it doesn't have any toxic effects. So then we also compare the sequences of the methyltransferase from different viruses. So there is some sort of, up to 60, 70, 80% homology is there among these their sequences. So what we did is we overexpress this mutant virus methyltransferase and then look at the yield of the virus. So you can see that whether it's buffalopox virus, vaccinia virus, or LSDV or SARS-CoV-2, the overexpression of the VP39, it leads to enhanced virus production. So you can make some stable cells, that express this mutant, and the resulting cell will produce the more virus particle, so economizing the cost of the vaccine production. So this mutant we already actually got patent, both in India as well as the international PCT filing has been done. So if I summarize, so due to a single point mutation in the viral methyltransferase that is responsible for CAP1 modification, 2' OMTase, the transcript of the mutant pox virus exhibited enhanced stability and translational efficiency. So this mutant 2' OMTase can be exploited to enhance the stability of the mRNA vaccine beside scale up of the viral vaccine manufacturing and hence economizing the cost of vaccine production. Thank you very much. So I will be happy to take any questions, if any.
In the interest of time, I think we can take a few questions quickly, maybe one or two.
Or you can interact me during, I am here till evening.
There is one question, sir.
Yes, yes, please. Yeah, that's now, as I mentioned, initially we believed that this is a inhibitor that was actually developed as a host targeting inhibitor. So, but when this resistance developed and we analyzed the genome, then we came to know that virus, yes, of course, it also have its own methyltransferase. So, so this is something, we started from developing a drug and came up ending with, to increase the stability of the vaccine. So at this moment, in the first, SARS-CoV-2, we didn't see any development of resistance, but here in pox virus we have seen. It's contrary, we are expecting the RNA virus to become resistant more quickly than the DNA virus. And both the SARS-CoV-2 and the pox virus, they have their own methyltransferase as well. So I have asked my students, maybe you go for little higher passage. Let us see what happens with the SARS-CoV-2 as well.
Thank you, sir, for sharing that wonderful piece of work with us. In the interest of time, we will now move on to our next talk, for which I would request Dr. Santosh Devadiga, Assistant Professor, to please come on stage and introduce our next speaker of the day.
Yeah, good morning. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Siddhappa Bayarareddy, a highly accomplished scientist and academic leader. Dr. Bayarareddy currently serves as a professor and vice chair of research in the Department of Pharmacology and Experimental Neuroscience at the University of Nebraska Medical Center, Nebraska, USA. And he is also an adjunct faculty member at MIV MAHE. Dr. Bayarareddy's research is dedicated to advancing our understanding and developing novel therapeutics for emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases with particular focus on HIV, SIV, Zika and SARS-CoV-2. His laboratory is at the forefront of research on viral reservoirs, immunotherapy, inflammation, and developing antivirals and animal models of infectious and neurodegenerative diseases. His groundbreaking work has been continuously funded by the NIH for over a decade. Dr. Bayarreddy has made significant contribution to the scientific community with over 200 referred publications in a prestigious Tier 1 journals and has received numerous national and international awards for his outstanding research work. And his excellence was further recognized when Stanford University ranked him among the top 2% of the researchers in his field. With this brief introduction, it is now my privilege to invite Dr. Bayarreddy to deliver his talk. Dr. Sig, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good morning everyone. I want to thank organizers asked me to come here today and then discuss some of our research. So what I'm going to do today is, so this is something I wanted to brief for the students basically. This is a kind of about me. We really set up doing the global research. So the morning there was a discussion about how to collaborate and do stuff, and that's the kind of exactly what we are doing in our place. So this is the kind of, we focus on emerging and re-emerging viruses. Then again, we were used to work on HIV a lot when before other viruses come in. Since we had all the facilities and things in place, we are able to work any virus come in today, emerge any virus, we have it answered. And then we are reference lab for WHO and everything, and we can get the virus in real time, grow in the lab and start doing experiments. And that's the kind of what we have set up. And then again, in order to do that, we also use a lot of animal models from mice to monkey. Again, I'm going to tell you a little bit later why those animal models are important. And then we have set up to really do translational research. And then again, to support India, actually, we established a global research infectious disease Society of India in Chennai. We just had a first international meeting. We brought 50 eminent people all over the world in this meeting. And also, I was associated with MIV Manipal last 2 years. Have RO1 in JNCSR Bangalore, and then I work with ICER Bhopal. So that's the kind of what we want to really set up the globalization research and really help them mobilize to anything happen we could able to address. That's the kind of where we have set up. This is the kind of briefly the research focus in my lab. The focusing on a lot of emerging and re-emerging viruses. We did a lot of work on SARS-CoV-2. We probably published more than 60 plus papers in my lab. And then a lot of our papers are set a gold standard for Moderna vaccine, Indian vaccine. We were really put a lot of efforts to develop those vaccine efforts and various research contributions. We also study a lot of work on substance abuse, really understanding how a lot of substances affect the gut and brain. We focus on other emerging viruses like Mpox, Zika virus, and today, lack of time, I'm going to talk to you only on HIV because Pia asked me maybe I could focus other virus rather than SARS-CoV-2, and that's the kind of where I'm going to talk to you. And then as I said, we really truly working on global research on dengue virus, TB, SARS-CoV-2 and HIV clades, and especially focus on India. So with that, so what I want to talk to is, I think morning Dr. Kumar and others talked a little bit on why the emerging and re-emerging viruses are important. But as you know, in the world, you can see all these viruses are everywhere. So I'm going to come to the point why it is important. And that's where we need like a development facilitating a spread and advanced facilitating control. So we need these two things, it has to go hand in hand. And that's the key we need to really move. So with that, basically the key question is, one of the key things I want to highlight for the student, global pandemics, epidemics, they're not new to the world. They are there all the time. And you can see in this slide, all these viruses are there in the centuries. You can remember they caused a lot of diseases, but the key thing was they all pertain to particular area and particular place. They never spread like what happened with SARS-CoV-2. So why is that happen? So that's due to what we call as the epidemiological rate of disease. The disease does not occur vacuum. So we are all responsible, the host, vector, agent, and environment. So that's kind of where what I call the convergent forces of disease emergence. And this is the key thing. And this is where the really, we all need to work together, everybody in the world. So the reason is the globalization of rapid air travel, climate change, microbial evolution, and all of these are really contributing the emerging of viruses. So today virus can come in China, USA, or some part of the Mangalore, but doesn't mean that we are free of it. So that's the challenge we have. So that's where the challenge can also lead to opportunities. That's what really students want to think about that. So challenge, scary. That leads to a lot of opportunities, and that's where I was talking to them. They develop a lot of national facilities in the country. I think that's the advantages to, that's the opportunities. Many people can work on, many people can develop new things, and that's the kind of what I really want to students to think about it when you're thinking about any emerging diseases, etc. So to move on, that's one of the key things we were really interested. A lot of these viruses, there is a common structural targets. So all these viruses, you look at some of those, the major focus is like a glycoprotein. So some efforts are going on in my lab to really have a uniform. One of the things you can develop it that can go across all the viruses with a common structure, and that's the kind of one area we are interested. So with that, what I'm going to, so again, just to brief you, we did a lot of work in different areas, starting from epidemiology to drug development, vaccine development, all of that. Some of those are highlighted here in our research on SARS-CoV-2, really what was to come. And then furthermore, they said we really put a lot of efforts in developing antivirals on these viruses. So the global pandemic for antivirals, also what we call any X disease comes in, do we have antiviral? So what we came up, the idea is targeting both virus and the host, and then we did a synergy experiments and kind of, in order to what Dr. Kumar presented, resistance issue, always we seen that when the viruses are passage and thing. So we came up with the idea, can we target two different host proteins and also the viral proteins, very little nanogram or micromolar concentration could be good enough. So we used all the FDA approved drugs and everything, and we came up like a lot of data is published again. Please go through if you are interested. The synergy mechanism so that you can use that targeting multiple regions. Can we have an antiviral drug could be very effective. So with that, so what we are doing right now is focusing on COVID-19, long COVID. In order to do that, we put a lot of efforts. We developed animal models, basically hamster-based, and then we have these models that are going on. A lot of, again, we did all of them, Delta virus, Omicron, you name it, all the virus strains are we studied in all these models. And then further, we also studied like how exactly the tissue-specific metabolic responses are really critical in order to understand what is really going on. So a lot of our studies are contributed. Now we were actually the first people to say into the world that COVID is not a respiratory virus, it's a mucosal disease. And now many of you know the COVID is recognized mucosal disease, and we need a mucosal vaccine right now in order to complete our the COVID. And that's the kind of what we've shown that again, we use these animal models to dissect everything, because that's the powerful we could learn. We could able to obtain all tissues, organs in every parts of the body, and then we can really understand what's going on. All of those is impossible to do in the human, and that's the advantage having these animal models. So with that, a brief introduction of the global viruses, I'm going to focus next 20 minutes on basically to tell you about some of the recent developments, what we have done in HIV research, and then where we are going with that. So as many of you know, the HIV is still a global problem, and at least 39 million people are infected with HIV. So out of 39, the major problem of the retrovirus, the HIV is the retrovirus. So it targets CD4 T cells. Once it gets into the body, attack all CD4 T cells, and then virus become very pathogenic, and then high virus, as is shown in this year, all the virus goes up, and then CD4 T cells comes down, the blue line shown here, and then people can die within 9 to 10 years. So now, thanks to this is the kind of scenario. This is all the cell type in the immune system can affected with HIV. Lot of T cells, B cells, dendritic cells, mast cells, you can name it, all of them. And then thanks to the antiretroviral therapy, because there is no vaccine for HIV, but we have powerful drugs today. And based on one person start taking antiretroviral therapy, as you see in the art here, here, we can able to reconstitute a little bit CD4 T cell and then keep the virus below detection limit, so that people can live longer with this therapy. And that's really the advancement was made in HIV today. So people can live really like a normal life as anybody 50, 60 years with taking these pills all the time. So what is happening, as I said, when the HOT was introduced, that we can keep the virus below detection limit, but the life expectancy in the earlier only 1 to 2 years, and today, as I said, people can live 53 years. But what is the problem? I think everybody can live well, right, with that? That's the question. The question is, even though we can keep the virus below detection limit, there is a virus keep replicating. There is a residual inflammation is ongoing all the time with even though the drugs. And that's the issue. That leads to what we call non-AIDS related diseases like CVD, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, chronic liver disease, and COPD. All of that is the issue. So therefore, the quality of life of people living with HIV is really not good. And thus a lot of our efforts are really interested to make the quality of life people living with HIV. So that's where this is the key. So the moment we stop the treatment, the virus comes back immediately. And that's where we need a strategy. Can we eliminate the art so that we can avoid all these secondary complications and people can live quality of life with the agenda in HIV, what we call as HIV cure agenda. So in order to do that, and these are the other major problem, the HOT strategies improve clinical outcome. And you can see here combination of antiretroviral therapy, especially to CD4 T cell immune reconstitution, and also a lot of people, the gut CD4 T cells are preferentially depleted, and then many people living with HIV experience like IBD-like symptoms. So even though they feel good, but they have all those issues. And there are all several comorbidities persistent despite the heart, and you can see that there are many of these are really critical, and then all these organs are affected. And that's the kind of efforts we are putting in order to stabilize this and then make a quality of life is better on people living with HIV. So therefore, complete eradication of HIV from an infected individual will be extremely difficult, at worst impossible today, whatever scenario. At the best is available only small proportion of the infected population. So we have like 2 examples cured of HIV in the history of 45 years of research. And again, those people are not really HIV infected alone. They had a cancer and all of that. A complete bone marrow transplantation, etc. was done. And those 2 people were cured of HIV, and they're the example. So what we are trying to do here, use those information. Can we do that, replicate everything here, what the major research agenda, and a lot of animal models are developed, and we could able to cure bit with animal models, but when you translate into the human, we are not able to do that yet. And that's the biggest question and the challenge, and that's kind of where a lot of efforts are put to understand the disease management, pathogenesis, how virus affect. So in order to do that, we use this SIV as a model, and this is basically, again, different species of monkeys. There is one monkey called a sooty-mango beast. They're natural host. They're like a host virus. They have full-blown virus, progress to disease, but animal never die of the disease, and then it's healthy. Then another species of monkey, exactly like Indian rhesus macaque, like exactly in the humans. If a virus comes in, if you don't treat, animal will die. Soda. And so we did a lot of efforts on understanding these 2 different species, and again, depending on the question we are interested, we kind of use a different model. So again, why is the interest in non-human primates model for HIV science? And again, I need to tell you, today we developed a COVID vaccine just because of HIV researchers. A lot of immunology and virology was done on HIV researchers, because to find a vaccine for HIV, we went to behind the limit actually. So that's the kind of where these models have really played a lot of role, as shown here. And why these models are important, as when you can choose the dose on the drugs, and then we can also, the key thing is access the tissue samples, which is impossible to do in the human. And then furthermore, you can see, depending on the other side, you can really study everything, immune response, pathogenesis, and different tissues, and mucosal transmission, all of it in this model. And other thing, remember, HIV can also get into the immunologically privileged side, because virus is any virus, not only HIV, many different viruses cross the blood-brain barriers, especially reproductive organs and the CNS. And once virus get in there, virus start replicating there, many drugs and therapies cannot reach those sites. And that's the issue we face. And that establishes reservoirs. And once reservoirs is established, very hard to eliminate. And that's the kind of difficult issues most of the time in the field. So we are focused on basically trying to understand this connection, the gut and brain connection, how exactly our gut can dictate the brain. So you can see this where the connection works. In case of HIV negative people, you see the barrier is very intact, and then very healthy brain cells, etc. But in case of HIV positive people, they're all are disturbed. There are a lot of dysbiosis. There is a gut, leaky gut, all the microbiomes, bacteria get infected. There is a dysbiosis takes place all the time, and that's the kind of what we are interested to study a lot. So in order to do that, as I said, the GI tract is very critical, because once HIV infects the gut, it depletes the gut CD4 T cells, make it dysbiosis, and then that's the issue. And there is no therapy, even antiretroviral therapies cannot reconstitute what happens at all today. We don't have therapy. So that's kind of where we thought, can we targeting this gut and impacting CD4 T cells, can we make a therapy? Is one of our initial questions. So that's where we focus. Why again is important. Again, as I told you, the HIV rapidly depletes mucosa-associated CD4 T cells, that concurrently epithelial barrier is damaged. Once the epithelial barrier is damaged, it's very hard to reconstitute. And that's the issue in IBD, colitis, and all these gut-based diseases today. Epithelial barrier is very critical. So that's kind of where what happened HIV-associated dysbiosis. We were interested to, can we protect this microbial translocation? So in order to do that, we focused on the integrin, alpha 4 beta 7. This present in surface of the certain leukocytes, including a CD4 T cell, and this natural ligand for this. Major principle of this is immediate mitigation, retention of leukocytes into the gut. And again, I'm not going to go details. A lot of those we have published, and I want you to read if you're interested. I'm going to highlight a lot of those things. So again, there is a lot of these integrins, heterodimers and gut homing, as you saw here. The different forms, you can see them. There's a binding affinities like inactive integrin, on-site of signaling, outside of the signaling, all of that. So in order to target those, so what we have done was we first studied in a natural infection how they behave in different species. And as you see here, so there is a levels of species-specific differences, expression regulation of this integrin in various species. And with that, so we developed an antibody called as monoclonal antibody called as ACT1. So it was developed in the mice, and then we have to change into rhesuscides in order to use a different species, because otherwise anaphylactic reaction and the other species, they die. So we put a lot of efforts to develop that, and same time we did the map, same drug was developed for IBD and colitis. So we first used that, again I'm not going detail, and we target this integrin. We show here able to reduce the transmission of mucosal immunodeficiency virus, and it protects from gut associated lymphoid tissues from the infection. And that's our first ever study to show this antibodies really reduces mucosal transmission in macaque model. And furthermore, we did a lot of other studies, and we and others, a lot of studies were done, and then blocking this gut CD4 integrin reduce infection leads to reduce viral loads, and then also we combined with neutralizing antibodies can reduce the viral loads in the animals. And then furthermore, basically, when we did that, again, there was a lot of confusion. People were thought this is a different molecule, how to block HIV, and that's the kind of really stressful. Then we thought whether could we use this as a therapy. Really, that's where what happened was in these monkeys, you see, we reduced the viral loads very low as compared to the controls what was shown in these studies. So when we did that, basically what we found was there is two really critical molecules like IL-21 and also the retinoic acid are really upregulated. We reverse it with this therapy. So then we asked the question, can we combining these two things, what will happen? And that's kind of what we did, and that's what the question, whether IL-21 and anti-alpha 4 beta 7 can limit the residual disease or treated HIV infection, can it reduces the inflammation, also can reduce reservoir. And that's the kind of what we did the experiment. And first study of experiment, what we did was safety and immunological experiment. And first study of experiment, what we did was safety and immunological evaluation of this therapy. Once we know it's safe, and then what we did was, so we did again big experiment. It's like 3 years study and a monkey, basically what was done. And then we combined this, and you can see, and then daily art treatment, and then we stop interrupting, and then with this therapy what has come out is basically we able to preserve the CD4 T cells, which was really critical for the maintenance of HIV therapy. And as you see here, after art interruption and day 14 ATI, we see the preservation of CD4 T cells like very in the control animals. And then again, a lot of work was done, and again, to showing that what is this lowering PD expression, we looked at a lot of the different CD4 memory cells, effector memory, transmission memory, all of those different cell types. And then on other thing also, I want to let you know that the HIV and gut damage, when dysbiosis happen, the bitrate producing fumarate increases bacterial rate prevotella. And our therapy able to even control this, and that's what we shown here. There is specific phyla that characterize also dysbiosis are reduced during treated animals. So we able to really protect the gut with the different bacteria and dysbiosis, all of those with this therapy. And then that again, we did a lot of correlation with the different memory phenotypes of the cells in immunologically, memory phenotypes, central memory, effector memory, all of that, and then we were able to show that on day 1480 high, all of these CD4 central memory T cells are really maintained well. And then further, basically, what we shown in this study, the interleukin 21 and anti-alpha 4 beta 7 therapy during OD promotes immunological and microimmune response in HIV-infected macaque. So, and one of the key thing, take-home message from this, so what we did was individual microbiomes, those Rossmeria abundance, that PD-1 expression inhibits the PD-1 expression CCR7 T cell, that leads to lowering PD-1 associated viral reservoir during the heart, and that leads to less viral reservoir, reduces rebound virus, and that's the kind of mechanism what we found. Again, this is all published. I don't have enough time to go detail, and please read it. So where are we going next? So based on all of that, we did initially one clinical trial, we failed. First clinical trial at NIH with Anthony Fauci and others, we worked together in order to really move this to therapy to the people was the one of the agenda. And then based on all this experience, then we learned the first clinical trial, we did only one dose. And then that was the issue. And then the second clinical trial we are completing right now in Canada, where we did a lot of dose responses, and then we identified at 600 milligram is critical to really maintain the therapy. And then as you see here, there is one individual maintains after reduce all the treatment antiretrovirals that produced till below detection limit in the long term. So with all this in hand, so where we are going, so we have already another clinical trial going on with the AbbVie company, where basically since our studies have shown that anti-PD-1 targeting is also critical based on the previous study, and then we have a combining anti-alpha 4 beta 7 with the vedolizumab anti-PD-1 is currently ongoing. So this is the kind of a story on a CD4 T cell part, and then we also looked at what is the other mechanism, whether that myeloid cells are critical or not, and that's kind of where does monocyte infiltration play a role in anti-alpha 4 beta 7 during SIV was one of the questions we asked. So that's where again there is a lot of interest. There are models. Again, we use the monkey models as shown here. The macrophage associated wound healing contributes, and some of the African green monkeys. So on that, again CD4 macrophages that accumulate in a colon on African AIDS patients express pro-inflammatory cytokines and responsive to polysaccharide. And based on all of that, so we kind of hypothesized that blocking extraction of anti-alpha 4 beta decrease accelerated macrophage waterfall that contributed to HIV pathogenesis. So that's kind of where we did another study. On this study, again, is a little different from the original, where you would deplete CD4 T cell, infuse the antibodies, and then you are really looking the gut macrophages in these animals. So this is again a lot of gating strategies. I'm not going to go all the details, but one of the key things I want to tell you is we really focus on the gut immature monocyte-like macrophages, mature amenopropia, muscular macrophages, etc. And then you can see in this study, basically what we found is early treatment with the anti-alpha 4 beta 7 antibody facilitate increased gut macrophage maturity in HIV-infected macaques. And then further, in addition to then other host factors are important. So one of the other thing we are again interested to look at because our previous studies, Roseveria was critical in IBD, and then so we asked the question whether microbial fatty chain acids are critical or not. And then you can see that the dual role of microbial fatty acids modifying HIV disease trajectory following alpha 4 beta administration. And then this is the kind of the summary, the chronic gut inflammation, lost retinoic acid, the disease progress, but by modifying we could able to really protect the gut, etc. with all these bacteria. So then basically the moving on, what will happen with that? So we hypothesize that there is a progressive infection, then we kind of working on all this retinoic acid metabolic pathways, and that's a kind of one of those another area. Some of my collaborators really focus on that area. So again, we see that ongoing viremia, we increase the retinoic acid because it's very important to maintain the gut homeostasis, and with this therapy we could able to reverse reverse that completely, all trans-retinoic acid level increases and maintain the gut homeostasis. So, and then further, what we found that is, so basically I said that this increase was associated with reduction of HA with dysbiosis, and then increased gut macrophage maturation that are associated with increased all trans-retinoic acid. So with that question is again impact of this anti-alpha 4 beta 7 other organ system and what is this impact. So that's kind of where we looked at some of those, and this is still ongoing work, and since retinoic acid play a role in several HIV associated comorbidities like AN, CVD and CKD. So what we found is this is again big problem in the field. People are living with HIV, protecting their kidney function. So we are really looking at a lot of this HIV lost retinoid homeostasis is taking into consideration how retinoic acid modifying we can help the kidney function. So this is the kind of where we are really working on right now, and then what we shown that the kidney retinoids you can see really the control versus treated, and then we could be able to increase the kidney tissue retinolidide and retinoic ester really increase like exactly like the baseline, suggesting that this therapy is really critical to maintain the kidney function. This is a kind of our model. This is a new gut kidney model what we are proposing, where anti-alpha 4 beta antibodies we given, it reduces the galactin-3 and then it maintains the gut homeostasis by increasing the all trans-retinoic acid and improving the podocyte differentiation and the glomerular filtration. So there is a lot of other areas we are really interested it works. This one also liver injury, and so and again the question is not only for HIV, this can go across many other diseases which is focused on all of the anything with the liver, kidney, gut, all of that. This therapy really helps in any viral infection or colitis, IBD, or even many other diseases. So that's the kind of together this data provides the mechanism by which anti-alpha 4 beta 7 improves the renal function during HIV infection. So the question is where are we going with all of this? So again I think many of you know there is a popular type of CAR T cells, and this is another area in my lab we really focus on the CAR T cells, and we can use that specifically targeting viral reservoirs in CNS and gut, and this is kind of our hypothesis. We have a CAR T cells we made targeting the brain and targeting the gut, and that's because as you remember I told you HIV is a immunologically privileged disease. The virus can get into these tissues, very hard to therapy to reach and clear, and what we are doing is targeting approach, making these CAR T cells really go and bind to those receptors of these cells and then attack and reduce the reservoir size, and that's what we are doing right now. So we have two new projects ongoing on this, and this is some of the examples where the CAR T cells have been infected in the ileum lymph nodes, and then we have again this is a huge study ongoing. I'm going to probably present next time. We'll have some more data on that. And then same thing, we have a constructor made for a CCR9, and similarly we know these cells are, we make these cells, we characterize them, we know exactly how many cells are really double positive, single positive, and then we infuse to the animals. And that's the kind of where we show some of those, the aggregates are formed in the lymphoid tissues and the ileum, and then similar thing, CXCR5 cells and the ileum, you can see some of those cells are able to go and then target the HIV infected cell, and same thing is CCR9 cell. And then so what we are going to through all of this, we wanted to develop a development of combinatorial therapy. Since we have immunotherapy, we have CAR T cell therapy, like exactly like in the cancer, what is there, and that's the kind of what we are really geared up doing right now. And then at the end of the day, we want to like, can we have a 2 pill, can reduce the thing is what we are going. So with that, I'm going to tell you all our work is really involving like a clinical trial, basic research, public health, clinical research, and disseminate the finding to right away and then understand what is happening, and that's what we have set up to do clinical translational research really to move this into forward and help the communities. So with that, this is my lab. I want to thank a lot of people really involved in this work and doing this decades of work. And then, as I said, we collaborate a lot of people globally, and you can see here, and so many people in different places we work with, and then also all the funding from NIH on this study is involved. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
In the interest of time, we can limit one question.
Not really. That's where the reason I keep mentioning IBD and colitis is already FDA approved in the same therapy, and all of them are worked out, the toxicity issues and all we don't see. And we also done a lot of those studies. I showed you some of the examples. We combine and that's the first thing we do in monkeys. Go and look at every organ and tissues, there is any toxicity or not. And remember, this is the immunotherapy, and then it doesn't stick to long time, and it need to require every 3 weeks once we have to give, and it flush out, it clears, and then it goes away, and that's the advantage of this therapy.
Looking at long-term integrase use, and then are you talking about the integrase inhibitors? Antibodies.
Antibody, what is that?
Because we have been using integrase inhibitors for a long time now for treating HIV patients. They do have a lot of gut-related issues.
Yeah, that's the reason we are developing. We want to stop the art, and then we give this therapy, and that's the goal, so that we could reduce all of those issues what the antiretroviral therapies does, and the gut damage, and then a lot of other issues, and that's the kind of where we are getting to really develop those. What is that?
What about the status of innate integrins?
Yeah.
Are they present in the body?
Yeah, so they present, so this antibody is focused on from only the epitope binds to that integrin I told you, one alpha 4 and beta 7, it's just right there. It doesn't affect all those innate integrins, it doesn't block any of those functions. It's only focus on this one, which has the alpha 4 and beta 7, and then right there.
What about you stimulate the innate integrin production within the body?
It won't stimulate. We have tested those doesn't have. That's where we did all those transretinoic acid metabolism. If innate integrins are happen, that can impair, but we don't see that.
Thank you.
Because it's very specific to the epitope.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Before concluding, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Bayaredi for sharing his expertise with us. We truly appreciate your time and invaluable insight. And now we'll move on to next session, as panel discussion on One Health. I request Dr. Amrita Patnaik and Mr. Naren Babu moderate the session. And there won't be a tea break, but our tea is available, made available in front of reception. Those who want, please have it. Thank you.
Hello, check.
Good morning. I request everyone to please settle down so that we can start our panel discussion. I'm Amrita, and with me, he's Naren. It's a privilege to welcome you all to this panel discussion on One Health, where we are bringing together leading experts from different disciplines to discuss the challenges and opportunities of a collaborative approach to health. As we know, One Health is an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. Given the increasing incidence of zoonotic diseases, the role of the interdisciplinary network has never been more crucial.
Today, we are honored to have our expert panel, which representing different disciplines of One Health, starting from virology, veterinary sciences, clinical medicine, and climatic studies. So, as rightly said by Dr. Naveen Kumar in the morning session, Government of India have taken a lot of steps and they identified the significance of One Health by establishing National One Health Mission and National One Health Institution at Pune. So, it is very right only when the experts, academic fraternity, and all the clinicians sit together and then identify what are our contributions to the One Health and what are our expectations from the other stakeholders. And that's what exactly we are going to do today. So with this, I want to introduce the experts of today. I'll start with Dr. Naveen Kumar. He's the Director of ICMR NIV. Please join us, sir, on the stage. Followed by Dr. Sri Kumar. He's the Director of Institute of Advanced Virology, Thiruvananthapuram. Please join us, sir. Followed by a veterinarian, Dr. Kavita Rani, a Professor and Head Veterinary College, Shimoga. Please join us, ma'am. And then our very own clinical expert, Dr. Muralidhar Verma, from the Department of Infectious Diseases, AMC Manipal. At the last, the most wanted One Health stakeholder, climatic expert, our very own Dr. Anish Kumar Warrior. He is the head and the coordinator for Center for Climatic Studies at MIT Manipal. Please join us, sir.
Please give them a round of applause. We are very happy to welcome you all on the stage, our distinguished delegates. And without much delay, let's begin the session. So, we'll start with Dr. Naveen Kumar, sir. First question on One Health. Sir, as Director of National Institute of Virology, how has your vision aligned with One Health concept? And how is it further aligning with time?
So actually I already, mentioned in keynote address, so some things there's going to be some sort of repeating, but for sake of this program, I am going to say them again. So now, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic, so it was decided that more than 65–70% of the disease, they are zoonotic in nature. So if we want to control these diseases, so we must have an integrated, multi-sectoral collaborative approach. So this involves not only the medical and veterinary professional, but also the environmentalist, the people who works on the plants, environment, animal, human. So all these interfaces, so they are actually, we must target to have an integrated approach of controlling the disease. So keeping this in view, so a national One Health mission has been established. This is already active under a very ambitious program run by the PSA, Prime Minister Office level. So under PM ABIB, Prime Minister Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission. So there is under National One Health Mission, there is one institute coming on National Institute of One Health. So this is not actually the institute of under the ICMR, but it's inter-ministerial collaboration. There are at least 8 different ministries that are involved. So all of their secretaries, they sit together and then finalize. So this National Institute of One Health, so it's under, the building is under construction, is going on. But we have already initiated the activities related with the One Health. So we have prioritized the diseases that actually need to take care and different zones of the countries. And then we are trying to identify the hotspot areas. So this is something at this moment going on in. Besides, as I mentioned, we established a network of BSL-3 lab. So in case of emergency, so we can respond in a better way to tackle any outbreak, whether it's related with the animal or with the human viral infections. Besides, the 3 mega program that has been initiated. One, as I mentioned, is the bird sanctuary project. So the one way of getting a new virus is via these birds, migrating from the Siberia most of the times, coming here in India. Millions of birds, they are coming, staying here for during winter season and then going back. And this is now time they are going back to their own country. So these may be a source of new virus. So under this bird sanctuary mega project, we have multiple partners. So we are very closely monitoring the virus in these birds. The peoples who are working in the bird sanctuaries, we are also doing extensive environmental sampling in that areas. So like the bird sanctuary project, we are also having a slaughterhouse project. We have multiple partners looking at the closely monitoring the emergence of any new viruses at the animal-human interface. Likewise, we are also closely monitoring the virus that may be transmitted from the zoo animals to the humans and vice versa. So these are some of the activities which has been initiated at the national level by ICMR headquarters, where NIV is a key resource center for all these activities. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting these points again, though we had a very detailed discussion in the morning. So moving on, as a continuation to this, how difficult is it to bring the stakeholders together when you're working on something like this?
So that is one of the great questions, so working across different disciplines has been always very difficult. But the COVID-19 has taught us a lesson, that we have to work together. So I remember that before COVID-19, so when I was in Hisar, so I was part of a One Health project that was run by NCDC. So my job was to actually conduct a training program, including 25 veterinary and 25 medical professionals. So it was very difficult to actually bring them to an institute for training, but we were able to manage somehow. But when they were sitting like, this is auditorium, so all the medical professionals on one side and veterinary on one side. So again they make a class. So I said that you come and mix together and sit randomly. But then during the COVID-19, you know that there are a lot of labs. They were not actually trained to test the human samples. So they were engaged and they actually very nicely tested the human samples. A lot of veterinary labs, veterinary colleges, and some state labs, they were engaged in doing the testing, even at our own place, So initially there was one lab in Haryana, in Chandigarh, Rohtak. And then we came forward, being part of ICAR, so we can do the testing. And then we started the testing and trained the peoples of district medical officers for doing testing. So we trained at least 14 different districts in Haryana. So then they were able to do it. But now, still I believe there are challenges. For example, few weeks ago there was outbreak of H5N1 in tigers in Maharashtra, in Nagpur. There is one rescue center there. So the samples that were collected and sent to Bhopal, because if there is any H5N1 infection in the animals or poultry, this is the designated lab. And then the human samples came to me at MIV Pune, because we are medical side. So the serum samples of the persons who were handling those tigers. So now then the problem with me was that I don't know which is the virus, which clade. So if I am randomly going to test, use the virus to neutralize the serum antibodies, so it may be some misleading informations. So I said that, can you provide me the virus? So they said that, yes, we will do it today, maybe tomorrow, maybe morning, this way, but eventually we couldn't get the virus. So then I said that they have sent the virus, the serum samples to us. We are doing their job. It's not theirs. We are doing for this great country. Then we said that, okay, can we know the clade, at least from the Bhopal? So which clade it is, so that we can use the appropriate virus to neutralize and give a precise, right information. So it was, it took at least more than 2 weeks. So there have been a lot of meetings, lot of money has already been spent, and at a lot of platforms is being said that yes, we are together, and there are tremendous changes, but still, we have to come out from the mentality what we have. This is mine, this is medical, this is veterinary, this is plant. So still some thing actually we still need to improve. That's why when the National One Health Mission was formulated, so 8 different secretaries of different ministries, they came together. And even our Director General, sir, he keep always asking that we have to sacrifice something, बोलते हैं भाई अपनी अपनी दुकान नहीं बनानी है. So he keeps saying, so bringing all these sectors together, and I hope that there have been a lot of changes, people's now, they can sit together and then they are coming forward to mitigate the problems of these genetic diseases, but still we need little more improvement.
Thank you so much, sir, for the excellent insight. I would now like to hand over the mic to Naveen.
Thank you, sir, for giving a national perspective. But we have one other important person who is leading a regional laboratory, replicating the works of MIV at the region, Dr. Sri Kumar. I have a question like how important a regional virology laboratory, especially in the One Health network. So do you have any expectation from other stakeholders to make it more effective at the state?
Thank you for this opportunity. So I represent a new institute, that is Institute of Advanced Virology, which was established in 2019 and became functional in 2022. During the COVID time, we could not make the institute fully functional. So, I differ slightly with the statement that we are replicating the activities of MIV at the regional level. So this institute is not primarily to replicate the activities of MIV, because the MIV's spectrum and the focus is completely or significantly different. And ours is more into research aspects and less into public health and epidemiological aspects. But this public health and epidemiological aspects that we do is done in a very different perspective. Essentially, our focus is to make these assays that is being used more high throughput kind of assays, more indigenous kind of assays, and more advanced kind of assays, so that we will be able to cover larger areas in a shorter time point. So that is there is a lot of R&D to be done on that. So that is one of the major focus that we have been doing. And essentially, into this problem of One Health, we are into supporting the state's activity on pandemic preparedness. So that is why we have established a molecular diagnostic facility wherein we are going on a syndrome-based disease diagnostic approach rather than specific diseases. So that if it is a respiratory syndrome, enteric viruses panel, or encephalitic panel, respiratory panel, so it's a panel-based diagnosis that we are doing, so that we will be able to pick up even those viruses which are not suspected by the clinicians. So by that itself, we will be in a position to say that, for example, the recent case of metapneumovirus, when it was declared that Bangalore first case of metapneumovirus was identified, already in our facility in 2022 we had around 8 cases, 2023 we had around 4 cases, and already we had around 15 or 16 cases already diagnosed. So we know that this is not a new introduction to the country. We had metapneumovirus, but again, maybe it is a new strain and all that. We have to do a sequence analysis and all that. So that is kind of a basic information generation and documentation. That is what we are doing. So same way, for all these One Health pathogens, we need to have a new reagents that is to be generated. And also, like most of them are being a high containment level pathogens, we may have to have reagents that can be, or experiments or tests that can be done in lower containment facility, which is accessible to more number of people. So it is not possible that we generate 10 number of BSL-4 laboratories across the country. They are very costly procedures, and it is not practical also maintaining them. Even that is true for the BSL-3 laboratories also. So we need to have either testing systems that can be done in a BSL-2 level laboratories, or newer tests that can be adapted to that kind of environment. So those are the challenges that we are facing, and we are addressing those issues in the Institute of Advanced Virology. And someone was asking me, your institute is an Institute of Advanced Virology. I told that person, yes, that is what we are striving for. We want to make our institute an advanced virology institute, so that we can generate reagents and test systems which can be used in a large scale on a grassroots level in any hospitals. That is our idea.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, making an understanding the institute.
My next question is for Kavita ma'am.
Thank you.
We all know the surveillance efforts that are put forward by veterinarians, preventive efforts, and we know you have done a tremendous amount of work around monkeypox. But with respect
KFD.
KFD. But with respect to One Health, what are your expectations from the other stakeholders who are present out here?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. What I would like to highlight is I am a veterinarian and I am also a teacher, in a veterinary college. We have got a very big network under the Department of AH&VS. Every VD, every VD and every veterinary livestock inspectors and the faculty, we are all dealing together here for addressing the animal diseases. And a part of the animal disease is the zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases means spillover diseases to humans. And that is one particular area where the veterinarians are not really given what is due for them. We are only used for doing some necropsy or sample collection and things like this. And as Naveen sir told, identifying the actual stakeholders and that to actual workers at the grassroots level is the most important thing. And stakeholders means here for zoonosis, major stakeholders are the veterinary departments, Department of AH&VS and the faculty of veterinary colleges where research is going on, teaching is going on. And the network of the veterinarians, they are actually the workers in the field who identify the diseases. So this is the network is the biggest strength for veterinary departments. That you should rope in and take use of it. So networking for One Health, sir. So One Health is mainly meant for the maintenance of human health. Anything that is a threat for the human health is likely to be destroyed or controlled. So where the threat will come is from the animal side because it is zoonotic. So the control is towards the animal diseases and how they are coming. So we are involved in production of food animals, that to healthy animals, which will not carry any of these diseases. Not only viruses, there are protozoa, there are bacteria, viruses, fungus, okay, everything. So which can spill over to humans. So this is where you should give more incentives or some certain initiatives involving the veterinarians so that you do some necropsy, do the sample collection, this much will be given to you. So that will really attract the people to take up certain dirty works. I prefer to say, please don't get me wrong, doing a post-mortem in the site, on the field, in some remote jungle or area where the animal has died, for example, monkey, somewhere it has died. So we need to go inside because the forest department doesn't allow us to bring the body to the maiden areas, lest the spread will be happening from vectors. So these are certain things, intricacies, which needs to be highlighted and appreciated and awarded. So people definitely will come together to work for One Health. When you say, I'm going to give you something, you will be definitely attracted. Most of them are like that. Nobody is a saint. So on the veterinary perspective, and including from my side, as a faculty, at this age, we are more interested in contributing towards the advancement of science. We too have postgraduates and all who are having the thirst to work in something that is much more rewarding and towards zoonosis. Because when we address One Health, animal health and human health is all intricate. So that kind of contribution, for example, vector biology or something else that is. So a lot of opportunities are there. And one more thing which Dr. Sri Kumar also told, the diagnostics are really not available easily. So we need to instantly make a decision whether this monkey has died due to KFD or some other kind of a disease like Baira Reddy sir was telling it, HIV. So in rhesus macaques, he has seen possibility that it is existing even in these monkeys also. So these are certain things which are maybe KFD other than KFD. So all are zoonotic only. So this is the interface where we need to work, and please use the brain force of the faculty that is available in veterinary colleges which are under-financed from state government or any other government. 94% of the finances are towards human health only. 3 or 4% is towards animal health. This is the status of funding from central institutes. This is what we have found. So you please give due credit as a major stakeholder for zoonotic diseases for veterinary departments. Please rope in veterinary colleges and institutes to do some research. We will supply all the samples to you to do in the laboratories from all the diseases. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for bringing out such an important aspect. Let's move forward to...
The motive behind this whole discussion is to find out what is the expectations and what are the contributions a One Health network can give. So my next opinion I want to get from our clinician, Dr. Muralidhar Verma. So like ma'am have told, most of the time One Health is considered like when a disease affects human, we want to trace back, we want to work around that. So like our question is like how the experts from the clinical background with the expertise, with the critical thinking can give back to the network, other stakeholders. Is there any way we can think beyond the patient care?
Yeah, thank you first of all for inviting me. So and I'm a little bit odd man out here, I'm more a clinician, so I'll talk like that only. So the concept of One Health, I think it was never taught to me. We learned it over last 10 years. That is an unfortunate thing. That itself tells you that how much as an MBBS student we knew about it. The fundamental flaw is there. So I'll get back to a case and probably connect to you. In 2010, I had a patient who presented with fever and we diagnosed as HIV. Then I said, okay, fine, this is something related to opportunistic infection. So we started working up, then suddenly I found he has one scalp infection. So we did a CT showed a pus in the scalp bone. Then I did a pus culture, got hold of neurosurgeons, very difficult to catch hold of them, somehow got a pus and sent. Fortunately, me, Dr. Chiranjoy and Vandana always been working together since last 20 years. I just called him, something is odd in this. That is one of the first case we saw is miliodosis. Very tough case. I'm sure Chiranjan remembers that. Then of course we knew, okay, all theory, we started meropenem and patient became better. He comes back again after 4 months with one more site of miliodosis. Then I said, oh, did we undertreat him? Because we didn't know much about the disease at that time. This we were talking about 15, 20 years back. Neither Chiranjan knew. So we said, okay, did we undertreat it? Fortunately, the patient is became very close to me, the family, we built a relation. So he works from the nuclear power plant here. So actually Chiranjan sent some people there, we took soil, and then later on they found out these two are two independent strains. This is not under treatment by us, right? They are actually two different exposures. So obviously this patient, because of the low immunity, is getting exposed to the bug and is getting it again and again. That was the first insight, oh my God, we are not looking at the other half of it. For us, patient comes, history, examination, treat the patient, fever goes, he comes back, sugar control, done. So that linear approach is what is, I think, all of us do fundamentally wrong. It's not a circular. So we don't connect back what has actually happened. From that day onwards, I'm very particular that all my postgraduates present, where do they stay, what type of house they stay, how many cattle, until they're present, I don't talk to them. So those fundamental things are missing, right? For a clinician, that's working backwards. We are very fortunate because we have the best microbiology and virology labs here, but I can't say that in a different institute, right? I'm talking from a clinical point of view. So nowadays, people in our hospital are so used to get the report so fast, even a few hours late, we get jittery. But 15 years back, we used to get culture report after 1 week. Now also I'm complaining to Chiranjan, almost 48 hours, I'm not getting my virology report, right? So systems have to improve. And the biggest challenge is, where is that platform where all of them are together? I often find there are admins sitting and talking, there's no clinician there, or people sitting in veterinary, or somebody from MIV sitting and talking. Somebody else is missing. So ultimately, who is going to do this, right? If a government has a vision, I think they should conduct conferences. The problem with conferences is somebody has to fund it. And invariably, we get funded by pharma companies, which always have a vested interest. So I think there is no cross-sectional view for this. We are all working parallel silos. There's no cross-sectional thing which is happening. I don't remember such a panel discussion happening in any of the ID conferences or a medicine conferences. Nothing happening like that. So somebody has to step forward and do it. Fortunate that Chiranjan thought of it and we are having some discussion. At least I could meet some of you, right? Because once I go back, I already have 10 more patients waiting in my OPD. My mind completely shuts off there. So we still need to work on those very fundamental things. Because my area of interest is antimicrobial stewardship. Till last 7-8 years back, I never understood why are we getting, as I work more into infection control, why this Acinetobacter klebsiella? See, what are we doing? We are pumping antibiotics, there's resistance, it goes into the water, sewage water, goes into the river, then we are pumping back and drinking it, and then again we are putting back into the hospital. So somebody has to work at that level, right? And obviously the amount of antibiotics used in veterinary hospital is 9 times. I still remember NEGM has published one article about 2016. From the start of discovery of antibiotics to now, human beings have used 1 billion kg of antibiotics. Veterinary practice, I'm not talking only veterinary, all the animals together is 9 billion. So where is the effort to connect all of them, right? I know I'm a clinician, I always go back to my patients and see, but systems have to be created. That's what I believe in. It's like in our hospital to get things moving, I always create system because I might get retired or I might move out somewhere. But when systems are in place, there'll be progress. And there is no integration happening at most of the places. Either they're geographically very far off or there is no plan to integrate. At undergraduate level, postgraduate education level, research level. So I think that is the way forward to clinicians to help, because we have a lot of cases which we have not diagnosed, we have no clue, we move on, okay, next case. So for that, money is required, manpower is required according to me, and time. Who is going to get that time? Yeah, so that's the way I look at it.
So regarding this, what you said, that there is very less, a few discussions on One Health, so that's true. But it's not that nothing is taking place. So as I explained under the zonal NIVs, so we have already initiated the work on the One Health. So what we have done in all the zonal NIVs, so we have invited our partners. So the zonal NIVs has been asked to collaborate and sign MOUs with the medical colleges, research institutes, as well as the veterinary colleges and veterinary institutes. So this year only I have signed 37 MOUs in 4 different zonal NIVs. So that also includes the veterinary college and medical college and research institutes. So we already conducted, last year we conducted a sensitization workshop on One Health aspect. This year, before 15th of March, all the 4 zonal NIVs, they are conducting a workshop where our partners, that includes the medical college and veterinary colleges, they are coming up with the research proposals on the One Health aspect, and they will be presented and then we will finalize for the funding. So that is something, going to happen. Yeah. Yes.
No, definitely there's a change, sir. I'm just telling what has happened. We lost already 25 years. I wish we would have started at the dawn of this century. Things would have been better. I know we are catching up. I keep seeing advertisements about all the funding projects. Definitely there is a change happening. But it should happen at educational institute level, at teaching level. That's what I'm saying.
That is in course curriculum.
Yeah. Course curriculum.
So I would like to ask my next question to Dr. Anish sir. Sir, we all know that environmental data is quite essential in predicting disease outbreaks. What has been your observation and experience around this?
Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for this question. So basically now what we are trying to do is, we are trying to build models for disease outbreaks. Now, to run a model, we require several parameters, and those parameters will come from different stakeholders. Now, one of the stakeholders is the primary healthcare provider, say hospitals. They have got database for the last several years, which can be provided to the modelers, especially who are looking after the disease outbreaks. Then comes the quality of the data that is being obtained, which will be input into the model. Now that data comes from variety of sources, and we need to do a lot of standardization of the data before it can be input into the model, and which will help us to make an efficient model with respect to the disease outbreak. Then the other stakeholders are basically the government agencies. They have got, now there are, as sir mentioned, that there are several ministerial agencies who are conducting research. They're collecting environmental monitoring data from different locations. But then that is not very easily accessible to the common researcher. We have to go through different doorsteps and knock at different doors to obtain that data. So now for that model to be successful, we need all these data sets, which needs to be standardized. And then we require database from, require help of NGOs, because we cannot go to very remote places, as ma'am said. So NGOs will basically help us in going to those distant locations and get us valuable data set for regarding illnesses, because that would be input into the model. And then most importantly is sustainable funding for the model. Now when we talk about climate, there are two aspects. One is weather. Weather is basically current state of atmosphere above my head at the moment. Climate, when we are talking about climate, is basically 30 years data. So that's the average timeline. And so if a government agency is giving me fund for 3 years, I will complete my project for 3 years and then I file the technical report and that's done. But then I will not be able to tell what is going to happen over the next 27 years. So if there is sustainable funding, that will allow me to get a much more refined model for a particular disease outbreak, and that helps. Now, most recently in Pune itself, we have Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. There is a scientist called Dr. Roxy Matthew Cole. He and his team have come up with a disease outbreak model for dengue. So they have correlated the temperature and the rainfall and the humidity data for especially Pune. And they have come with a very effective model which can predict the outbreak of dengue almost 2 months before the onset. They tried getting the data from other state agencies, but unfortunately they did not get. So that's the problem as we are all discussing. Getting those data sets from the stakeholders is very essential if we want to build a very successful model.
Thank you, sir. So just an additional question. Do you think this younger generation of climate experts have to be trained further to be more, to be able to contribute in biological systems, One Health perspective? Or do you think there is an increased awareness required among climatic experts?
Yes, so increased workshops, more joint programs have to be initiated, because most of the climate scientists who are there, they are mostly looking at what is happening in the atmosphere, what is happening in the ocean, but they do not have much knowledge about what is happening to the health of the organisms or to the health of the human being. So there has to be an integrated approach which will be helpful. Yes.
With respect to this climate change aspects, we have also done a lot of research work on what is the effect of climate change on disease progression. Now, what has happened is what the diseases were present in one particular geographical area has moved upwards because of the increase in the temperature, global temperature. So now all the outbreaks that is happening is slowly moving forward upwards. That's a very good example is KFD, where now it is spread across 6 states, going upward and upward. That's all because of the climate change. And the behavior of the arthropods are also have been changed. Okay, so tick habitat, tick behavior, and spread of diseases also, they are moving upwards slowly. So now the tropical areas are having more temperature. It's not that congenial for existence. So nowadays that change is there. That's what is happening currently in the animal diseases sector.
And
thank you.
Yesterday we got a forecast from IMD saying that Karnataka, coastal Karnataka, there will be a heat wave. And I have been in Karnataka for the last 20 years, and yesterday was the first forecast that I got that there is a heat wave from 25th to 27th of February. So, and it is already projected by the end of 2050, the the temperature is going to rise by almost 1.8 degrees Celsius. So there is going to be very stronger episodes of heat waves spread across the entire geographic region, and which will lead to more disease outbreaks. So we need to be better prepared with respect to the health sciences also, as how we are going to tackle that particular scenario. Again, with respect to climate change, there are going to be increased evidence of extreme rainfall events. Now, when I was a kid, I was growing up, June to September, we used to get rainfall even. There was an even distribution of rainfall. But now, because of the global warming, climate change, what is happening is a particular location is getting rainfall, higher amount of rainfall in just few hours. So that will give rise to increased episodes of flooding, which will lead to say mixing of water with the sewage waste, and that leads to cholera outbreaks. For example, there was a cyclonic storm somewhere in Mozambique in 2019, and that led to a cholera outbreak in that particular region. So there are evidence which shows that yes, climate change and the disease outbreaks are having an equal.
Thank you all the speakers. I think we have had a very fruitful discussion. And if I have to summarize, I would say at this point we are starting out, but there's a lot that can be done moving forward. Increased collaboration, and like Kavita ma'am said, prioritizing certain sectors and having equitable funding distribution, all of these things, along with government policies, would be very crucial in bringing together a robust One Health network, I suppose. So, and of course the younger students who are coming up need to be trained about the significance of this particular thing. So I would request if anybody else has any sort of a question to any of the stakeholders. Even from the audience, we are open to taking one question. We can take a question and then probably wind up the session.
Thanks. I'm greatly listening, all of you. But one thing is come out really, probably two things. I think the open science is not done well here, looks like. I think all of you and everybody, students, I think need to be open science, open question asking, no hierarchy, anybody has an idea or anybody has a question, they should be able to knock the door and talk to the people, and then that value has to be given. I think that's the problem I'm trying to get it when I'm listening each one of you sitting here. I hope that could be change the landscape here. And number two, I think a lot of you mentioned the funding issues and not enough this sector versus this one versus that. I think that the best way to go with is innovation. I think we need to support innovation in every level. Like say in this institute, somebody has an innovation, like I think the Muralidhar talking about lack of connection with the clinician versus other. I think I want to argue that little bit, all of you, the leaders here today, I want you to initiate those initiatives, not to wait for government, not to wait for somebody to tell you. I think you have that power. And then with the help of the students and things, if you start, I think everybody will follow you in the local, regional level, and then eventually we will make really better work with kind of, I felt I wanted to say that, and thank you for the opportunity.
With this, what we all believe that we have started a conversation which is very important. As an Institute of Virology, we want to keep it alive. So with the leadership of our director, we are starting a One Health group. We want to organize multiple events like this to continue this discussion further. So hopefully in the future we could be able to invite you all back and continue the discussion further. Just for the respect of time, we are trying to conclude this session today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
One thing I would like to add, it is all because of Dr. Naveen Kumar. There's so many initiatives have been happening. We did not see this kind of initiation previously. Thank you.
Our policymakers, leadership, ICMR leadership, particularly our Director General, Dr. Rajiv Behal, and at the PSA level. So it's not only the director's initiative, it's initiative from the ICMR headquarters, and that is supported by all the ministries. Secretaries, they have come together and they have sit and come to a conclusion of working together, intersectoral, multi-sectoral collaboration. So thank you.
No, I would say we should thank pangolin, which spilled over that SARS-CoV-2 virus to a human patient and spread across the world. Without that SARS-CoV-2 outbreak, we would not have thought about this on health. Because all these other pathogens and all new viruses are emerging viruses. And those viruses which are already in our system, they don't cause much havoc. We know what kind of problems that they can create, like the influenza virus or the common cold virus or the hepatitis virus and all that. We have been studying them for long. But all these new viruses that they are emerging, so say thanks to SARS-CoV-2 so that we could see them in a different light. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am a microbiologist from Health and Family Welfare Department, Udupi. Just I have a question for Dr. Kavita Rani ma'am. Ma'am, during like rabies in animals, is there any guidelines that we can, because from the veterinary department, we don't have any guidelines to do postmortem and identify rabies.
You mean human rabies or animal rabies?
Animal rabies to confirm.
Animal rabies you are encountering? Huh?
Yeah, ma'am, because yeah, humans will be
You are
the
from
dead
medical
end.
side or veterinary, madam?
From medical side.
Okay. Madam, there are guidelines available to deal with animal rabies. Yeah. And Dr. Islur, Sri Krishna Islur is a pioneer in that. There is a Commonwealth Veterinary Association institution in Veterinary College, Bangalore. They have all the data with regards to rabies. Okay. And it is available, yes. You can directly contact Dr. Sri Krishna Islur. Everything is available. All guidelines are there, madam.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
About anti-rabies treatment also, then how to deal with the bites and animal if they are detected. All that is available. Yes.
Fine.
Thank you.
So we shall conclude the session here. Or do we have another question? Yes.
Hi, my name is Nino Matthew. I am a research scholar under Dr. Chiranjay Mukhopadhyay. I am working on antimicrobial resistance. I have one question directed towards Dr. Naveen Kumar sir. Sir, as I am working on antimicrobial resistance, what I understood, One Health from the backdrop is, there is health system strengthening needed for antimicrobial stewardship across the sectors. But what do you suggest, like whether it is a top-down approach which might work, or whether it should start from down to top? Do we require health policy refinement in case of One Health to actually work? Are our health systems strong enough to intervene in One Health? I mean, for the implementation of One Health approach in India. And then I have also one question towards Dr. Kavita Rani ma'am. Ma'am, in animal sector, do you think that One Health approach has percolated down the system till primary health care, or where does it stand? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Animals are second fiddles to humans. Please note that. And One Health means first is human health, our health. Although we are dealing with animals, when we deal with animals, we should be protected much before we address them. So down the line, from the animal side, you treat the animal disease, especially zoonotic, you treat that, then you take care of this thing. But you protect yourself while treating it. So down the line, you start that, but have a protection for yourself. One Health means first is human health, your health and my health, then the animal health. But treatment of the disease should happen from there itself. You have the clean animals, you have clean health also of the others like us. Thank you.
So I actually agree with the fact that despite many extensive discussions, still there is indiscriminate use of the antibiotics. You go to any place, in any medical shop, you can get the antibiotics. And this is something actually we need some policy change. So that's for sure. I remember that once I was in US and then I have some problem in teeth. So he suggested me the lowest one, penicillin. So I said that is not going to work on me. So then I have extensive swelling, and then there was weekend, so I couldn't get the antibiotic. So then again on Monday I went to the doctor and he prescribed me probably clindamycin or something. So I had to suffer for 2-3 days, but it's not possible in any way you can get the antibiotic. But here you go, you take any, he is going to give highest, latest generation. So this is something, policy change is actually required.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all the panelists. We had a wonderful session. And please give them a big round of applause. I would now request Dr. Shrikant to come over the stage and carry this forward.
now we will go to the next session. So the next session will be handled by Dr. Sri Kumar. So you all know Dr. Sri Kumar very well. So he is the director of the Institute of Advanced Virology in Thiruvananthapuram. He holds a master degree in immunology from the Indian Veterinary Research Institute, where he received a gold medal and completed his PhD in biotechnology from Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Trivandrum. Sri Kumar sir has begun his career as a veterinary surgeon in the Department of Animal Husbandry under the Government of Kerala before transitioning to RGCB in 2004 as a faculty scientist. His leadership in the molecular biology virology laboratory was instrumental in establishing molecular diagnostic services during various viral epidemics in Kerala. Over the past 18 years, his research has led to groundbreaking discoveries including mutant strains of dengue and chikungunya viruses and the trans-ovarian transmission of chikungunya in mosquitoes, co-infections in dengue patients, and the identification of a novel chikungunya vaccine strain. These are very remarkable achievements that he has been made for us. So Dr. Srikumar has developed virological assays and animal models for testing antiviral compounds and vaccines for dengue and chikungunya. In 2015, he has awarded the Fulbright Nehru Professional and Academic Excellence Fellowship and served as a visiting faculty member of Johns Hopkins University, USA, contributing to research on virulence-associated mutations in chikungunya virus. Having mentored 10 PhD students and over 50 master students, Dr. Srikumar has completed 12 externally funded projects and authored more than 50 international publications in very reputed journals. He is an active speaker at conferences and the media, raising awareness about emerging viral infections. He has also contributed to expert committees, including the State Expert Group of COVID-19. Currently, Dr. Srikumar is focused on elevating the international reputation of Institute of Advanced Virology in Trivandrum and researching broad-spectrum antivirals through host-targeted approaches. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Srikumar to the dais. So today, he will be presenting on his research updates on molecular insights to dengue vascular leakage. Please welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. And today I'm trying to summarize maybe some 15 to 18 years of work which we have been doing. And it's titled Molecular Insights on Dengue Vascular Leakage. And there is no need to introduce this particular disease to any one of you. As a virologist, you all know what is dengue and what are the different forms of dengue. And we also know that it is a global issue. In almost all the tropical regions, it has become endemic. And even in Kerala, the dengue is a seasonal problem. In Karnataka, it is a seasonal problem. Across the country, we have been seeing a rise in the number of dengue cases over the years. Now, as per the WHO classifications, the 2009 classification, we have dengue with or without warning signs and severe dengue. And severe dengue can lead to plasma leakage, severe hemorrhage, severe organ impairment. And the course of dengue illness, if you see, after the mosquito bites, there is an incubation period. It may range for about a week. Then the viremia starts. Maybe before, just a few days before the actual clinical symptom starts, you can detect the virus in the bloodstream. Then there is a febrile phase which can last around 4 to 7 days. Then there is a critical phase during which we see the thrombocytopenia and also the mortality causing plasma leakage happens in a very small fraction of the dengue patients. Then it is followed by a recovery phase. Altogether, the course of the disease around 10 to 12 days. And interestingly, depending on the stage of the disease, we have to decide on the diagnostic techniques that we have to use. So if it is in the early stage of the disease, especially the febrile phase of the disease, we can use virus detection, PCR. and NS1 antigen, which is now very extensively used, both point of care diagnostic test as well as in the laboratory based ELISA formats. Now, if it is a little later time point, sometimes this NS1 will work because in many cases it can last up to some 7 to 10 days in some cases, in few number of patients, but it is an antibody detection, IgM detection, and later on if it is an IgG detection, if it is especially for the immune response studies. So altogether, if you look at the course of dengue, the course of dengue illness, the febrile phase can be like it's a maybe a high grade fever with body pain, retroorbital pain, headache, myalgia, mild hemorrhagic manifestations, tender hepatomegaly. Liver involvement is very common in dengue because that is one of the primary sites of dengue virus replication, and progressive leukopenia. Then in the critical phase, which is, as I said, which usually lasts for 24 to 48 hours, it starts at the time of defervescence when the febrile phase is about to vanish. Then there will be leukopenia and thrombocytopenia, plasma leakage in some patients, rise in hematocrit, especially in the pediatric patients, then followed by the recovery phase. So if you look at the treatment options for dengue, Group A, these are different classifications as per the recent publications on pediatric dengue management from which I have taken. This is essentially, it's all fluid management. So oral fluids, maybe paracetamol and NSAIDs for fever. Again, oral fluid in dengue, Group B dengue without warning signs, which can be managed at home. Group A and B can be managed at home. Group B with the warning signs needs hospital admission. There also essentially it is fluid management. And Group C is the severe dengue cases. There also it is fluid management. And as you see, there is no specific treatment. So dengue has a lot of subclinical cases that happens in dengue. And most of the dengue cases, out of the total dengue cases, maybe 10% become over dengue cases. And most of these dengue, out of that only very small percentage become very severe dengue cases. And in severe dengue cases, there are two complications that can happen. One is thrombocytopenia leading to hemorrhagic manifestations, and vascular leakage that is leading to shock syndrome. Hemorrhagic manifestations we can treat with in extreme case of hemorrhagic thrombocytopenia, we can transfuse platelet or platelet-rich plasma that will support the patient. But in case of vascular leakage, we don't have any specific treatment right now. It's only fluid management. And since this vascular leakage is very transient, like 24 to 48 hours, and after that, all the fluid that has escaped into the tissue spaces, they come back to the vasculature. And if you infuse too much amount of fluid to the patient, there can be hyperolemia, pulmonary edema, and death to the patient. So this fluid management has to be done extremely judiciously based on different criteria. It can vary from the age of the patient. Pediatric population will be treated differently, adult population will be treated differently. And as such, we don't have any antivirals. Suppose we had antivirals, maybe during the viremia phase we could have treated the patients. Right now there are no approved antivirals. Then disease modifiers, especially for the dealing with the critical phase of the disease, we don't have any specific treatment that is available. Now, as I said, the vascular leakage is a major problem with dengue, and we have, if you look at the literature, there are so many publications which has identified that the endothelium is the battlefield of dengue. So in a patient who gets infected with through the mosquito bite, the virus replicates primarily in the liver tissue and also in different cells, including circulating cells as well as in different tissues. And they induce release of various mediators, which can be cytokines, which can be other mediators, and also some amount of virus can infect the endothelium also. So all these mediators finally bombard upon the endothelial lining, which is creating the vascular leakage. And what happens is, essentially, the endothelial cells, interendothelial junctions are formed by certain proteins which involved in the adherence junctions and tight junctions. And these adherence junctions and tight junctions are guarded by proteins. And when these mediators or the viral infection bombards on the endothelial membrane, there are alterations in the signal transduction pathways. And this will open up the gates, and the fluid portion, that is the plasma, leaks into the extravascular spaces. This is what is happening. So most of the studies, if you look at the dengue, you will see that they have focused on what are the mediators that is present, and what are the cytokines that is present. And what it does to the endothelium, you will not find much literature in dengue. And essentially, clinicians are interested to know what are the cytokines present or what are the mediators present to use it as a predictive biomarker. So all the reports, clinical reports, you see, you will say that, okay, this particular cytokines has got 4-fold, 10-fold, 20-fold increase in severe dengue patients. This mediator seems to be associated with the dengue vascular leakage, but none of them has really addressed what is the mechanism behind the leakage that is happening. So we know that the tight junction proteins are involved, adherence junction proteins are involved based on the studies on other diseases like sepsis, and maybe few viral infections like hantavirus infection. There are a couple of publications wherein they have looked a little bit onto the endothelial signaling pathways, how these are modified. So before coming to that, these are some of the mediators that has already been identified, like NS1 protein. Of late, you will see in the literature that dengue NS1 protein, that is a non-structural protein, is one of the pioneer protein or the major protein that is implicated in the vascular leakage in dengue. So then there remains the question, in all the dengue cases, we see that there is a high level of NS1 protein, which is used as a diagnostic marker. But you don't see leakage in all patients. So we cannot generalize NS1 protein as the major marker of dengue-associated vascular leakage. So the publications which propose that NS1 is the major protein that is involved in dengue has to be taken with a lot of other supporting evidences. There are other cytokines involved, like IL-1 beta, TNF-alpha, and IL-6. TNF-alpha also, you see there are so many other disease conditions wherein TNF-alpha is elevated. But again, still you don't see leakage in all these patients. For example, many cancer conditions, TNF-alpha can be highly elevated, but you don't see that all these patients bleed, shock syndrome is a common feature. So even TNF-alpha is a very non-specific indicator. So again, there are publications on histamine, chiamase, tryptase. All these are, okay, they have been associated with the dengue leakage, but are they specific markers? We still don't know. So this is the situation in the mediators contributing the dengue vascular leakage. Now coming to the cytokines. In cytokine storm has been now a very common term after the COVID. For anything and everything we say cytokine storm. And you see cytokine storm in many other diseases. Even in some of the hepatic infections, you may see many of the cytokines elevated. But there also you don't see leakage. So how to correlate all this with the actual leakage that is happening? This was one of the challenge when we started our research. So from the very inception, when we started working on dengue, I had a very clear intention that when we start with some topic, there should be pertinent to address certain relevant issues that can be helping the medical community to address some of the challenges. So one question that which many people ignore or they don't want to focus is the component of direct endothelial viral infection. So we thought there are, like any other RNA viruses, there are different varieties of dengue viruses. Within that, different species of dengue viruses. Within a serotype itself, there are 4 serotypes: dengue 1, 2, 3, and 4. And even each of the serotypes have strains or lineages or sublineages, and each one may have their own character. And some of the strains or lineages will be having the property to infect the endothelium more efficiently, causing the altered signal transduction pathways that would be opening up the interendothelial junctions. And once these strains, only in those patients who are getting infected with these particular strains, they may be developing severe dengue. This is a hypothesis that we have been following, and we wanted to look at this hypothesis with a clinical correlation for so long. Unfortunately, because of not getting sufficient clinical collaborators, we could not do it. But in our own way, we have tried some experiments. So we have been receiving large number of dengue samples for diagnostic purposes. We have done the characterization of these strains at the clinical level, I mean in the genomic level. You would see the publications, some of them we have already published. This is a long, old work. And we have identified a significant amount of divergence of these strains. And we selected these clinical strains and tried to infect them on the endothelial cells and see. And fortunately, we could identify few strains which are infecting the endothelial cells. These are human microvascular endothelial cells. And we identified, we selected 2 strains from the dengue 2. One is named as RGCB 880 and second is the 921. And this belongs to 2 different clades of the dengue 2 virus, and we tried the infection. And we could see that they infect the endothelium, but they produce different levels of vascular leakage. The graph shows the vascular leakage. The red line shows that there is a permeability increase up to around 40%, 40 to 50% increase at the peak time of 36 hours post-infection. And afterwards, the vascular leakage automatically comes down. So, like what happens in a patient, there is a phase of increased leakage and there is a phase of decreased leakage, so that the bell-shaped curve is very clear with the dengue infection model. But when you treat the same sample, same cell line with the TNF-alpha, which is a mediator, you see that the leakage continues to increase for a much longer time. So there is a bell-shaped curve response in dengue infection. We had done some more experiments on the cell line, which I am not showing the data. You see that when the virus infects the endothelium, there is an interferon response that is happening. There is a response of interferon-stimulated genes happening. We did a microarray analysis and identified that by around 36 to 48 hours, there is a robust increase in the number of ISGs, interferon-stimulated genes, which are antiviral mediators or molecules, getting highly upregulated. So there is virus infecting the endothelium initially, and the endothelial cells restrict the infection by interferon response. So during the initial phase of infection, there is an increase in the leakage, and when the viral replication comes down, the leakage is also restricted. So we could at least theoretically correlate the transient nature of the endothelial leakage that is happening in dengue. Now, we looked around the literature about looking at the signal transduction pathways that can affect the interendothelial cell. Weak Cathern is one of the major players in the stability of the interendothelial cell junctions. And these are all the pathways which have been there in the literature on different conditions, not on dengue, but on sepsis and other kind of vascular leakage conditions, which involves VEGF-mediated pathway, thrombin-mediated signaling, histamine, TNF-alpha, sphingosine receptor, TIE2, that is an angiopoietin receptor. So we thought, let us try look at all these in the conditions of dengue. And we initially decided to look at 2 pathways, that is the sphingolipid signaling pathway, that is S1P receptor pathway, and angiopoietin receptor pathway. So looking at the S1P pathway, literature has already said that in dengue infection there is reduced sphingosine phosphate levels, and also there are different sphingosine receptors, out of which S1P-R2 is a receptor which will involve disruptive signaling. That means it will prevent the endothelial barrier integrity, and in dengue cases there is an increase in the S1P-R2 signal levels. And we looked at the S1P, like in the dengue infected HM and microvascular endothelial cells. Suppose we supplement S1P, what will happen? And we identified that S1P, when you add into the culture medium, it prevents the leakage caused by the dengue infection. So in the dengue infected patients, there are reports that there is a decreased level of S1P in the circulation. So in the culture, in dengue infection, if you add S1P, it prevents leakage. That means the S1P signaling pathway has some role to play in the dengue dengue virus mediated vascular leakage. We looked at the literature and identified that there is a molecule called fingolimod, which is an alternative to S1P. This is a FDA approved drug that is commercially available. And we thought, why can't we use this fingolimod as a repurposed molecule for treating this kind of leakage. So fingolimod gets converted to fingolimod phosphate intracellularly, And the interesting part is, out of the 5 sphingosine receptors, only S1P-R2 is the disruptive receptor, all others are protective receptors, and this fingolimod will only activate the protective receptors, not the S1P-R2, which is a disruptive receptor. So that is also an advantage. So we substituted S1P with the fingolimod and repeated the experiment, and in all, I'm not going into the details because these are all published data. So we could see that this fingolimod alleviates the microvascular permeability induced by the dengue virus infection. So in vitro we could show that targeting this fingolimod S1P pathway can protect dengue virus induced leakage. Now coming to the second pathway, that is the angiopoietin pathway. Angiopoietin pathway also, it is mediated through the angiopoietin type 2 receptor. There are few molecules called RhoA, ROK, and MLC, and SRC kinase, which are involved, and once these molecules are phosphorylated, there is disruption of the interendothelial cell junction. And we thought if we can block the angiopoietin mediated type 2 pathway, if we can block this phosphorylation by modulating this pathway, this can also protect. This is the second pathway that we explored. So we explored a number of SFK and ROC inhibitors that is FDA approved and is being used in clinics currently, including these molecules called bosutinib, vandatinib, ponatinib, netarsudil, and ripasudil. These are SRC and ROC inhibitors, and all of them are now being clinically used for various conditions. Now, when we did these experiments, we can very clearly see that all these inhibitors, bosutinib, ponatinib, vandatinib, they in vitro in the dengue virus infected HMEC cells, they are preventing the leakage in a dose dependent manner. At a very high dose like 100 nanomolar in the experiments that we have used, we could see a significant reversal of the permeability. And you can also see the same thing that is happening in the staining experiments, where you see the red lines are the VE cadherin on the endothelial membrane. And you can see in the second figure in the lane, you can see the disruption of the disruption of the interendothelial VE cadherin staining, and which is getting restored when we treat with these molecules. And the fluorescent part is the infected cells, where we have stained the dengue virus E protein with the antibody, anti-E antibody. The same thing happens when we do the experiments with the ROC inhibitors. So the ROC kinase inhibitors. So these two kinases, SRC kinase inhibitors and ROC kinase, also behave in the same way like the fingolimod. Now, this is again the experiment. In the second row, you can see in the dengue virus infection, there is a significant disruption of the red staining areas, which is getting restored when we treated them with the netarsudil and ripasudil. So now we have two sets of molecules, that is fingolimod and SRC ROC kinase inhibitors, which can potentially prevent the leakage induced by the dengue virus. Now, when we wanted to do some in vivo evaluation also, since we had, one is the fingolimod, which we wanted to take to in vivo evaluation in animal models. Then the ponatinib was the one that we took, because it had a 24-hour half-life, and it was the one that was giving maximum inhibition in a very low dose. And all these molecules, this ponatinib, fingolimod is used as a treatment for multiple sclerosis, and ponatinib is used as a treatment for chronic myeloid leukemia. But unlike this multiple sclerosis or leukemia, dengue is a very acute disease where the treatment is required only for 10 days. So we don't have to worry about the long-term toxicity or chronic toxicity. So that is another advantage in using these, even though these drugs can be toxic to the patient in a long-term treatment. So that is the one advantage that we could see with these drugs. Now, we had to develop an animal model which was not readily available in the country. AG129 is one mice model, mice which is an interferon alpha, beta, gamma receptor deficient. And this animal model, when we started our work, it was not available in the country. So we had to establish an animal model for dengue disease. So this is where the temperature comes to play a part. And we could see that when we grow the virus, we usually grow the dengue virus in C636 mosquito cell lines at 28 degrees. And when we started growing this virus at 35 degree for 3 or 4 passages, we could see that we could generate one strain of virus which can actually infect the dengue AG129 animals and produce a profound disease. And this animal model, we have already published this model, and this produces disease in such a way, like the course of the disease is around 8 days, and maybe in the 5th day or 6th day there will be severe symptoms, and 7th or 8th day the animal will die. So it was also, the course was very short, like 8 to 10 days the animals will either recover or they will die. And there can be, and essentially in 35 degree model, all the animals will die within 10 or 12 days. They will not, but when we were using virus at grown at 28 degree, we see that the disease profile was very minimal, and we had done a sequencing of the viral genome and identified mutations, that is in the NS1 protein, envelope protein, as well as in the UTR region, that is changing when we grow the virus in different temperature. And we also see that these animals become febrile, they have symptoms, and also there is significant liver pathology that is happening, and also leakage that is happening. You can see in the first 3 animals, it is an Evans blue assay, wherein we inject Evans blue into the tail vein of the animal, and we look for the leakage in the organs. And these are the control animals where you can see that there is no leakage that is happening. So this is the model that we developed for evaluating these drugs. And we again selected fingolimod, and we treated. So actually, what in the first set of experiments, what we did is we infected the animals, and in the next day we started treating with the fingolimod. Actually, this experiment we did before the onset of the symptoms, and we could see that there is a significant reduction in the mortality. So the animals which were untreated, they died around 10 days of time. But the animals which were treated with these drugs, at least around 40% of them survived beyond. There was no 100% protection, but 40% of the animals were protected when we were treating them with the fingolimod. And also in the leakage also, if you see significant reduction in the leakage. It is not complete, but there is a significant reduction in the leakage that is happening with these animals. And this we have published some time back. And now we have one molecule which is at least partially protecting the animals. And we never had any drug candidate which is specific to the leakage. Now we have one molecule which can protect. The same experiment was repeated with the ponatinib, which is a SRC and ROCK kinase inhibitor. So here also we could see that there is significant reduction, and in fact ponatinib was performing slightly better. We could see around 60% of the animals getting protected. But all these treatments we did was after we injected the virus into the animal, and the very next day we started doing the treatment, once in a day treatment with the drugs. Now, so this is the ponatinib treatment, and you can see that there is a significant reduction in the leakage that is happening. The animals, also the number of animals which are surviving is also increased. Now, we have second drug that is ponatinib, that is also behaving similarly or slightly better than fingolimod. So this manuscript is under review now. Now, in both these experiments, we had given the drug immediately after the infection with the virus. Then we thought in the actual clinical scenario, the patient will be coming to the doctor only with the symptoms. So if we give that patient with this kind of a drug after the onset of symptom, what will happen? So we waited till that symptoms developed. So in the animals we injected, waited up to some 3 to 4 days when the symptoms started. Then we treated with these drugs. Here also we could see that around 50% of the animals are protected, and we also tried a combination of ponatinib and fingolimod. Combination was not offering any synergism, but in fact it was slightly lower than that yellow line you can see, that is a combination which was not performing good. But individually, if you see the ponatinib and FTY, they were offering around 50% of protection. So essentially now with these experiments we propose like fingolimod and ponatinib can be specific treatments for dengue shock. I have purposely put a question mark because there is a lot more experiments to be done in this. This has been done only with the dengue virus 2 in the animal model because we could not develop animal models for other dengue serotypes 1 and 3 and 4 we have not done it. But generally speaking, dengue 2 is considered to be the more severe form, generally in many places, but definitely secondary infections with other serotypes also can cause severe infections. But now we can at least say that we have identified a mechanism or a target or a method to identify the inhibitors for dengue vascular leakage. So the targeting the endothelial signaling with these kind of approaches will be successful in developing specific modalities. So altogether this work took around 18 to 20 years of effort from many PhD students. I thank Dr. Anup Manakadan, my first PhD student who worked with all the clinical strains and did the sequence characterization and all that. Sneha Singh was a PhD student who did the endothelial infection studies. Anupriya was the one who identified the sphingosine signaling pathway molecules. Ayan Modak was the one who in fact developed this animal model and also did the fingolimod studies. And Srishti is a current PhD student who is working with the ROC and SRC inhibitors. It was funded by ICMR continuously, and also Department of Biotechnology had funded one part of the study. This work was primarily done in RGCB for the maybe from 2010 to 2020, or still it is some part of the work is going on. And IAV definitely, currently I am in Institute of Advanced Virology, so IAV has also supported some of the imaging experiments. So thank you so much for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your...
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful thought on vascular leakage, the immunopathogenesis of dengue and antiviral developments. So I still remember when I was doing my PhD, I know that S1P was influential in dengue viral infection and vascular leakage. So when I was in Thailand, we used an RNA-based screening to understand what is the factor that contributes to S1P. So we found that SPHK2 that converts sphingosine to sphingosine 1-phosphate was influential to develop the vascular leakage. That was published in PLOS ONE. So still I remember my my PhD days. So thank you very much for your insightful talk, sir, and for coming here. So we can quickly ask, we are a little late, so quickly you can ask 1 or 2 questions to him if there is anything.
Essentially all these like S1P signaling, ROC signaling, and all that converges into the VE cadherin molecule. So usually when the VE cadherin is present on the interendothelial cell junction, the junction will be close. But the cytoplasmic domain of VE cadherin, there is one tyrosine molecule, when it gets phosphorylated, the VE cadherin goes intracellular. So all these kinases and this sphingosine, they regulate the phosphorylation of the cytoplasmic domain. So if the phosphorylation is blocked, it will remain in the endothelial cell junction. So during infection, what is happening is this activation of this ROC and ROC kinases happen. Activation of the sphingosine happens and it leads to phosphorylation. Inhibition of these kinases happen and this also lead to phosphorylation. So that is why during the infection time, this VE cadherin gets internalized, and that leads to opening up of the molecules, these interendothelial junctions, and leads to leakage. That is our, that is what we observe. Thank you. You can just no. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So now I invite Dr. Sudhish to handle the next speaker.
Thank you, sir. So very good afternoon, everyone. My pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Kavita Rani B., a distinguished academician, researcher and expert in the field of veterinary pathology. Dr. Kavita Rani is currently serving as the professor and head of the Department of Veterinary Pathology at Karnataka Veterinary Animal Fisheries Science University, Shimoga, and with over 24 years of experience in the fields of industry, teaching, research and extension, Dr. Rani has significantly contributed to veterinary science. Ma'am holds BVSc and MVSc in veterinary pathology and a PhD in veterinary pathology. She is also a diplomat of the International College of Veterinary Pathologists. Throughout her career, she has guided 39 master students and 2 PhD students. And she is also a member of Indian Association of Veterinary Pathologists. And her research interests include focusing on Kaesenopher disease in monkeys, while animal pathology obscure livestock diseases. She has contribution to veterinary pathology invaluable, and it's honor to her have with us today. Please join me welcoming Dr. Kavita Rani B. for her talk on studies on pathology of KFTV in monkeys in Karnataka, a veterinarian perspective. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes. Am I audible? Can I have the pointer? This is to change. This is the pointer forward. It's a pointer. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm very thankful for Manipal Institute of Virology, MAHE, for inviting me here, veterinarian basically. And what I'm presenting here is all the research or the studies that we have taken up as a state agricultural university. So I'm primarily based in Veterinary College, Shimoga, and today I'm presenting the works that we have carried out with respect to Castanur forest disease. So the topic that I'll be presenting is studies on pathology of Castanur forest disease, and in monkeys especially in Karnataka as a veterinarian's perspective. So you know very well, I need not highlight much on the KFD. KFD was first detected in Soraba Taluk, that is in Shimoga district in 1957. That is the map of the Shimoga district that you have seen. It's a viral zoonotic disease and tick-borne. So that's where the interface comes between the animals and the humans. And we all know that all along the Western Ghats we find this particular disease, and it has spread right from Kerala up to Goa. And this is also one of the ways in which the climate change has affected for the progression of the disease upwards towards the northern hemisphere. And it is prevalent across 6 states, and this shows that outbreaks are all along the Silvan territories of the Western Ghats. Now coming to our works, what we have done at Veterinary College Shimoga, this is our college, and hopefully we will be able to contribute more towards One Health. Okay, so this is a particular study that we have done networking with various stakeholders like the Department of AH&VS, Government of Karnataka, Forest Department, very important for Karnataka Forest Department, Department of Health and Family Welfare of Karnataka, Government Virus Diagnostic Laboratory which is located in Shimoga, and of course very importantly the Zilla Panchayat and the Gram Panchayat, which are usually the Panchayat Development Officers, will give us the information as to the death of the monkeys where it has happened, and the PHCs and the VDs are communicating together to collect the samples. This is how the sequence happens. And most of the KFD related works what we have carried out in our college is this one. Like we have worked on Castanur forest disease of monkeys in Karnataka, deaths in monkeys other than KFD, then the tick repellent which was generally given off to everybody like the DMP, dimethyl phthalate, it's basically a plastic material which can cause toxicity. And of course the other zoonotic diseases which are spread by ticks like babesiosis. Babesiosis is a zoonotic disease again, and the distribution of ticks on the animal body, where and all you see and how it is going to come in contact with the humans. So that's where is the interface between the ticks and the humans and the One Health approach. This is, we are coming into that one, and many staff research projects are running, and everything is intramural funded. No extramural funding has been given till now. Whatever available resources that has been put into GIST like this. So current studies are pathology of monkey KFT to understand the human disease, domestic animal tick prevalence, tick habitat characterization by morphometry, tick and animal blood for testing tick-borne diseases as well as KFDV. So this is one part where we have to collaborate with other virology research institutions to carry out this particular work, and works on tick repellents, okay, and toxicopathology of tick repellents. Most of the tick repellents, for example, DMP, has been found to be toxic to reproductive organs. So now they are giving a different tick repellent called DEPA. Last year, 2-3 years, it was DMP, now it is DEPA. So, okay, so like this, tick repellents are emerging. And this is certain of our basic works in all the Sylvan territories of Western Ghats, especially in Sagra and Tirthal. You can see the dead monkey and the way in which we conduct the necropsy. There is absolutely very minimum of PPEs, and also we don't know whether the animal has died due to KFD or other than KFD. Okay, so this is a grassroots level kind of activity. You can see the forest officials, Department of Health and Family Workers, okay, they carry the samples from there to VDL, and in turn it is sent to NIV, and this is how we do. And you can see most of them, they are not having PPEs to handle that. So our research has shown that the maximum incidence in monkey KFD is approximately 13 to 14%, as against 2% in case of humans. Okay, so these are the areas: Shivamogga, Chikmagalur, Uttar Kannada, Udupi, Hasan, they all fall along this particular area. Other areas also monkey deaths are there, but not due to KFD. Okay, so and zone wise studies, zone wise. So Karnataka is having 10 agroclimatic zones, out of which zone 9, so this is where the Western Ghats fall. Zone 9 is having highest incidence with approximately 14% of it, followed by zone 7, that is Shivamogga area 12%, and of course coastal area, this particular area is around 10% of monkey KFD. This is what I am telling about only the monkeys. This is a general information, I need not highlight on this. Everybody knows it's a flavivirus, an arbovirus. It has got relation to so many kinds of diseases, all are tick-borne diseases also. Most of them are zoonotic, West Nile and all this Alkurma, looping ill, all these are zoonotic. Now, our studies have also shown that 80% of the ticks that are collected are Haemaphysalis in this particular area, 3 zones. Okay, so 80% of this. So naturally, it is shown that they do carry the KFDV. It doesn't mean that they do not carry any other kind of diseases. That also certain studies we have done. And so many have been already recorded by earlier researchers. Of course, Haemaphysalis genus is extensively found. So this is a male and that is a female part of it, a female tick, and females are the ones which are very engorged because they suck in a lot of blood, and that is their very infective, if at all, if they are carrying the virus. And one more thing is they do carry others also, that's one thing. So what we need to see is that our research has already shown that the winter is the one where the lot of tick population is present, especially the nymphal and the larval stages. The nymph are the most infective, and right from say for example December, from November to December up to May, until the onset of the rainy season, you do find this particular population which are flourishing in the ideal environment of the Western Ghats. So just under the leaves, okay, lower vegetation, higher vegetation. So all these things will play a lot of role. They fall off. So they fall off, and then when something moves around, they latch on to that particular animal and they cause a disease. And generally the studies have shown that past 50 years, the hosts have been the monkeys, that is a bonnet monkeys, that is a South Indian monkey, North Indian is rhesus monkey, this is a langur. So langurs and the bonnet monkeys are mostly affected. It doesn't mean the others are not affected, because these are the ones which generally come into the urban territories. So we can catch hold of this one. They usually are sighted in public when they are not really well, and that's how we have been able to see. Maybe in the deep jungles there is possibility of other animals also carrying the particular infection. Okay, there are many reservoirs. Now one more publication has come up where ticks have been shown to have a transstadial transmission, that is trans-ovarian transmission also. So that's one new information that has come out. Now 79% of them affected are bonnet monkeys. These are all friendly monkeys which are generally available for public also, and they are the ones which can carry the infection to the humans. Okay, so that's one thing. And of course the endemic areas compared to the 7 talukas that are present in Shivamogga, Tirthalli, Sagara, Hosanagara and Soraba have been told to be endemic. This is the areas where persistently there is presence of KFD one way or the other, and human surveillance have generally shown the existence of KFD in humans. Okay, so this is an areca nut plantation that you can see that monkey is dead, and many risk factors are, the risk groups are like this. So many adventurists, zoologists, then forest department, agroforestry involved farmers. So the farmers are the one, and the farmers' households are the ones which are affected by KFD, might be due to any reason. Okay, so that's why a target of One Health is towards the maintenance of health of these farmers who are involved in this particular activities, hunters, gatherers and all, for the livelihood. Okay, so then in my perspective, the vets are at risk, plus the forest department officials are at risk, because the beat guards are the ones who go on foot and they try to locate which particular animals are sick, and they keep on watching until they fall down and die. Okay, so they are at risk, maximum at risk, and also the veterinary officers or livestock inspectors who go on field, because they are intimated to collect the samples. 5 samples are supposed to be collected: brain, spleen, kidney, liver and one more. Okay, so lungs. Okay, so they are supposed to be collected, and where you saw how we do the necropsy, that way it is collected, given to the health officials to bring it to the diagnostic laboratory. They are the ones which are actually at the grassroots level, and there is no BSL-3 or BSL-4 at that particular level. So the exposure happens here at maximum. Okay, so this is where you need to see what it happens. So with the as many as 80 necropsies we have conducted with respect to the KFD endemic areas in the monkeys. So some pathology, briefly I will tell you. So in the absence of the actual confirmation of KFD, yes or no, we devised a criteria to determine, to suspect for KFD. Epidemiological criteria is the animal should be dead in KFD endemic area, declared endemic areas. Clinical criteria is that they appear in public places in disoriented conditions, they will fall from height. Why will the monkeys fall from height? Because they are arboreal. Why should they fall? Unless and until their brains are not working properly, or writing reflex is not there. Okay, cerebellar problems. So they are found dead near water holes, which means to say dehydration. Okay, so necropsy criteria is, number 1 is sighting of nervous symptoms before the death. I told you the beat guards or whoever is seeing, they will observe for the animal about how it is behaving. That's number 1. And followed by hemorrhages in internal organs. So this is how KFD suspicious deaths have been suspected. Now monkey deaths, whenever the monkey deaths happens, people will think that it is KFD. So they are the beacons to say that there is an outbreak of KFD with respect to DHFW. Okay, not because of the DAH and VS. Okay, so public sighting of monkeys. Can I press on that one? Please press on that one. The public sighting of monkeys. Okay, so no, press on the public sighting of monkeys. Yeah, there. Okay, okay, you give. So how they usually behave. So you can see it's playing over there, it's not playing here. So public sighting of monkeys is, monkeys are usually not going to be that friendly unless and until you feed something to them. Okay, most of the langurs and all, they are very shy animals. They do not come to that particular area. It is not playing. It is a video which is hyperlinked. Okay, then what happens here is that all these, whatever that we have cited here, the lethargy, the sleepiness, loss of writing reflex, falling off from the trees, or when they fall off from the trees or they are sitting over there, automobile hits. So they are so agile that they are not able to move properly. So this is one of the things that is seen, and oblivious to the presence of public. They don't even recognize where they are, how they are, and what is the kind of behavior that you can see. So this is the video to show the animal has fallen off from the tree, it has hit its head, and it is oblivious to any other presence. It is still not dead, and it is so pathetic that as animal activists, if they see, they'll be agitated. The people will be waiting for the monkey to die. Okay, once it dies, then we conduct the postmortem. So sometimes it will be overnight like this. So most of the things like this, it is because the animal has been affected. So you can close that and click on something else. This one, loss of writing position. Please click on that one. Okay, these have been, we have gone into the jungles and we have photographed them, we have videographed them, and we have also worked in grassroots level. So this is what we would like to say, that first-hand experiences are very important to determine what exactly is happening. No, you have to go to the presentation and then click on it. Give OK. There it is coming. Okay. Now you can see that one particular monkey, it has come down. Okay. It's not supposed to be down like this. It is not able to right itself. Okay. So you can see that it is falling off and there is loss of writing reflexes. This is the kind of behavior that they show just before death. Okay. So this is something that is supposed to be monitored. Okay. And we are helpless to treat that also. We cannot even capture, because we don't know what kind of disease it is carrying. Okay, we cannot even treat that animal. We wait for the animal to die to take it further. Okay, there is no system in practice to collect the blood or other materials, sampling materials. Okay, so you can close that. Okay, let's go to the next one. Next slide. Next slide. Enough. Next slide. Okay. So pathology, when we first contact, so external injuries, you can see reddening of the face, and here you can see that there are a lot of bites of the ticks on the face of the animal body. Okay. So then bleeding from natural orifices, these are certain things that we are able to see as external manifestation. So gross pathology, you see meningeal and subdural congestion, and also congestion and consolidation of the lung. Pulmonary edema and pulmonary congestion is a very prominent symptom that can be seen, and also gross pathology can be seen. Intestinal hyperplasia, epicardial hemorrhages and rounding of the heart, congestion of the kidneys also, mottling is quite evident in that. Okay, so this is again you can see the meningeal congestion in one of the scalp of the monkeys, where you can see the brain, and also the PCR detection. PCR detection has shown that out of so many brain samples that have been collected, 13% of the brain samples were positive for KFD by molecular detection, followed by kidney, spleen, heart, lungs and liver. All of them can have the KFDV virus. So that shows that it is having a multi-organ type of affliction. So maximum presence in brain in monkeys. That means to say monkeys are having the nervous kind of manifestation more when compared to the others. Okay. And these are certain pathology. Naveen sir can understand a lot about it. So meningeal vascular congestion, okay, that is hemorrhages in the cerebrum. Okay, that's hemorrhages in the cerebrum. Did I cross it? Okay. So this is again, you can see the Purkinje cells. So you can see the intracytoplasmic endothelium inclusions. Okay, so that is the hepatocytes showing detection. Then again the hemorrhages. Okay, so this is again page and green, a special stain to show the individualization, erythrophagocytosis. Very important to see hemorrhagic manifestation if it is there. Erythrophagocytosis will be there. Hemosidrosis also will be there. There is evidence of fibrosis. And this is also the hemorrhages in the myocardium, then hemorrhages in the pericardium, then again renal vascular congestion, medullary congestion also evident. Almost all organs have been affected. Special stain page green method showing edema, that's the edema of the lungs. Here also you can see hemorrhages, and of course hemosidrosis by special stain, the Pearl's Prussian blue will show the special stain to show there is presence of hemosiderin, which comes after erythrolysis that happens in the organs. Cellular inclusions are diagnostic in nature. So here and all you can see the cellular inclusions in the endothelia. That's a neuron with again a little bit of margination of the cytoplasmic contents. We are not very specific about that one, but endothelial manifestation as intracytoplasmic inclusions can be detected in this particular disease. Okay, similar manifestations of inclusions. Okay, so this is again hemosidrosis, anemia due to loss of blood. Okay, what is the inference? Inference is that monkey KFD is both nervous as well as hemorrhagic type disease, more so nervous kind of a disease. So One Health approach to tackle the particular KFD zoonosis is that we know that not all monkey deaths are due to KFD. So we need not burn the carcasses just like that. Okay, so it has been shown that you please burn the carcasses if it is dead in KFD endemic areas. No, it might be several other kind of diseases also, and the veterinary division need to be informed to carry out the proper necropsy and investigation, so that the basic research with respect to wild animals and the animals which are there, okay, can be continued. And what happens is that the voice of the field veterinarians, which I would like to highlight here, is that we generally everybody thinks that the field veterinarians have been sidelined. Okay, that needs to be changed now, and that we are only utilized to get the samples from the monkey necropsy without even proper written request or PPEs. Please change all those things. So maximum exposure to zoonotic KFD is at this level, and these people need to be protected in One Health for the first priority. Okay, and little bit about the ticks, only 5 more minutes. Ticks and tick-borne diseases, which are very important. KFD is tick-borne disease. So similarly, what are these ticks and how are they contributing towards the disease process is that in southern transition zone in Shivamogga, it is an ideal habitat for the ticks to prevail because of the tropical or the subtropical climatic conditions. Okay, and here we know that Haemaphysalis spinigera is a major tick vector which is implicated in the transmission of KFD. Okay, not only Haemaphysalis, there are also different kinds of ticks that are available which can transmit KFD. The role of tick species in disease transmission is uncertain. This is another area which needs to be researched. So there is a provision for research in this particular area. So ticks have the tendency to localize in only specific ecosystem. That's why they go upward, moving in search of ideal environment for their thriving. So all these I need not highlight, but what I need to highlight is that in these areas of KFD endemic areas, most of these areas, 90% of the cattle who are in extensive type of management seem to be having the tick population on their body. So that means to say the cattle or the animals who are dwelling over there carry the ticks to the households, and there in the households the people are getting affected depending upon their immune system or resistance pattern. Okay, so what happens is that among the ticks that we have collected and studied, Haemaphysalis seems to be approximately 57, but 80% of them are usually Haemaphysalis. There are others like Rhipicephalus, Amblyoma, Hyaloma, which can also transmit other kinds of diseases. Okay, so what we say is that, just to tell you how to differentiate, we have a parasitology department who can differentiate based upon all their morphological pattern. This is Amblyoma and this is Hyaloma. Okay, so this is Rhipicephalus and this is Haemaphysalis. Okay, so based upon this is a female and that is a male, depending upon the type of morphology you can see. So ticks are there, different types of ticks are there, not only Haemaphysalis. So tick-borne diseases and hemoprotozoan diseases. All along Western Ghats, all the cattle are usually having theileriosis, babesiosis, anaplasmosis, trypanosomiasis, all these kinds of infections which are hemoprotozoans. So that is more into parasitology. So exposure of livestock farmers to the ticks happens when in contact with the livestock. And where are the livestock present are, I'll tell you, babesiosis is highest prevalence. Babesiosis is again a zoonotic disease. Okay. Now coming to this particular thing, families associated with these animals are at risk. Okay. So how it is? By grazing pattern, because almost all the cattle are having the extensive grazing system, they are left to the forest. Okay, and they come with all the other infections. And the kacha houses where the animals are kept, because economic level is not that good in this particular area, and the leaves and dried leaves, underside of the leaves, okay, the teak leaves and all that, you know, they carry the ticks. The ticks are present in those particular areas, animals carry the tick to the cattle shed or household. Okay. So again we have seen that the distribution, where exactly in the cattle body the distribution is there. Maximum distribution is at the neck and the dewlap level. Okay, the neck and the dewlap and the face. Okay, followed by the ears. Here you can see the ears which are infected with the ticks. Okay, so that's a theileriosis infection that you can see. Okay, this slide highlights that the Haemaphysalis is having a prevalence in carrying other disease like the theileriosis also. Okay, so it doesn't mean only KFDV, it can even carry the deadly animal disease like theileriosis also. So, Haemaphysalis is not confined only to KFDV but also to animal diseases. Our targets are more to prevent the hemoprotozoan diseases because it causes anemia and death in animals. Okay. So, this we would like to say that both babesiosis and theileriosis very prevalent in Western Ghats is also transmitted by Haemaphysalis ticks. So, that is the point that we would like to make. So, co-infection exists in nature and further studies are necessary to elucidate coexistence of KFDV and hemoprotozoan parasites in ticks. So, they both animal and zoonotic disease like that, and effects on human beings and domestic animals. It might be having a multiple effect on it. Okay. On the animal perspective from our side, conservation of animal diversity, please give importance even to the wild animals also, and the scope elucidation of KF etiopathogenesis by studying the actual field cases, necropsy cases. Okay. And scope for differentiation, acute phase and late phase. In humans it is different. It is in two phases are there in humans, but in animals we still don't know how it is going to work. So, development of field diagnostic technique, diagnostic kits is essential. That is where the ELISA kits are being developed nowadays, but a proper channel has not been established till now. So, that is it on one hand strategy at Veterinary College Shimoga, where I represent from our university, Karnataka Veterinary Animal and Fishery Sciences University, animal pathology and parasitology, we are open for this kind of a discussion and also works regarding basic pathology, studies, field oriented studies, tick biology, epidemiology, parasitology, collection of animal samples and animal associated samples can be made available to whoever is interested to do all the higher level molecular works, and also differential diagnosis to be done with respect to KFT and even others also like HIV or any other diseases. Herpes is also existing, and so many other immunodeficiency diseases are existing. And this, if you collaborate with us and give us a chance, there is a possibility of roping in many scientists, academicians, and you will be supporting the postgraduate students also for collaborative kind of works. And our dream is to establish a KFT study center, research center with the help of One Health strategists here, policy makers here, because regionally located, and also there is a possibility we have postgraduate strength also, and you will be also progressing very well and uplifting the state agricultural universities which are lacking in funding. So, basic kind of work, all the collection of samples, the animal related samples, and whatever, like microscopy is ultimate. Sir knows microscopy is ultimate, you demonstrate something, that is it 100%. That kind of support we are able to provide with our network of Department of HNVS. All our students are present all over in Karnataka doing a veterinarian service. So, this is what is a promise from my university which I am representing. So, these are all the Institute of Animal Health and Virus Diagnostic Lab is from Department of Health and Family Welfare. We have a memorandum of understanding with this institution, and this is how we do it, multi-sectoral. So, thank you for the patient hearing of it, and thank you very much for giving a veterinarian an opportunity to share things with you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful and informative talk on KFTV and other tick and tick-borne diseases.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarita. It's really wonderful work, and you have shown that if you have some zeal to work upon, so you can perform the work under very limited resources. So I am at NIV, you know, and we all always keep talking about containment facilities, BSL 2, 3 and 4, and people's even afraid of working even in BSL 3 labs, you know. Really, and sometimes, you know, there are so many questions, you know, why even the virus is, you know, what you have in a tube, and then they are opening in the biosafety cabinets, and there are so many questions about all these things. But here, the most risk, the highest risk is that when you are actually handling with these infected, the monkeys or cattle. So you have very nicely shown the tick, livestock, human and monkey cycle. So how it's coming from the livestock carrying the virus from monkeys via ticks to the human. So it's really, I'm very much again thankful to Dr. Mukhopadhyay that he has invited. I got opportunity to look at the important work undertaken by you. I will certainly try my best to involve you in the One Health projects. Via, at least at my level, I can try my best to include you in the journal NIV's partner, So did you sign the MOU with NIV?
No.
So the first thing what I'm going to do is I will ask Dr. Ashok, who is the officer in charge of journal NIV in Bangalore. So you also contact
Yes,
with
sir.
him, and
Yes,
we
sir.
will definitely,
Yes, sir.
include you in this
Yes,
One
sir.
Health program, and really fundage is required. And
Yes,
you
sir.
have done marvelous work. It's
Yes, sir.
commendable. I really
Our team is good, sir, actually, at
Yes.
Veterinary College. Team is good. And our dean also personally has told to send regards. And also, we are a lot who can work. So you can come sometime and see our college also.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So I just want to have two small questions. So one is about, do you have any evidence of the direct transmission from the infected monkey and persons, maybe
No.
veterinarian? No direct evidence?
No. No.
And how many % of the monkeys that died and you detected the KFD virus?
That is hardly what happened, sir, when we do the autopsy, we collect all the samples, send the samples small vials to NIV. They have to confirm us. It will take 1.5 to 2 months to confirm. Like that, on 2 or 3 only I have got it, and that's what I have presented here. But the thing is, we need to establish a network where monkey necropsy can be done. So retrograde, the tissues have to be detected for presence or absence of KFDV. So that particular network is not properly happening. There is somewhere people are not interested to carry out the collection because they are not getting anything. That's what I told, give some incentives for the people who are going to involve in One Health strategy to involve in that. So they will do it and collect and send it. Sometimes even if the carcass is fresh also, they will just say, okay, no, not interested, like this. There are all things like this. So bringing the stakeholders to one particular thing is very difficult. So that's why we devised that criteria to determine KFT suspicious diseases also. So these are things which are the work. Thank you, sir.
I have a quick question. I think you did a really fantastic talk showing. I'm traveling all over India last 10 days, from Delhi to Chennai, Bangalore here, and I visited my native place, very rural Kolar part.
Kolar.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So one other thing I'm saying now, since we had a great discussion morning, One Health concept, monkeys are everywhere.
Yes.
And the villages, in the city, road, wild monkeys, wild dogs. So I think there is a big issue with that. Probably the first thing maybe needs to be done, find an ecosystem, catch all these animals. Maybe we need to have a place them and they can stay in one place. So those efforts are made
That effort,
or not?
yes, sir. That effort
because I
was
see so much,
Yeah.
everywhere.
Actually,
how are we going to control the disease?
Actually, in
It's a big
Shimoga,
problem.
they wanted to develop a monkey theme park. So they they identified a particular region in Sagra, right in the middle of the Sharavati backwaters. Joke Falls is there, no? So Sharavati backwaters, they isolated an island. They wanted to put all the monkeys over there and maintain a theme park. But then the government changed and everything fell apart. Like
no,
that.
that's where I'm trying to go on the ground level. It's a real problem.
No, we know this because we are from Shimoga area. B.S. Yediyurappa was the initiator at that time. He was the chief minister also. Now that is really not possible because again agroclimatic zones what we have studied, only zones 7, 9 and 10 are having KFD, not the other zones. They are dry areas.
No, right, but there is human interface. We are all traveling, right? So
yes.
maybe we carry and then
yes, we carry. Here in Agumbe Ghat itself, you will get to see because it's Tirthali, Agumbe Tirthali Ghat. You get to see a lot of langurs and bonnet monkeys. That's where they come in contact with humans also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all the active participation. Now, I would like to request our director, Sir Chiranjeev Mukhopadhyaya, to come on the stage to felicitate all the speakers and the panelists. I kindly request to present.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Would like to research?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I kindly request you to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director, ICMR, NIV Pune. Dr. Siddhappa Bayarareddy, Adjunct Faculty, MIV Manipal, and Professor of Department of Pharmacology and Experimental Neuroscience, UNMC, USA. Dr. Sri Kumar E., Director, Institute of Advanced Virology, Thiruvananthapuram. Dr. Kavita Rani B., Professor and Head, Department of Veterinary Pathology, Shimoga. Again, our One Health panelist, Dr. Anish Kumar Vaidya, Department of Civil Engineering, MIT Manipal. Thank you, sir, for felicitating our guest speakers. We will now proceed before lunch, which will be served at the second floor. All of you, please note that we are requested to assemble sharp at 2:30 p.m. for the next session or the panel discussion on viral outbreaks. Thank you.
ಹಲೋ ಸರ್, ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Hello.
Now you start. Then in that case, welcome back to the. You can take that mic. I will be here. You will be there.
So, good afternoon all. So, we'll be starting off with the second session, and the second session starts with the panel discussion on viral outbreaks. So, talking about the viral outbreaks, India's battle with viral outbreaks is shaped by its unique blend of high population density, diverse ecosystems, and evolving healthcare infrastructure. From densely packed urban centers to remote rural areas, the nation faces challenges in containing the spread of infectious diseases. Seasonal outbreaks of dengue and chikungunya, fueled by monsoon-driven mosquito proliferations, are a recurring concern. The threat of zoonotic diseases like Nipah and avian influenza underscores the close interaction between human and animals. The COVID-19 pandemic starkly illustrated the impact of large-scale viral outbreaks, stressing the need for robust public health measures. While strides have been made in healthcare, ensuring equitable access remains a challenge, particularly in underserved regions. The emergence of viruses like Chandipura and the recent increase in Zika cases further highlights the dynamic nature of viral threats. Understanding these factors is crucial for developing effective prevention and control strategies tailored to India's unique context.
To navigate the multifaceted landscape of viral outbreaks, we have gathered a diverse panel of experts today. We are honored to have Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director of the ICMR National Institute of Virology, whose groundbreaking research and leadership are pivotal in understanding and combating viral threats. Sir, please come onto the stage. A round of applause, please, audience. Joining him is Dr. Padma M.R., the State Surveillance Officer of Karnataka, who brings invaluable experience in managing public health responses at the state level. Welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Nitin Gupta, an infectious disease expert specializing in tropical diseases, will lend his expertise on the clinical management and epidemiology of these illnesses. Next, we have Dr. Chaitra R. Rao, a community medicine expert who will highlight the vital role of community engagement and preventive measures. Welcome you, ma'am. Finally, Dr. Navya Vyas, a public health expert with expertise in global health and health security, will provide a broader perspective on the global implications and preparedness strategies for viral outbreaks. Welcome, Dr. Navya. This diverse panel will ensure a comprehensive discussion covering everything from the laboratory to the community and from local to global perspectives.
Sir, so to start off the questions, I will start with Naveen Kumar, sir. So my first question is like, so you have been in the forefront of India's response to numerous viral outbreaks. My question is, how well prepared do you assess India and indeed the world to be for the next major viral outbreak, especially considering the hard-won lessons during the COVID-19 pandemic and recent epidemics?
Thank you. So, at central level now, a national joint outbreak response team has been formulated, where there are the peoples from the ICMR, from the NCDC, and then from the animal husbandry, also involving the IDSPs. So whenever there is an outbreak, and then whatever I have seen, the majority of them, they are of zoonotic in nature. They are one health aspect is, is being engaged. So immediately that at central level, the central team is being activated. And now recently, the experts have already been identified. For example, if there is the respiratory outbreak, so who is going to be expert from MIV? Who is going to be expert from the NCDC? Who is going to be expert from the DAHD? And then it is supported by the local IDSPs and the state animal husbandry department and all these things. So nowadays, I believe that we have improved in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the capacity building, training. So a lot of training has been conducted to diagnose the disease as early as possible. So you may remember that in the month of August, we conducted a mock drill, which was in one village near Ajmer in Rajasthan. So all the stakeholders, they were engaged, and we were able to, detect, diagnose within 48 hours. But always, there is a scope of improvement. So after the mock drill, we came to know that it was influenza. So as per the mandate, most of the local labs, so they are engaged in particular diagnosis. Even in all the VRDLs, they have capacity to diagnose some disease, but not all. So it was realized that some of the labs, they were not able to completely type the influenza. They were able to detect, but they were not able to completely type. So then immediately what we conducted a training at a national level and invited all the stakeholders who wants to have a training or those who just don't have reagents. So we provided the reagents to those who are capable of doing themselves and provide the training and reagents to those who are, needs the training. So now I think we are much better prepared and we have integrated approach of the responding to the outbreak at national level via the NJORT, National Joint Outbreak Response Team.
Continuing with the NJORT point you have mentioned, so you told that there are you have identified people for or the institutions for the outbreaks. So in that case, is there any scope for a private universities like us to be part of this? Because we have some trained manpower, even from WHO we have been trained on outbreak response. So can that manpower be utilized at some point for the outbreaks?
When you know there is a pandemic like situation, we need not only private, whosoever is available.
Yeah.
This is something at this moment I am not competent to commit that who else needs to be incorporated or to be involved in this NJORT. But certainly the idea is that a central team is going to go and then with the help of local IDSP and the animal husbandry department they are going to do. But if there is extensive outbreak, then definitely we have to engage the private as players as well, like we have engaged in the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for that very insightful overview. Now, building on your points about preparedness, my next question is to Dr. Padma. Could you elaborate on the key components of Karnataka's surveillance system for viral diseases?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So definitely I think I will have to start with the IDSP portal, which we are using now currently. It's a national portal. It's called the Integrated Health Information Platform. So this is a real-time portal wherein user ID passwords have been given to all our sub-centers, health facilities and laboratories. So in Karnataka we have gone ahead and also involved the private sector and also all the medical colleges. So this is the portal which is having real-time data and this analysis of this data is being done at a real time and we are able to take real-time actions. So this is helping us to prevent major outbreaks and we are able to take quick decisions and actions. So this is something that we are working on still and it will be expanded more in the coming days. So this, also we have this rapid response teams at the state level and also at all the districts and talukas. So they are alerted whenever we have unusual number of cases being reported and we are able to take action through them. So whenever we require assistance, we also approach the center, National Center for Disease Control, and many times we see that even they are responding very quickly. Like previously we had KFT outbreaks and then we had a team rushing in from the center too. Yeah.
So definitely we hope that that will be strengthening this entire system of early detection and ensuring a rapid and effective response to the potential outbreaks. And in that context, now I would request Mr. Anup to take the next question.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam, for you outlining the Karnataka surveillance efforts in this matter. Now I will move on to Dr. Nitin, who is an infectious disease expert with a focus on tropical diseases. Sir, you are on the front line of clinical care. So, given the insights we have heard regarding surveillance from both these people, my question is can you tell us currently what are the current viral diseases you are seeing most frequently in your clinical practice in this region?
Right. So you mean related to the ones that have outbreak potential?
Yes.
Right. So no, at the outset, my view is very narrow when it comes to the whole idea of outbreak management, because I am just concerned about one single patient, whether the patient is infectious or not, and whether that infection can be transmitted to others in the hospital, or when they go back, when it is transmissible or not. So I'm going to answer from that narrow viewpoint only. So I think what we see primarily are in three broad categories. One would be, you can call it tropical fevers or the viral hemorrhagic fevers. So usually they are transmitted either by mosquitoes or ticks, and so we see a lot of dengue, KFD, chikungunya. So although they are not transmissible from person to person, the idea is to see whether there is a increase in the number of cases, because increase in number of dengue cases is going to affect other patients in the hospital also, because there is a lot of frenzy around platelets when the dengue season comes and there is a lot of dengue admissions happening. The other thing is that it hasn't happened often, but sometimes when patients are negative for all these common viral hemorrhagic fevers or tropical fevers, that is when the idea is to identify something that can present as dengue but has not been commonly diagnosed in the region. So I think one would be tropical fever, second would be upper respiratory tract infections with generalization with lower respiratory tract involvement. So we see a lot of influenza. The major problem with influenza is that, one, there is a lot of risk of secondary bacterial infections and patients getting worsened, especially the ones who are immunosuppressed. The other major problem is lot of other patients who are in the hospital, which was the same with COVID. Now we don't talk about COVID that much, but same problems remain with influenza. So transmission to other patients in the hospital is a major issue for these patients. And the idea is that, again, the idea is that although we don't do much in that, but the idea is that, this one of, we are talking a lot about avian influenza in US right now, so whether these cases can be suspected initially upfront in the clinical setting. And the third would be, because we are a university hospital, we see a lot of viral exanthems. So adult patients coming with measles or hand, foot, mouth disease is not uncommon, or mumps. So we have been seeing a lot of these cases who comes, and so at that point of time the idea is that these students who come with measles do not spread it to other people to avoid a large scale outbreak. So these are I think the major things that we see.
To add to that, one more question to you, sir. What are the key challenges you face in the effective management, especially on the tropical diseases?
Right, so I think, so this is like, this is complex in many ways, but so let's start with diagnosis. The diagnosis has simplified a lot in the recent few years. So in hospital like ours, where there is a strong virology support, the delay, the turnaround time for diagnosis is not very high. So usually we get a dengue report in one day. But there are hospitals where I've worked where it takes a lot of time. So if it takes a lot of time, if you get a dengue report in 4 days or 5 days, all these patients inevitably will get a lot of antimicrobials. So big problem of viral infections is the increasing burden of AMR that we are imposing because of unrestricted use of antimicrobials. So early diagnosis is something that we are really interested in, but I'm aware that this is a privileged situation for us because we are able to get those diagnoses. Often when we are not able to, when the common illnesses are negative, again because we have means, we are able to contact regional laboratories and send the samples there. The other are treatment challenges. Viral diseases often do not have lot of, especially the ones that we discuss, do not have a lot of very potent antivirals, and the ones who improve with supportive care are good enough, but there is a lot of gap in terms of can we have better antivirals for those few patients who go towards severity? So that might be another challenge.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Building upon the challenges and strategies discussed so far, my question to Dr. Chaitra, who is a community medicine expert, and very well we know that community engagement is absolutely crucial in public health. My question to you, ma'am, is in your experience, what are the most effective strategies for engaging communities in public health initiatives to prevent and control viral outbreaks?
Thank you for the question. So as you have rightly mentioned, community engagement becomes very important because when there is an outbreak, there are two arms to it. We talk about case management and then we talk about prevention and control. So as Dr. Nitin has mentioned, so the hospital takes care of the clinical management of the cases. But there's a lot of, panic situation in the community. So, and they do not know about the details of a new outbreak or disease. So engaging the community in a meaningful conversation becomes very important. We need to have a clear communication and involve all the important stakeholders in the community. So it can be the local leaders, for example, if you're in a rural area, probably it is the panchayat leaders. We might have school teachers, we have grassroots level workers. We talk to the ANMs, to the ASHAs, the medical officers who are in the forefront, who are handling these cases. So they should have this information about what the viral disease is, what the outbreak is. So when should the cases be managed at the primary care level and when should they be referred to a higher center? What time should the diagnostic workup be done? What are the right samples to be taken and where it should be sent for investigations? So this kind of clear communication, given to the frontline workers becomes very important. Because, without that clarity, everybody is confused and everybody would take their own path and what they think is the right approach to the condition. So then you have multiplicity of approaches, multiplicity of samples, duplicate reporting. So, engaging the community and, giving them this clear information becomes important. And having a single person probably, to share this information would be very ideal. So identify that right person who will communicate to the people in the right manner. They need not know all the complications or the problems. What they need to know, only that information should be shared. And very critical during this period would be what is shared on social media or on the media. So there should be a dedicated person ideally who will only share that information to the media because they have an important role in either maintaining a calm situation or creating a panic situation. I think the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us this. So probably people died out of fear in their homes rather than actually getting the disease. So I think in today's world that media person also becomes very important and engaging them in that meaningful conversation also becomes important.
Communication is becoming an art.
Yes. So everybody feels that they communicated the right way. So the key is how much should one person know? Only that much should be informed to them. So what is their role and responsibility? Whom they report to, when they report to. I think if that much is clear, it will reduce a lot of confusion. But at a higher level, at a managerial level, definitely there needs to be intersectoral coordination because there should be people talking to each other. Otherwise, again, somebody is reporting and that is not getting translated. The actual patient is not getting the benefit. The public health authorities do not know how to do the prevention and control, whether, they have to indent more masks, they should get PPE, they should get relevant equipment. So somebody should be coordinating, different components, but expecting a single person in the community to be managing all this, say a medical officer or ANM, becomes very challenging. So each person, that delegation of appropriate responsibility becomes important.
To follow up with this, one more question I have for you, that you told about delegating with the community members. So how are we ensuring that community members are active participants in this role rather than a passive people who are just getting the information?
So what we usually do is, as I mentioned, we go to the community as medical professionals. So we identify the key stakeholders in the community. So at the village level, we'll call for a meeting with the panchayat members. So we talk to them in the local language, tell them what this is about. And we also engage with other important members, say youth groups, self-help groups. So there are women groups and local NGOs. So, and also some key members in the community whom the people will listen to. So we try to bring them in front and talk to them, a one-to-one dialogue. So whatever myths are there, we are able to dispel those myths and clarify the situation. So when they go back to their own homes, to their own schools, to their own institutions, they're able to give the right information. Yes. So that right information trickles down to the last person. Because that local villager probably will not come to us at KMC Manipal and ask us whether this is true. He'll probably go to his neighborhood teacher or the nurse, right? So we will give that key information to these people, and if required, we do a reinforcement session again. We go back and have these sessions so that there is active participation. As Madam said, that community response. So now we have a platform wherein the community can respond and intimate the outbreak. So there is an unusual case, they can actually report. So when we give that information to the community, so they can come and tell us our neighbor is not well, he is sick. So that could be the beginning of an outbreak, so we can pick it up early.
Yes. Thank you, Madam, for this insightful talk. Now we move on to Dr. Navya, who is a public health expert. My question to her is, what are the critical gaps in health system preparedness that were mostly glaring? Following a pandemic, you can tell much better, I think.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, I thought we saw overwhelming of the health system, especially the tertiary healthcare facilities, because that is where most of the facilities like bed and ICU were available. And because of that, the essential health services were getting affected, like ANC services and immunization coverage was getting affected because of that. And also we did not have proper PPEs, so the healthcare professionals were falling sick. We were having workforce absenteeism because of that. And another thing, like at the global level, we have the international health regulations formulated by the World Health Organization, which is definitely formulated for global health security, for the preparedness of the health system. So that was actually not being followed by many of the countries, because closing of the borders, travel was getting affected because of this pandemic, and the whole world came to a standstill. And another thing would definitely be the universal health coverage, which was not being followed in many of the countries, which has always been discussed over the years. And definitely public health measures needs the support of legislation. So the Epidemic Disease Act was 1897, and many changes had to be brought about during this pandemic, so that we make sure that the non-pharmaceutical interventions being implemented initially being followed by the people. So we just had the Epidemic Disease Act and the Disaster Management Act, and many of the states, they came up with this initiative at that particular forefront, so that they can make up the changes and combat with that situation. So that, I think, is the...
So that very well addresses, these gaps probably, which you very rightly identified and even gave the solutions. But would you also like to add some more, strategies that can address these gaps to significantly improve our future readiness for similar global health challenges?
Yes, so maybe because I have a background of public health, so I would definitely say that prevention, because maybe more amount of investments should be done of prevention and rather than on response. That is one important aspect. And also on the universal health coverage is something, and I think government has been taking a lot of initiatives related to that also, so that health becomes very affordable and we have better infrastructure in all the health facilities, which is happening down the lane. And definitely the international health regulations, we have new indicators being added, like infection prevention and control has become a new indicator. Essential health services is being made a new mention related to that. So I think there has been a lot of changes that is happening, and even financing, it was actually clubbed along with legislation. And now financing has been kept apart so that we have more amount of funding related to that, related to health. So those kind of changes are happening across the globe. And also the tripartite agreement has become quadripartite now. People have recognized, like UNEP also have to be included. So like that, I think slowly we all have learned the lesson and things are coming back in place.
Thank you so much. I think that was a really good way to pull it all together. And one quick question to Dr. Padma. Ma'am, what do you feel are the opportunities for collaboration between public and private sectors to improve viral surveillance and response in Karnataka?
Briefly, I would like to tell you about the ongoing surveillance system that we are following. This is as per the NCDC guideline that we are doing the revised COVID surveillance strategies being followed. So all the ILI, 5% of the ILI and all the SARI cases have to undergo COVID testing. So once that is done, all the COVID negatives will be sent to the VRDLs for this panel testing where they do the influenza and also the RSV. This is being tested. And once all of those also come negative, then it will be taken up for HMPV testing. So this is the revised COVID surveillance strategy which we are following. And with regards to, yes, we are collaborating with VRDL, ICMR. We have 10 laboratories in Karnataka where we are sending the samples to. So other than that, we would be happy to collaborate with any other private institutions that are willing to work with us, like such as MIV. In fact, we had several discussions with Director yesterday as to some of the aspects that we could be working together. I'm looking forward to those. Thank you.
Sir, one last question to Naveen, sir. What are some of the recent success stories of NIV in controlling the viral outbreaks?
So can you repeat it?
What are some of the recent success stories
of
in responding to viral outbreaks?
Well, any viral disease outbreak that is happening actually across the country, so NIV is, is in the forefront. So everything is coming to us. So there are a lot of happenings in the past. COVID-19, one of the most, successful example which we have shown to the world. But I would like to mention the two recent outbreaks that happened, after my joining, that I observed closely. One was the Chandipura outbreak. So in July, one case started on 14th of July, and luckily I was in Gujarat on that day. So I got information that Gujarat, one people got positive for Chandipura. So immediately coming back on very next day, so I formulated a team of 14 peoples. That involves medicos, veterinary professional, then entomologist, virologist, and also technicians. So immediately deployed them. It was also discussed at the headquarter level. So via the NJORT, so they also joined, followed by our team. So NCDC joined there. So my team stayed there for about over 15 days. So the samples were tested, of course, at NIV, and we got a request from the Gujarat Biotechnology Research Center that they want to assist us in doing the testing. So I immediately sent them the primers, and then they were also involved in doing the testing as well. So although it was not that much extensive, I think more than 16, 18 districts were involved, but we got about 300 acute encephalitis cases. So there were a lot of learnings, and there are a lot of questions that has been emerged out from what we have investigated. So out of 300 that cases, the acute encephalitis cases that we got. So less than 25% of them, they were tested positive for Chandipura. So the one great question is that then if not Chandipura, what it is? So there are two schools of thoughts. Maybe there is co-infection, maybe something else. And what for me it appears that the course of illness is very short. So because once is fever and within 48 hours the children died. So this is disease of below 15 years age most of the times. So the samples that is coming to us, so that is the serum and very rarely CSF. So maybe we don't know at what time the virus is in the blood, viremia. So this virus, Chandipura virus, was detected by MIV in 1965. And we did some of the studies, but you know this happens after 10, 15 or 20 years. So by the time we are prepared, we are not getting the case. So at this moment, we don't know the dynamics of the virus replication or distribution to different internal organs. So it appears that the test, maybe we need to improve the sensitivity of test as well. But at this moment, we have to find out the ways, which kind, the nature of the samples that should be collected to precisely, you know, to accurately diagnose them. So it's not only the something else, but the available nature of sample, understanding of the disease dynamics. So another aspect, you know, that we collected a lot of sand flies because it is being considered that the Chandipura virus is being transmitted by sand flies. So our team collected more than 150 pools of the sand flies. So surprisingly, none of the pool, it includes thousands of sand flies, none of them was found positive for Chandipura. So one reason it might be that by the time our team reached there, said they were disinfectant and did the fogging and the flies, they all died. But then, being a virologist, I was interested, so where is the virus? So again I sent my team in December when this is some sort of off season for the flies. So now if you test the antibodies, so more than 70-80% people, they are positive for antibodies. This year when we went in December, so 3 IgM positives were there. So now ICMR is going to form a mega research group where we are going to comprehensively understand the epidemiology, transmission of the virus, persistence of the virus. We also, despite the flies and mosquitoes, we also collected the animal samples, sheep, goat and cattle, and also rodents if available. So surprisingly, out of 120, 30 animal samples that were collected, 6 of them, they were positive for Chandipura. So we were once, I was in meeting with the NCDs, with NGORT, and at the moment, you know, they got animal positive, they said we want to notify because this has never been reported. So I was little apprehensive. I said that let we, you know, do some more testing because we are not sure that the antibodies that are detected are really against the Chandipura or something else. So then we tested against the rabies virus because Chandipura is a rabidovirus family member. So some of the negative sample and 2 of the 6 positive sample, they were also neutralized by rabies. So then it was confusing. So there is one more virus, Lisa virus, that is, you know, also a rabidovirus that leads to 3D sickness in cattle. So it's just disease, illness is very short like Chandipura. But unfortunately, that virus is not with us in any of the lab. Maybe Dr. Sweetie, you know that anybody have this virus. So I believe maybe the cattle infection is maybe due to that the Lassa virus. So second outbreak was the H5N1. So there are extensive outbreak that started in April 2024 and they persisted till October, November. And the virus that was detected was the 2.3.4.4b, that clade that was detected in the cattle in US and also then in some 1 or 2 human that were in contact with the cattle. So my scientist was part of the NJORT, Dr. Sailesh, who is working on flu. So I also asked them to collect some of the samples. So there was some, I know it was NJORT, but still people think that this is the poultry virus or something like that. So, but anyway, Sailesh bring the samples. I keep insisting. So we were able to immediately isolate the latest clade of H5N1 and it has been adapted to MDCK cells. And we have also generated the algorithm, how much in a way to develop a multivalent vaccine, at least inactivated, because US and Europe, they have a stockpile of the H5N1 vaccine. Because everybody is now thinking that next pandemic may be because of flu. So now we have invited expression of interest to develop a transfer the technology for the H5N1 human vaccine for flu. So these two are some of the recent developments, Thank you.
That was very nice to know all those interesting experiences, sir. I think time will not be enough and we can actually get to know many more from your experience so far with these viral outbreaks. With that, I think we would like to thank our esteemed panelists for their insightful contributions, and now the floor is open for the audience to ask a few questions, maybe 1 or 2, at the interest of time. Yes.
Which virus? At this moment, the vaccine which is being used, maybe I'm a little wrong, so most of them, they do not have the concept of DIVA. But if we have, that's good. So, but in response to your question, the concept is actually is much more and essential required when we are in the verge of controlling and declaring an animal disease free from a particular country. So recently the vaccine that was developed by us at HISAR, that was a live attenuated vaccine, but we were lucky to have a major deletion of 801 base pair deletion in the ITR region. So that is a huge deletion. So we express that recombinant protein, and that recombinant protein only reacts with the infected one, but not the vaccinated one. But this approach, if is there, so that it makes our conclusions, sometimes you're right that our conclusions, they are misleading, that the antibodies are due to vaccination or infection. If particularly a control program is going on using the mass vaccination.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So to conclude, so the discussion underscored the critical need for robust viral outbreak preparedness across all the levels. Key points included the strengthening surveillance, bolstering local infrastructure, addressing the clinical management challenges, fostering community engagement, and rectifying the health system gaps. We also talked about the success stories of NIV. Another important thing is the collaborative efforts required between the national and the state agencies. And we also talked about involving institutions like Manipal Institute of Virology in demonstrating and our commitment to the supporting the state and the national bodies whenever required. And that's it. Thank you, panel, for this fruitful discussion.
I now request Dr. Amrita to please come over and introduce our next speaker of the scientific session. I request Dr. Chiranjay Mukhopadhyay, Director, to please come over stage. We request Dr. Padma ma'am to please come over stage and accept the token of appreciation from us. A big round of applause, audience. Next, I would like to call Dr. Chaitra Rao to please come over and accept the token of appreciation. A round of applause, audience. Next, I would request Dr. Nitin to please come over stage and accept the token of appreciation. I now invite Dr. Navya Vyas to please come over stage and take the token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Amrita.
Thank you. That was a very nice panel discussion that we had. Moving on to the next session, let me introduce our next speaker, Dr. Sweetie Samal, who holds a bachelor's degree in veterinary science, a master's degree in bacteriology and virology, and a PhD in molecular virology from the Department of Veterinary Medical Science, University of Maryland, USA. She currently serves as Principal Scientist 2 at BRIC THSTI, Department of Biotechnology, bringing over 15 years of research experience in infectious disease biology, particularly focusing on viruses such as paramyxoviruses, influenza, HIV, and arboviruses. Her lab is dedicated to advancing our understanding of virus biology and pathogenesis, with a strong emphasis on next-generation vaccine development and support for antiviral drug discovery. The lab's long-standing goal is to leverage expertise gained from studies on on HIV, influenza, and paramyxoviruses to create a robust translational virology platform. She has received several prestigious national and international research grants funded by organizations like CEPI, BMGF, EUDBT, DRDE, and the Novo Nordisk Foundation. Additionally, her work involves collaborations with industry partners such as Panacea Biotech and Serum Institute of India to accelerate the development of affordable indigenous subunit protein-based vaccines. Her research team, comprising over 25 members with diverse expertise, works on a wide range of viruses. The team's efforts span preclinical virology, vaccine development, and assays designed to bridge fundamental and translational virology. So I request Madam to please come over and let the talk begin.
Yeah. Thank you for a nice presentation, and very good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and happy to see you, all of you. I still see it's more than 40 to 50% gathering post lavish lunch. I hope you guys are not sleepy. And I would like to, before I begin, I would like to thank the management committee to give us an opportunity to share our research with you. So we had a long, hearing. I mean, there is a very great talks in the morning and these days, and we hear that, one of the major problem with the viruses is the pandemic push potential and jumping from the animals and other species to human. And coronaviruses are not new. In fact, COVID-19 was not the first pandemic caused by coronaviruses. And if you look at the history, the first SARS corona pandemic was caused in 2002 by SARS-CoV-1. I mean, even though if you look at the pathogenesis and death rate between COVID and SARS-CoV-1, COVID-19 still stands 1.8 percentile of death, where the SARS-CoV-1 is more pathogenic of 3%, and MERS, another family from the beta coronavirus, which is the Middle East respiratory viruses, in which the virus has been transferred from camel to human. It has a death percentage of 10%. That means out of 100 infected of COVID-19, the death can be 1.5 to 2. In case of COVID-1, it will be 3. But if you have a MERS, then the death rate is around 10%, 10 people. So we yet don't have a vaccine for SARS-CoV-1 and MERS. There's many reasons which we won't go into that. And you may also argue that why you need a COVID-19 vaccine, because already everyone is COVID positive, the COVID-19 virus has gone weakened. But if you look at this lineages, how rapidly this COVID-19 is mutating, and even for the tropical country like India, where we are struggling with other viruses like arbootic-borne viruses. So maybe COVID-19 doesn't significant hold, but if you go for the temperate zone or the cold region, state COVID-19 outbreak is a serious concern. And also just think about in the last 1 year, how many of you had got respiratory infection, which is different than other respiratory infection. And for 15 days or 21 days, if you don't take a antibiotic, the disease prolong, and you don't know what the virus is doing to your body. So think if you have a very affordable, cost-effective vaccine, and you want to take it so that you don't get the infection again and again, won't be helpful. So that's the main reason for which efforts has been now taken. Can we have a universal vaccine? So I will tell a little about MERS. So it's mainly, as I told earlier, it's another beta coronavirus which has been identified in 2012 in Saudi Arabia, and it's a virus which you see sporadic outbreaks in Middle East and some part of India also. And it's a very severe respiratory disease, even though human-to-human transmission is not seen so far. But it's a highly pathogenic virus, and there is no vaccine so far. And the COVID-1 and COVID-2 still share a lot of homology in terms of the receptor binding and all. MERS is much more different than COVID-1 and COVID-2. So that's why the research is focused. Can we have a dream vaccine? Like if you can have a universal vaccine candidate, which we don't have to make every year, because that cause a lot of cost, and it can give you protection even though you encounter another COVID-19 another pandemic from coronaviruses in next to 10-50 years, but still this vaccine can provide you protection. That is the whole thought idea, and it's not that easy. So what we did, so to get a universal beta corona vaccine, which we can call it a holy grail. As you all know, the spike or receptor binding protein is the main protein in which all this vaccine candidate has been developed. Different platform has been used, whether it's an inactivated virus, mRNA vaccine, or charred viral vector vaccine, or subunit recombinant vaccine, but the major antigen that has been targeted was the spike or receptor RBD. And it's a highly immunogenic, and lucky for this viruses, coronaviruses, you just have a single antigen, which you can target as a vaccine. But if you talk about Nipah, if you look at the Nipah structure, there is two antigen. Like there is one is the glycoprotein G, one is the fusion protein. So in that case, it's a little bit tricky to develop a vaccine for the coronaviruses, and they share a lot of homology. So that's why we thought, can we bring together either this epitomic domain or antigenic domain or the conserved region from all these viruses into one platform and develop as a vaccine candidate. Then there are another, like as an academic researcher, you can work on platform, you can publish few paper in your whole scientific career, and but it can never go to the market, right? I mean, it's very difficult. And just name me, I mean, if anybody can name me that one candidate, vaccine candidate, apart from some veterinary vaccine, tell me one vaccine candidate in which it has been done in the academic research institute and gone to the market in India. So there is no vaccine candidate. We are the greatest, I mean, the biggest manufacturer of vaccine, but all the technology, we borrow it from the Western culture and we manufacture it here. So that's why the cost is very high. So that's why when we started with a pen and paper, so we thought that we just, let's not do it. I mean, just for having some paper so that we can get it for doing some fundamental research. Let's focus, something new, something novel, in which we can do the multivalence. That means we can staple or bring together the antigenic domain either from the same virus family or other viruses family into one platform, so that every time when this virus is changing, like this COVID-19, you all know the vaccine that has been produced was from the Wuhan strain, the original parental strain. It is not giving you the protection for the circulating strain, which is a JN.1 or XCS. So can we have a platform where this multivalent antigens can be bring together? Can it be scalable? The industry will only take you from from research when it has the ability of scalability. Because in a research, in a lab, you will do it in a 500 ml culture or maximum 2 liter. So when from 2 liter, it will go to 1000 liter, lot of things goes differ. So that's why they won't take you unless and until it has the process scalability. The third thing is why you are doing it. Why in India I'm just spending so much of time putting some extra efforts and getting into, it's not easy to work with the industry, or regulators to make a vaccine, because I mean still the influenza vaccine cost around 1500 to 2000, and for many it is not affordable. So you need a cost-effective vaccine which can be, then only people, we do have a vaccine hesitancy. I mean, currently we do have a vaccine hesitancy. People are not ready to take vaccine. And that too, if you have a 2000 or 3000 vaccine, nobody will take. COVID vaccine, it worked because government intervened. That you have to take. National Immunization Scheme is working because government is giving the vaccine free to the children. Right? So there is no adult vaccine strategy. And we adults are now encountered the virus more oftenly than anybody. So that's why. And then it is very amicable for technology transfer, that if the technology should be that simple so that somebody will get attracted, that why I will take it from an Indian institute. People are always, same technology you develop in a US lab or in a Europe lab, you will get 10 industry to take it forward. But the same, and in fact 10 times much more effective platform or some technology you develop in India lab, you will find 20 times hurdle. So that's the fourth thing that we took into mind. So what we did, so we started, so we'll dig into the paper, and we came out one, and I'm a very fond of, like a subunit recombinant protein vaccine. Why? I mean, it's not harm to have new vaccine, but if anything goes wrong, like then it always come up for the new technology. And the vaccine population, if you see, most of the vaccine population still is that the pediatric or the immunocompromised. So in your family, if you know that, okay, this vaccine has still harm, but it can still save your kid, you will say that, okay, go and get that vaccine. But it's not like for the adult. So that's why we wanted to have a protein subunit, candidate so that it can be given to everybody. It has the capability that you can, different way you can deliver. You can make it lyophilized. It should not change your immune response. You can make it patch formulation. Lot of things can be done. So that's why we have taken this non-structural protein 10. It's from coronavirus. It's a highly conserved protein, but it has a capability that it has a open and N terminal and open and C terminal. So in that N terminal and C terminal, you can staple your epitopes or domains, and then the whole plasmid you can express in E. coli. I think everybody in our BSc or MSc, we know how to grow a protein in E. coli. Okay, it's a very simple, formulation, and so far there is no viral vaccine that has been developed in E. coli. Only the bacterial vaccine cholera has been developed in the E. coli. Most of the viral vaccine, they are trying for the mammalian expression system. So the thing is that it also has the capability that one monomer can form dodecamer structure. That means if you staple only one epitope, you can display 12 epitope. Okay, so for example, you think that you are giving 5 microgram of a RBD antigen. Okay, it contains only 5 microgram of RBD. But here, if you give a 5 microgram, it will contain, if it will be able to display 12, then it will have 12 times more of your epitope. That means you can reduce the dose, that can reduce your cost, and that can give you similar or more high antibody response. So that is, but depending on your antigen or epitope or the protein structure, you may get 12, or you may end up in 5, or you may get up in 3. So based on this, we secured this funding from CEPI. CEPI is a Coalition Epidemic Preparedness Initiative. Around $12.5 million funding we received. And I wanted to tell this that, sometimes you don't need a large funding or very big paper to prove your concept. So we started with 10 lakh intramural funding, and we secured around $12.5 million funding up to phase 2 clinical trial. And we didn't have any paper published because it was a very novel technology, and we are still trying. But it also looked the industry. So Panacea Biotech is our industry partner, and we are the one institute among 3 all over the world globally who are working in this beta corona vaccine development. So this is the NanoCovax. It is the first vaccine candidate that we have worked on. It is the indigenous pan-sarbecovirus vaccine based on which we received the funding on the beta corona. So last month we received the regulatory clearance for preclinical talks and manufacturing test license for this vaccine. So hopefully this year we will enter into the phase 1 clinical trial for this vaccine. So this is the development process. What do you do? First, we select your epitopes or domains. Then you staple it with the NSP vehicle through linkers, and then you express and purify all these antigens, whatever you want in your E. coli expression system, and then you screen the antigen based on the expression and yield. Then you assess the immune response in the preclinical animal model. Then you develop that, in that you can develop the drug substance, and there you need the industry support to develop further into the drug product, because it's a protein based vaccine, so you may need adjuvant, and the adjuvant also proprietary. So you need here some industry support where they can scale it up, and you do have the adjuvant, and all this protein are tagless, because if you tag your protein, it is not approved by the regulatory, and then you do the efficacy study, preclinical challenge study of the drug substance given by the industry, and after that you submit your regulatory. If you are able to get lucky to get some candidate, then you can go further for the analytical characterization and then for the clinical trial. So this is the whole thing when you develop I'm talking about recombinant subunit protein vaccine. For every platform there is a procedure. So what we did, based on the bioinformatic analysis, we have a very good structural scientist at HSTI. We develop around 20 antigens. So 20 antigens, different epitopes of the SARS-CoV-1, CoV-2, MERS, different combination, different length of epitopes have been tried. And out of this 20 antigens, so this is, I'm giving one of the example where we have developed one of the universal candidate, and as you can see here, we have taken the conserved region from the pangolin, rhinoceros, from the bat, from CoV-1, and then we synthetically, we mapped it to see that which sequence we can take, and we have designed one antigen based on this sequence. So this is the model structure. Here you can see the NSP10. In the N-terminus, you have the RBM region, which is conserved between CoV-1 and CoV-2. In the C, you also have a RBM region of MERS. And then in the C-terminal, you have the conserved region of heptide repeat 2 and 1. So heptide repeats are the present in the same region of the spike, and these are highly conserved. That means 100% conserved in all CoV-1 and CoV-2 and variant of concern, because they help in the fusion of the virus into the host cell. So this is a single monomer. So when you express it, it can be pentamer. In our case, it is forming a dodecamer structure. So then you go for the expression, isolation, and purification. This is the downstream strategy. Most of these proteins are 100 nm in structure. So mainly they found in the inclusion body. So you have to purify from the inclusion body. So this is the whole strategy. So here I'm giving you one of the characterization of one protein. So what we do, first we check it in the SDS page, whether the protein is coming of the similar size that is anticipated. Then we do a lot of this biophysical characterization to check the aggregation, to check the protein stability, to understand the protein structure. And then we recover it and we'll see the yield, because the yield is also very important. And in the lab scale here, most of these proteins, they are around 100 mg per liter. And for a human, your maximum is 20 to 30 microgram. So in the fermenter in the industry, they have taken to 5 gram per liter. That means in 1 10 liter fermenter, you can have million dose, and the cost can go very down. So these are the some biochemical and biophysical further characterization that has been done as per the regulatory requirement. Once it is done, then you go for the immune response study. So in the immunogenicity study, we do mainly in the BALC mice. For the T cell response study, we do in the C6 mice. So we do look at first the antibody binding, then we also look for the doses and which adjuvant is showing the best. Then we do the virus neutralization against the panel of viruses using the live viruses. So we have the BSL-3. So all of this study, so there is a standard from NIH that for the novel, this beta corona vaccine, you have to look which are the viruses you should look for. And then we do the cellular T cell response, because if you can stimulate, if your vaccine is able to stimulate both the B cell and T cell, then it is very nice. And then we do the challenge study. So here at HSTA, we are doing the challenge in the K18HSC2 mice and against CoV-1 and BA5, because when we initiated this program, that time the circulating strain was BA5, but now also we will initiate with the JN1. And these are some of the clinical signs and parameters. So this is snapshot again of one candidate, and here you can see that, you don't do the ELISA against one antigen. You can, the level of work, there are here for this antigen, we have tested against, I think, 8 antigens. the immune response, and this is the T cell evaluation that we do, and then the live virus neutralization against all these viruses. So to do this ELISA also, we do have a system of mammalian expression, soluble recombinant protein expression. So now we have this Wuhan RBD, Wuhan spike, CoV1 RBD, CoV1 spike, MERS RBD, MERS spike, which we expressed in the mammalian XP293, and those are used in the ELISA system. And so we have, this is one of the paper, on the MERS that we have published. And so this is one of the candidate that I'm showing the protective immune response. You can see that one of the candidate against BA5 is a non-lethal virus. The mice, if you give intranasal infection, after 7 days they recover. So, but here the endpoint, our readouts are the body weight and the virus titer. But CoV1 is a highly lethal virus. So there you can see that all the virus in the 6 days, virus challenge group, they die. This is, downstream selection. So what we have done so far, we have designed 20 antigens, 16 antigen based on the expression and purification we have taken. 14 antigens we have selected based on the immunogenicity, then 11 antigen based on the antibody and neutralizing response. Then 9 antigens were further selected for the challenge study in COVID-2 and COVID-1. And so far we have, within 2 years, we have, emphasizing the amount of work that has been done. So 2 antigens that now they are showing complete protection against COVID-1, BA5, and very good neutralization rate. So for the MERS response, we are partnering with Vido and Excelis from Europe. And hopefully by 25-26, we will bring this beta corona candidate for phase 1 clinical trial. So with this, I won't take much time, and but I want to emphasize this slide that, it's not the funding, large funding you need or a very high impact journal, but what you need is the people. If you can bring in, collaborate with the right people, then a lot of things can be achievable. I'm a very big fan of SpaceX, and the thing that you learn, you fail. So in this 25 minutes, I have shown you the little success. You give me 2 hours, I will show you how much time we have felt establishing this platform, where we have started in a scratch-up lab notebook and with 2 scientists. And this is the recent visit from the CEPI, Panacea, and THSTA team. And with this, thank you, and I'll be happy to take any question.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Sweetie?
I hope you understood the platform. So we are taking it forward for MPOX, now on CCHFB. So this platform is IP protected by THSTA, but it has the ability for bacterial, parasites, and fungal vaccines. So I will encourage if anybody would like to work other vaccine, even cancer vaccine. So we'll be very, ready to help you guys. Okay. So no questions means we all are sleeping. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sweetie. I would like to call upon Mr. Anup to introduce our next speaker.
So the next speaker is Dr. Sutapa B. Niyogi. Madam serves as the director at the International Institute of Health Management Research, New Delhi, where she actively engages in both research and teaching as a public health specialist, holding an MBBS degree from NRS Medical College, Kolkata, an MD in Community Medicine from PGIMER, Chandigarh, and a DNB in Maternal and Child Health. She possesses a rich background in public health. Her expertise is particularly focused on the implementation of epidemiological and clinical research-based projects, especially those centered on maternal and child health, and those with significant relevance to national policies, and programs. Dr. Niyoki is dedicated to mentoring students and young professionals, aiming to cultivate future change agents in the field. She fosters interdisciplinary research and serves as a vital link between disciplines, research, and programs. Notably, she authored Gender Before Birth in India, a role of indigenous and traditional medicines, published by Springer, and has received prestigious awards including Best Woman Researcher in Public Health, Most Inspiring Woman Leaders Award, and Healthy India Health Ambassador Award, recognizing her outstanding contributions to public health. Now I request Madam to come.
Sure.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, MIV, for giving me this opportunity to come and talk to you about a topic which is very dear to my heart, which is women leadership in healthcare. Since morning, we have been hearing about success stories related to microbiology, virology, etc. But this is one topic where I am going to take you away from laboratories and make you think about the role of women scientists. So the topic is women leadership in healthcare, management and research, navigating and excelling along with hierarchical levels. Do I have a pointer? So for those who are here,
This is next.
And this is a pointer, okay. What does this graph suggest? This graph shows how with increased economy, the participation of women in workforce has come down. Are you happy about it? Please, youngsters, respond. Are you happy seeing this graph? No? But I am happy. And I'll tell you the reason why. So this is a story of a small boy who was born to a very poor family. And in order to take about his upbringing, his mother used to work as a domestic help. He grew up in that condition, and when he became an adult and when it was time for him to get married, he could just manage to take care of his household expenditure. And then after marriage, he decided that he will not allow his wife to work. Instead, he will motivate her to take care of his family and children. Then he has a daughter. The daughter has been brought up very well. And then when his daughter grows up, she also is employed as a white-collar kind of professional. So what do you see here? A story of 3 generations where the mother was a working woman, wife was a not working woman, and daughter is a working woman. It means that with evolving economies, the participation of women in the workforce decreases and then it increases. So whenever you see that this percentage is going down, instead of becoming sad, you should be happy. It indirectly means that we are growing. Are you convinced with this argument? No? It is the case that there is a lot of evidence behind it, and world over it has been shown that with increasing economies, there is usually a drop in the workforce or the women's participation in the workforce, then it picks up. It is a universal phenomenon. But what is different is the kind of work that the women do. In lower economies, you will generally find women getting involved in farms, whereas on the other side of it, there will be women who will be working as executives or in some other profession. The same holds good for India as well. The workforce participation is greater among illiterates and those who are graduates and above. Again, as I said, this is a universal observation. But there is something to be happy about, and that is that we are consistently increasing. So we are trying to reach a level which is going to be comparable with the developed countries. But again, there's a problem, which means that most of the women who are employed, they are employed in the unorganized sector. So there was a survey done where people were asked, both men and women, that how do you perceive women as professionals? Which are the professions you think that women are most suitable for? And these were the responses, that they want women professionals as doctors, as career counselors, as bankers, as professors in teaching job, as data scientists, journalists, civil services, interior designer, and HR. Now, because this is a scientific forum, I want to bring to your notice one thing, which is that less than 30% of researchers worldwide are women. We may say that less women enter into the field of research, but that is not always the case. In India, 40% of the PhD scholars are women. But if you look at the scientific research community, women constitute only 13% of the researchers. Now, why is there a difference? Do women leave out after some time? We don't know. The same is the story in other developed countries as well. In the United States, half of all the doctoral students are women, but 21% of the full science professors are women. So almost there's a decline by about 29%. So where are the women going then? And the other argument is that probably because women are leaving, probably because they earn just 82% of what the male scientists earn. So for a similar degree, qualification, experience, it has been documented very well that women get paid less as compared to the male counterparts. And similar is the story in the Europe as well. So this is not something that India is different, but everywhere the situation remains more or less the same. Now, a lot of systematic research has been done to unravel the mystery behind all this stuff. And this particular graph, which is quite old, it's up to 2010, it says that there is a difference in the research funding for women scientists. This has been documented pretty well. Whether women do not apply as a lead applicant or something else is a problem, we don't know. But this is a truth, it's a bitter truth. Also, there was a small commentary which was published in the Lancet, and it reads like this. This is a parody of clinical trial research. An investigator or the PI, who is usually a man, would draft the protocol, and the protocol would be submitted in his name. And this is not particularly demanding, and indeed, for National Institute of Health Research funded trials, the commissioner does almost all of the thinking. It says that PI does all of the thinking. That is why he has the right to be the PI. But then once it is through, the investigator then passes the protocol to a trial manager who is usually a woman. So all the dirty work, donkey work is left for the woman to do. And then when everything is done, data would be analyzed and it would be published in the name of the PI. This is a very obvious observation across the world. You tell me about any project which has been delivered and completed successfully without any woman. Any project you consider, at least there would be one woman to support the team. And this is the story of clinical trials from developed countries, where they say that usually the PIs are men, the workers are women, and the first authors are men. So a lot of controversies actually came up after this commentary got published, but this is a fact. Also, people have done extensive research to show and demonstrate that even disparities exist when it comes to the question of inviting authors for writing commentaries. Again, these are all published literature. This is not something which I am saying. Now the question is, why is it so? Do women leave science because her contributions are under-recognized? Because we bargain for less? Or because we are quite submissive to some extent? Or do we not have access to the same incentives as men? Another survey was done, and both men and women scientists were asked that why are women undervalued? And the women themselves said that we have to take care of our family responsibilities and we don't have a lot of time to do all these things which is required as a front runner. That is the reason why we step back and we allow others to take over. Maybe this is a justified kind of a reason, but we don't know. But then when it comes to the highest percentage of job shares, you find most women working in the BPO sector, computer sector, and less women in the management category. And obviously so, that when it comes to the leadership roles, there are very few women who lead organizations. And wherever they are there, it's mostly in the sector of HR and executive, and some in the hospital industry. But in most of the cases, all these leadership positions are taken by the men folk. From the US, they have showed how the woman in leadership position has increased over a period of years. Now, whether it is a good sign or a bad sign, we don't know, but yes, it is increasing. In India also they say that if you do a survey of all the top organizations, in hardly 10 to 15 to 16%, you will find women as leaders. So the story is the same in both developing and developed countries. And somebody has put it up very nicely. It says, if you look at the new graduates, 42% of the graduates are women. At the postgraduate level entry, it is 24%. At the senior level management position, it is 19%. 7.7% of them are there in the boards, and the chair of the boards, out of 100, only 2.7% would be women. So, is the pipeline ready? It's not empty. It's not that women have less education, training, or work experience, although it may be slightly less than men, but we are growing, we are evolving. But the problem is, at some point of time, women opt out of leadership track by choosing the mommy track. I am not saying this is wrong. It is the age group of 30 to 40 years which is most productive and critical for anyone for that matter, be it your career or your personal life or a professional front, anything you see. 30 to 40 is the time when you have the maximum energy. And that is a time when a lot of attention is required by your kids, by your spouse, by your family, by your profession, everybody. Now, it all depends how we balance both of them. Obviously, you need a good family support for you to succeed. It may not be a very essential criteria, but yes, it is something which will help you go far. So you cannot think of having everything in one plate, independence and career and financial stability, etc. You have to compromise on one thing to get another. And that is the truth. So people say that women opt out of leadership because they choose to give more time to the family. But the other side of the story is also true, that women have not been there in managerial positions, or a clear career path is not told to them. So probably the organizations are not able to identify the leadership qualities in women, and that is why they are not given that responsibility. So when somebody is not given you something, you have to ask for it or maybe snatch it. I'm not saying asking you to be, rivals or be very, kind of a dictatorial kind of a relationship you should have in your organization, but you have to fight for your rights. Now, when it comes to the gender pay gap, worldwide it has been shown that yes, for the same amount of work that both men and women do, women are paid less. Again, as I said, 30 to 40 years is the most critical time. if during that time the gender gap is there, as you grow up in the ladder in your career, this gap keeps on widening. So this has to be reduced at the earliest possible. And it means that when you are also working, you should have that kind of a vision to see that in no ways you are left out as compared to your male counterparts. Again, this gender pay gap is not due to lack of education. It's never due to lack of education because, as I said, experience, expertise, qualifications, everything remains the same despite that there is a gender pay gap. And as I said, it increases, widens as we ascend further. In India also, if there the people are earning, say, 10% less, here the disparity is even more wider in India. It is around 34%. We have a legal framework for equal pay in India, which says that people who do the same amount of work should be paid equally well. Now, when the women were asked about this question, are you happy? Are you satisfied? And if you feel that there is a problem, why is it so? Of all the women interviewed, they said that women do not have that much of confidence among themselves. They are not able to take up every challenging task as a task. They always start doubting about their own capabilities. This quality is not so much there in men, if you compare men and women. This is again as per the literature and the documents. So, and women also don't rate themselves as more effective leaders. A woman will not plunge to do something till she is 100% confident. That is not the case with men. So you have to learn to take risks and chance if you really want to bridge this gap. But the other side of the story is also true, that organizations with at least 30% women in leadership positions, they are more profitable as compared to others. So when women are there in the leadership positions, that brings more dividends, more profit, more recognition to the organizations. And again, as I said, this is documented very well. For all the qualities of leadership that you see, women fare much better than men. But for one position, for a woman to become a leader today, she has to fight harder than status quo, which required her to be more focused and determined. Because she knows that it has to be done by her, she tries to remain more focused, and that is when it brings good results. So the message is, catch them early. In your own organizations, identify women who can serve as leaders. Leaders are not born, they have to be created. And a lot depends on the head of the institutions to identify women who can take the legacy forward. It's not always men and women, you have to treat everybody equally, but try to see what a woman is capable to do. And again, it has been documented that when a department has more men or more women, they don't fare well. The best optimal balance is 40 to 60. In any organization where you have 40 to 60% women or 40 to 60% men, they tend to be most productive. So please do introspection and see how many men and women you have in your organization. But this is actually about the private firms, to be more specific. So in conclusion, I would say that great leadership begins with being a whole human being. If I have to select a person, I don't look at the fact whether the person is a male or a female. It's only the capability. I also don't want that I should be given any favor just because I am a woman. I have to earn for it. So that is what should be the spirit. There is no limit to success, but yes, we have to be very careful on what we want out of ourselves. Thank you so much. And I don't know whether there will be questions. I think. Is this something that you are hearing for the first time? Generally, people don't talk about such things, huh? It's the same. Situation is the same. It is wider in India, less wider there, but we are also going their path, so maybe the essence is the same anywhere in the world. Education doesn't have a much role to play. It all depends on the attitude of the person. It all depends on the attitude of the person. And also you need a good, family and balanced life for you to succeed. If you look at the Western cultures, most of the people are remaining unmarried. They are not doing anything. So for them to, rise high in the career is maybe better. But sooner or later, there also will be a problem. So I feel that it's not about Indian or non-Indian. It's all about the attitude and mutual respect for each other.
But the culture in the Indian family and the culture bringing up of a child and culture in the Western country may be a little different.
That is very different because
how the attitude of a girl child to when she is growing up in Indian culture and that attitude in a Western culture, they are more bold, more straightforward. They may be more open. But Indian is not that way.
But India is also becoming like that,
slowly becoming. So, but still, this situation is same in both the places. So
because India is also growing. This is only the comparison of working population.
So what is the attitude you are talking about? Which is lacking and what is the main reason for
attitude? Means attitude of the men to see even working comfortably well under a female leader. That is also an attitudinal problem. Attitude that if a woman has to, if in a gender equal society, it's not that every woman starts behaving like a man. We have to do whatever we want to do. If we want to give more time to a career, so it be. But then we have to keep a balance with others. So the way people perceive women as professionals in India and abroad, that is very different. That is what the thing is. We are in a much better position to some extent, I would say, because we still have some family support, which is not there in those countries. So we have to take advantage of our opportunities and then go ahead. But India is developing, and let's see. Yes. Yeah.
At the institutional level. So we are talking about family support, but I think half of the time, 12 hours we spend in the institution. So what suggestion you give the institution should, do to retain, people after 30? Like one of the issue we raise with the institution having a crèche.
Yeah.
So
it's not mandatory for all, I think, organizations wherever there is more than 40% staff, it's mandatory for them to have a crèche. But that is also not an answer. How long can you get your child to the crèche and along with the child a maid also? That may solve the problem to some extent, but I think it should be equally divided between the spouses. The husband also has to take care of the child. It's not only a woman's job.
Yeah, but I think it's everywhere because I remember hearing Gratzela, the Nobel laureate, that when she got the call, that time she was folding the laundry. So it's all where it's seen. But
so it requires a lot of determination, I would say, to keep a balance of the two and then not bother about what the other person is saying. So,
okay, thank you.
And obviously a good family support, that is the key. Be it your parents or in-laws.
this way. Here. Okay. Just
Yeah. One second. Just telling my name is also there.
Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Nitin Gupta. He's an Associate Professor of Infectious Diseases at KMC and also a coordinator at the Center of Tropical Febrile Illnesses here. His research interests include tropical infections, antimicrobial stewardship, febrile illnesses, HIV and TB. I'd invite him to take the dais next.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I have 25 minutes, so I'm going to give a brief overview of our experience with KFD, and the idea is the focus is going to be more on the clinical aspects of casunal forest disease. So I'm going to go through a little bit of background of KFD, all the work that has been done in KFD, and our little experience in the last 5-6 years in working with KFD. So I'll start with the first ever reported case of KFD. So in 1957, the first case of KFD was described, and at that point of time, people did not used to have these limitations, structured way of reporting cases. So they described there was this guy who went into the forest to collect firewood, and you usually go to collect firewood during the dry season. So it was somewhere, February, March in 1956-57, and it was dark while he was collecting firewood. What he saw was honeycomb with, honeybees all around it, and he went up the tree to kind of collect a little bit of honey. Ended up being a dead monkey with flies all around, and this patient later on, 3 or 4 days later, presented with fever and hemorrhagic manifestations. So, very interesting description of KFD, but it tells you a lot. So the first thing, like I said, the person has ventured into the forest. So forest has something to do with KFD. And this is the first publication of KFD by Work et al. And the deductions that they made through these cases is something which is very, very interesting. So the first thing is that this is something related to forests. Second thing is that it is something related to dry season. And the third thing was that it is something related to monkeys, and monkeys die. So when we classically talk about reservoirs of any diseases, usually they are healthy, but here the animals die. So this is an important part. So in the first outbreak investigation of KFD, they found out that there were similar cases like this case, and most cases were in patients who were agriculturists, who were venturing inside the forest. And like I said, it was in the dry season when they went to collect the forest firewoods. Another important thing was that a lot of these people recalled a history of dead monkeys. And this is still true when we ask a patient of KFD that are there any dead monkeys around, they still report dead monkeys. And this actually helps us a lot, a soft, subtle pointer of that this could be KFD. And at that point of time, they collected samples from monkeys and humans, and it was an RNA virus and of belonging to the Flaviviridae family. And that helped us to eventually understand that, okay, KFD is a flavivirus. So for those who don't understand that, I'm sure most virologists here know, dengue is another flavivirus. And if you have seen dengue, KFD is very, very similar to dengue. So the clinical presentation matches by a lot. I'll tell the key differences that we have observed. And anyway, so at that point of time, insect collectors were sent in the forest, and they collected a lot of mosquitoes and ticks and whatever insects they could find. And from the ticks, they could find the same flavivirus that was isolated from humans and monkeys. And that's when they understood that ticks have something to do with KFD. And a lot of these people who had KFD reported having been bitten by ticks. So, right, so now from the time, for a long time, KFD was suspected in people who were venturing into forests. Now with time, when the forest cover has reduced and there are more and more agricultural farms, there are areca nut plantations in Karnataka, cashew nut plantations in Goa, there is a lot of these people who live at the interface of forest and villages. And now we have more and more these people reporting KFD. So now what is happening is that usually now we have understood the life cycle. So this Haemaphysalis tick, hard tick that transmits KFD, it feeds on a variety of mammals, including small rodents. But these rodents and also cattle are not symptomatic of KFD is what we understand. But the monkeys are. And now these rodents, cattle, they work as reservoirs for KFD. So a lot of later on investigations reveal that a lot of patients might not have ventured into forests, but their cattle would graze into the forest, bring back the ticks along, and that tick then bit them and led to KFD. So dried leaves or cattle in home were found to be a big risk factor for KFD, which is still true. Right. So the risk of transmission now for us is not as much as that whether you ventured into forests or not, but having cattle or having dried leaves at home is a big risk factor. Most of our patients in Karnataka are plantation workers. And if you see reports from Goa or Maharashtra, they are working in cashew nut plantations. There is a report from Kerala where tribes hunting monkey were found to be positive for KFD. So the idea is again the ticks, like the first case that I talked about of that guy who was thinking a swarm of honeybee. When he went up the tree, probably the ticks that were going off from the dead monkey would have latched onto him, or it might have been a chance finding. But anyways, this very interesting study in 2013 where they found out handling of cattle forest visit and presence of piled up dry leaves as risk factors for KFD. Incubation period is usually 3 to 8 days. Like most febrile illnesses, the incubation period is less than 14 days. Right. Now, this was the first report of KFD work et al. 1957, and now it has increased to at least 5 states. This is what we know now. Starting from a localized region in Shimoga, it has now gone to 5 states, at least 16 districts, and the number is increasing every year. Also, whether this increase is due to, deforestation, lot of human-animal conflicts, animals migrating from one place to the other, whether that is the cause, or we had KFD all around and we are now detecting it more, maybe a mix of both. So there was this interesting paper where they reported that around 160 cases annually of KFD has been reported, but this number is very, very high, at least in the recent past. The thing is that beyond the initial presentations of initial work on KFD, not a lot of work on clinical aspects of KFD has been published. And so I'm just going to introduce you to a very, very classical case of KFD, somebody coming with fever. Usually this is very, very high grade, abrupt high grade fever. Patients usually have 103, 104 degree Fahrenheit at presentation. And very often they have, similar features like dengue. So there is a lot of third spacing. So by third spacing, what I mean is that the fluid from the intravascular volume moves outside the intravascular space, and there is decreased blood pressure, there is rising hematocrit, and fluid collecting in different parts of the body, very much similar to dengue. One thing that was very classically seen, more commonly than dengue in KFD, that at least in tertiary care settings, is presence of altered sensorium in all these patients with KFD. Hemorrhagic manifestations, 15 to 20% of the patients have hemorrhagic manifestations due to a multifactorial reason similar to how you see in dengue. So this is a classical case of KFD that very commonly comes to us. Something that we have noted is you see this diffuse erythematous rash. Almost all patients of KFD, when they come to you, they will have this diffuse erythematous blanchable rash. This is very, very similar to how you see in dengue. Some of the observation in the first reports of KFD and what we have again reiterated is that almost all of them have conjunctival congestion and they have this diffuse palatal erythema. This is something that they are very subtle findings and soft signs that help us in making an early diagnosis of KFD. You have to keep in mind that there are a lot of differentials. The easiest thing, at least for our setting, is that KFD presents in the month of January to April, where a lot of these monsoon-related febrile illnesses are lesser. We still see dengue during this season, but they are lesser. So, anyways, if somebody comes to you in February with febrile illness, hemorrhagic manifestation, our radar for the diagnosis being KFD is very, very up already. But malaria incidence is decreasing in this region by a lot. So, might not be a big differential. But another tick-borne febrile illness that presents with rash is something that people often neglect is non-scrub rickettsiosis. They are also transmitted by tick. Their activity also rises during this season. They come with these petechial rashes. The one in the center that you can see is a patient of ours who had retinitis and had generalized petechial rash, which again can happen in KFD, especially when there is a lot of thrombocytopenia. So this is a huge, big differential that gets neglected. The one that is there in the right-hand corner is the classical scrub typhus. You can see an SCAR and the immunofluorescence assay. These are important differentials, and often some of these have similar geographical distribution, similar risk factors. So they have to be kept in mind, especially the bacterial ones, because they require antibiotics. So I've compiled these different clinical manifestations of the common differentials. I won't go into details of them, but just keep in mind that KFD has commonly conjunctival congestion, palatal petechies or palatal erythema, and diffuse generalized erythematous rash. These things often are very, very helpful, and the fever rise is usually very, very abrupt, high-grade fever. I think I will not go into the details due to lack of time. Very important thing is that if you have a facility for laboratory investigation, almost always we are on day one, even if PCR is not available, we have a fair bit of idea that this is KFD. So we have very, very hard. I don't think I've seen ever a case of KFD with raised ESR or CRP. In dengue, CRP commonly is negative but can rise, but very, very rarely I have seen CRP rising in KFD. And one of the interesting features is that APTT, activated partial thromboplastin time, rises in KFD. We have seen time and again in several of our papers, and it has been found to be a big predictor of mortality at higher levels. So this is something which is very, very interesting. So PT does not rises, but APTT rises in KFD. It can be seen with other illnesses, but not with as common frequency as we see in KFD. There are multiple hypotheses, but I'm not going to go into it. Like dengue, there is leukopenia is very, very common and very, very severe. Often we see patients with total leukocyte count of less than 1,000. So 4,000 and 11,000 is 4,000 to 11,000 is what we consider as normal. Very, very commonly you see less than 1,000, 800, 900 leukocyte count. And this is an interesting fact because when there is decrease in leukocyte count and correspondingly lymphocyte count reduces, the patients are prone to secondary infections. And I'm going to share an interesting finding that we saw later on. But this is something which is seen in dengue also, but not as commonly as we see in KFD. Platelet decrease is as severe as you see in dengue, sometimes maybe more severe. So leukopenia is something that helps, and this is something that I was talking about, the seasonal distribution. So if you see in January to March is when we see most of our KFD. That is when dengue can be seen not as much. Scrub typhus and rickettsia are common during this season. So this is a lot to do with the temperature and humidity requirement for a lot of these things, and knowing your seasonal distribution is something that helps a lot. And whatever I've discussed about the clinical presentation and the differentiating it from common differentials, the idea was that we build a scoring system which can be helpful for primary care physician. So this is a scoring system that we created to differentiate KFD from other febrile illnesses, and you see that the sensitivity and specificity at a score of more than 4 is fair. 83 to 87% for a clinical scoring system is fair. Only way it might not work that well is because in this cohort the number of dengue cases were less. So we are trying to validate it for dengue as well, but otherwise this works well. But essentially the idea remains the same what we have discussed. So if we have people who have been working a lot in these settings, you don't need a scoring system, but for primary care physicians who need one simple stopgap measure to identify KFD, this is something that can be helpful. One of the things that we noticed when we started working on KFD was that there is very little detail on clinical manifestations of KFD. Just faint idea that KFD is like a tick-borne encephalitis. So we did a systematic review of published cases of KFD, and I have already discussed a lot of these things, so I can skip actually. Right, so this is our experience. So the first paper that we published was 192 patients of KFD that we had, and we saw that a lot of these are middle-aged male workers, who are involved in either cattle rearing or firewood collection, or chances of human-animal interaction is higher. And like I said, seasonal distribution is something very important. Once the rain starts in July, August, I am not going to suspect KFD for sure. Right. So you will see here that oral and eyes manifestation, this was a retrospective study. Most of these are retrospective studies in the systematic review, and you will see that only the first few have reported very highly, because these were the first reports of KFD in 1960s when they actually looked thoroughly into the clinical manifestations of KFD. Later on, people have either not reported this or very small frequency of patients having these signs, because mostly people don't see and record it properly. So this is something that is there in almost all patients of KFD. The other thing is that we very commonly see at least subcentimetric cervical lymphadenopathy in a lot of these KFD patients. The important finding is the neurological thing. So there are two things, maybe three, that we feel has an impact on mortality in terms of organ involvement. So in the first phase, there is neurological involvement. So diffuse encephalitis, that is something that has an impact on mortality. Heart involvement, myocarditis has an impact on mortality in KFD. And the third thing is that hepatitis is often very severe. So AST, ALT goes up to thousands very easily in many patients. So this is something that you have to keep in mind. The problem was that in most studies that was done before, people did not differentiate between first and second phase. Actually, this is one of the only studies that I saw where they talked about the two phases of KFD by Webb et al. In 1961. And you will see that they very clearly describe that fever is there, it goes off, then after a few days fever comes back. What we also noticed was that, I'm going to skip this. What we also noticed was that when the patients come to you in the second phase, they come with aseptic meningitis. And it was a common practice when I came here to give antibiotics to them, but you know that antibiotics will not act on viruses. So over the years, we have been able to reduce this antimicrobial consumption for the second phase of KFD. I'm going to talk a little bit details of neurological KFD in a while. So these are a few of our patients where you can see clearly that there is, palatal petechiae, there is conjunctival congestion, fairly obvious in many patients. This is the thing that I was talking about. a lot of these patients with KFD have so severe lymphopenia that oral candidiasis is actually very, very common. So this is just the 8 patients that we saw in 1 year with KFD and oral candidiasis. So the lymphopenia is so severe that they have these candida. This candida might look innocuous, but sometimes we have had patients, 2 patients who had esophageal candidiasis. And the problem is, like I said, these patients have hepatitis also. So you cannot give, drugs like fluconazole. So often we have to resort to highly toxic drugs like amphotericin B for some of our patients. So this is really complicated, and this is something that now we upfront check for patients developing any oral candidiasis and try to manage it up ahead with topical formulations. So this secondary immunodeficiency transiently happening due to KFD is something which is very, very interesting and something that you should look at if you are managing patients with KFD. Like I said, this differentiating first and second phase, this is in one of our papers we highlighted. This is very important to differentiate first and second phase of KFD. And in the second phase, usually patient comes with features of cerebellitis, aseptic meningitis. This seems a little, people often react a little bit to it, but usually they just require supportive management, good painkillers, and they do fairly well. So all the patients in that 192 patients series that we had died. Whoever died was during the first phase. None of them who returns back in the second phase die. So aseptic meningitis is fairly manageable. And the time period between the first and second phase is usually 7 to 28 days. 2 weeks is what we see commonly. So first phase, right. So the laboratory manifestation between first and second phase is also very, very typically marked. So you see leukopenia in the first phase, and almost all patients of our second phase have leukocytosis. Sometimes there can be normal leukocyte count, but never leukopenia. The APTT or the AST/ALT that was high in the first phase, by second phase they have almost always normalized. CPK that was high because of diffuse muscle involvement in the first phase has almost always normalized in the second phase. This is something that is important to note. Why is it important? Is because sometimes patient presents to you in the second phase, and if you have a patient who has come with asymptomatic meningitis and gives you a history that they work in Arakan Farm, there is other epidemiological history positive, and then they tell you that 2 weeks before I had fever, very high grade fever for 4 or 5 days, then you should think of second phase of KFD. So neurological manifestation of KFD has not been talked about a lot in the literature, and we wanted to look into this, and the manifestations in the first and second phase are distinct. First phase, there is a lot of altered sensorium, diffuse encephalitis. There could be encephalopathy due to metabolic disturbances, lot of transaminitis, hepatic encephalopathy is possible, but there is a lot of patients presenting with encephalitis, and these are the patients who actually end up, if they don't get good supportive care, they have a high risk of mortality. And sometimes you can see that there is bleed in this. You can see that there is bleed in this patient because there is a lot of thrombocytopenia in these KFD patients. There can be infarct. But in the second phase, usually the MRI is normal. You can sometimes see diffuse cerebellar uptake, but cerebellitis is something that is like a immunological phenomena. Second phase is likely to be an immunological phenomena. We need more work on this. But usually patients are well preserved. They have a lot of headache, photophobia, symptoms of meningitis, but otherwise they do fairly well. So you will see that in the patients, so first phase usually because there is diffuse encephalitis, we are not able to do CSF. Now we don't do CSF for any phase actually, but these are old results that we had in the first analysis that we did. And you will see that there is not a lot of pleocytosis in the first phase, whereas in the second phase you see a lot of meningeal involvement and meningitis. So I'm going to skip all this. So the idea is that the summary of clinical manifestation is that first phase is like a hemorrhagic fever, very similar to dengue. What we see in tertiary care is at least the more severe form of dengue and distinct neurological involvement in forms of encephalitis. The second phase is aseptic meningitis, return of fever, usually manages well. First phase, Some patients may require critical care support. If you're working in primary care setting, you should be on the lookout for some of these manifestations that are associated with higher mortality and refer them to a tertiary care center as early as possible. Now, this is the work done from MIV Pune, where they kind of standardize the diagnostic algorithm, works really well. If the patient comes to you before 7 days, at least before 7 days, PCR is almost always positive. 7 to 14 days PCR may be positive, but sometimes when they come to you directly in the second phase, that time PCR very likely will not be positive, and that is the time you might need help of serology. In our center as of now, it is not available, but serology is something that might be helpful for people who present late, especially in the second phase. The treatment is primarily supportive. It is like dengue, and the dengue treatment is an altogether a different discussion, but you need a lot of supportive care, and all the principles that we use for managing dengue holds true for KFD as well. The pooled case fatality, according to an analysis, was 2.4%. In tertiary care center like ours, we see 5 to 10% of patients dying because of KFD. The number is actually decreasing with, we understanding KFD better and better. And there are certain risk factors for mortality that we identified. And this is something that, we use on a daily basis to see whether, this patient will require, a higher degree of scrutiny. So higher age, myocarditis, altered sensorium, hypotension at admission, very low platelets, high AST, ALT. APTT and CPK, these are all risk factors for mortality in our analysis. So the take-home messages are that you suspect KFD, especially when they come from endemic areas. They are involved in either they go to forest or they're involved in cattle rearing, and if they come to you during January to April, May. Make sure to look into eyes and mouth. In the first phase, hemorrhage 10 to 15% of the patients can have, so be very careful about that. Altered sensorium is very, very important to manage in these patients. Second phase, usually they have return of fever. Not all patients come with second phase. What we see is 15 to 20%, but that might be an underestimation. But second phase, fever and features of aseptic meningitis and cerebralitis are there. First phase, PCR is really helpful. Serology might come to you if you see a lot of second phase. And supportive treatment is what we know as of now. Thank you. So if there are any questions, I will be happy to take. Otherwise, I think we are...
What I understood, that the patient by the bedside, it is difficult, as you understood, that it is dengue or KFD. So you do leukocyte count, you do the thrombocyte count, APTT, CRP. So if it is leukocytosis and thrombocytopenia and CRP is normal, routine, you may suspect KFD.
Leukopenia.
Leukopenia, then you have to have the dengue also will be coming in the differential diagnosis, right?
Right, sir. Leukopenia, same. So most of the things are very, very common between dengue and KFD. Just the degree might vary.
What that APTT, how early you can diagnose the moiety is, as you are mentioning, that it can indicate mortality, higher mortality. So how earliest you can get higher APTT?
So, sir, the thing is that we have had patients coming at several stages of illness, like day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, and people who are severe often have high APTT early on. Not that APTT cannot rise in dengue, but very, very commonly in KFD, APTT is high as compared to dengue. So numbers is difficult, but I will say that we don't very commonly see isolated APTT rise in dengue. Again, the other thing is CPK rise. So dengue also has a lot of myalgia, but the level of CPKs are very, very high in KFD. It might be that we have a tertiary care center effect, that the severe patients come to us, but even in seemingly, not that severe looking patients, CPK is very, very high. So we are working on as of now, the scoring system works really well to differentiate between KFD and other bacterial illnesses. But we are working on creating something specific between KFD and dengue, and where the actual values of these, the cutoffs of these might be very helpful.
Yeah. So, mostly you see the APTT rising in the first phase, right?
Right,
sir. Not in the second phase.
Second phase, nothing, no.
Second phase, nothing. So, second phase, when the patient will come with aseptic meningitis, as you are mentioning.
Right, sir.
What is, other than that, any blood parameter which...
Leukocytosis is what you see in the second phase.
Leukocytosis.
Leukocytosis. So, how we diagnose second phase is that most of the times patients who came to us in the first phase, they come back to the second phase. So if they have had a history of admission with a known KFD, then it makes it easy. Okay. Sometimes patients get referred from, Shimoga during the second phase. That is when it is a little challenging. That is when we actually, insist on asking for a serology, and then we search for it everywhere. But then if we have other epidemiological history, if we get any clinical records and it looks like first phase of KFD and the patient is otherwise doing well, then we make a diagnosis of second phase of KFD. Or if they have, now what is happening is more and more patients are being molecular diagnosed with KFD outside also. So most often we know the PCR reports of them. And now we have had linkage with the Shimoga VRDL. So we can directly ask them whether this patient was positive for KFD. So patient having asymptomatic KFD and then coming with second phase KFD is what we have not seen as of now. And also we have no way to diagnose it because we are not routinely doing serology. So our understanding as of now is that somebody who has had some first phase of KFD, at least some manifestation, 15 to 20% of them will come with the second phase. Right, there is a question.
If we have to, in an epidemiology, we have to define that these features will tell that the patient has KFD or not, how we will do it so?
Right, so you can use the scoring system, or the whole lecture was, the idea was to kind of talk about all these things, but in summary, if somebody has epidemiological risk factor, if they're coming from those regions, so we usually are aware of these regions where KFD is usually reported. If they have history of, visit to forests or a lot of cattle exposure, some people say tick bites. If they say that there is history of monkey death, a lot of people having similar fever nearby, often family members are affected with the same illness. And then if they have fever, if they have hemorrhagic manifestations, leukopenia, thrombocytopenia, then we suspect KFD in these patients.
I have one question.
Yeah, Santosh.
Dengue severity classification, do you have for KFD severity classification? Question is regarding leukopenia. We have seen leukocytosis also. Is there any virus involvement in the bone marrow suppression or something? What is your opinion on that?
So very, very interesting questions. So regarding the classification of this mild, moderate, severe, we need to actually do a lot of community studies. So to identify that how many patients of KFD are asymptomatic, because we work in, as of now, we work in hospital and we mostly see these severe patients. So we are trying to kind of risk stratify in our mind based on whether high risk of mortality is there or not. For us, if there is any of these predictors for mortality are positive, they are possibly severe, and if they are not, then they are moderate. But this classification will require further work in this area, especially in people working in PHCs. There needs to be such kind of studies in this to understand this better. But I absolutely agree with you that we need this, especially in primary care settings, to understand if there is a clear-cut definition when to refer a patient where. The reason for pinia is, as of now, we haven't conducted any investigation as to why there is pinia or the leukocytosis that happens in the second phase, is it a reactive leukocytosis and why is this happening? This is an interesting question. We have a lot of these interesting questions that we want to explore in our future projects, but very interesting question.
KFD vaccination centers, where are its approaches actually?
I have no idea about it. So the vaccination in KFD, all I can tell you is that patients report it's very painful and they complain a lot about it. So previously patients were reporting that they were vaccinated, now not that much. So my idea is that it's not very effective, but I might not be the right person to talk about that.
Okay. Is it associated with neutrophilia or something?
No idea. No idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for sharing your valuable experiences about KFD. Now I'd like to take this opportunity to invite our director, sir, on the stage to felicitate our previous speakers. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Sutapa Neyogi. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Sweeti Samal on the stage, please. Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Naren Babu to introduce our next speaker, please.
Thank you, sir. Now we are proud to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Chaitra Rao. She is none other than one of our alumni. She completed her master's in clinical virology in 2014 and then went on doing her PhD in cancer research at the University of Nebraska. Currently, she is doing her postdoctoral fellow at the SIMS lab in the Indiana University, and she is here to deliver a speech on diabetes. And the floor is over to you, Dr. Rao.
Thank you so much. Let me take a moment to. Can you all see my screen? It's loading.
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, thank you so much, Naren. Yeah, so as Naren, hi, I'm Chaitra Rao. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at MD SIMS Lab here at Indiana University. And I really want to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. And I'm really excited to share our work on circulating extracellular vesicles or EVs in type 1 diabetes. I realize while my topic may seem like a deviation from the theme of today's annual meet, I believe that there might be parallels between EVs and viruses that can make this discussion more relevant. And I hope that by highlighting how studying EVs can provide information, important insights into cellular communication mechanisms that overlap with viral biology. So before I go into the science, I want to highlight that each step of my academic journey, starting from master's at clinical virology at Manipal, has been instrumental to advance my ability in answering complex biological questions to fuel my passion in translation science. And so my current research focus is to develop innovative tools and biomarkers to bridge the gap between basic science and translation or clinical applications, and ultimately advancing our understanding in autoimmunity and this heterogeneity that I will be talking about. So, so that we are on the same page, understanding type 1 diabetes, there are specialized cells in our body in the endocrine system of the pancreas that are called beta cells. And these are cells that are important to produce and secrete insulin in our body, which maintain blood sugar levels. And so in type 1 diabetes, what happens is an autoimmune disease where the immune cells attack the beta cells and destroy them. And so it renders them ineffective to produce insulin. And so people, mainly children, and also adults who have the disease have a lifelong dependence of insulin. And so it's well known that there is a genetic predisposition. People with genetic risk factors are predisposed to this disease, and along with environmental factors such as viral infections. So shown here, Coxsackie viruses have been known to infect pancreatic beta cells and make them, causing them autoimmune response, which leads to the disease. And two of the mechanisms that are known is either by direct infection, where the viruses may infect the pancreatic beta cells, causing inflammation and damage, which makes the beta cells release these autoantigens and causing an immune response. Or another mechanism is through molecular mimicry, where the viral antigens may resemble the beta cell proteins, causing an immune response, leading to the attack from the T cells. And so even if our understanding about the disease and how these risk factors and environmental factors that cause the disease, there is a huge knowledge gap where there is a significant heterogeneity in disease progression and phenotypes, where you have certain, even if certain individuals who have these genetic risk factors, they do not progress to disease because there are some beta cell populations that may survive through reduced metabolic activity. And so we are interested into why that is. And so that's my research questions in the lab, where I want to know the impact of interferons and cytokines on beta cell heterogeneity, and also to identify novel biomarkers for beta cell health and this heterogeneity. And so one of the most promising biomarkers that has been in recent interest is extracellular vesicles. And so this is the major interest in our lab. And so to brief about extracellular vesicles or EVs, so these are the tiny lipid nanoparticles that are secreted by almost all the cells, and they carry molecular cargo such as nucleic acids, proteins, and RNA. And what is most important is their EV content cargo reflects the state of the parent cell. And so they reflect the state of the disease progression, which makes them a very potential for biomarker because they're stable in extracellular fluid. And also, EVs have the capacity to interact with other cells, such as immune cells shown here. And they are also known to modulate immune responses. So we were interested in the role of EVs in this crosstalk between pancreatic beta cells and immune cells. And one of the important molecules in this crosstalk is checkpoint proteins, or PDL1, or programmed death ligand 1. So PDL1 is expressed on the surface by almost all the cells, including pancreatic beta cells, and they bind to its receptor PD1 on the T cells to negatively impact T cell activity. And many studies in mouse model and also people who are treated with these checkpoint inhibitor proteins such as PDL1 neutralizing antibodies have shown that if you do not have PDL1, the people and in the minds that they lead to T cell mediated beta cell destruction. So there is some kind of immune related autoimmunity going on in these patients. And also studies from our collaborators have shown that in the presence of interferons, interferon alpha or gamma, that PD-L1 is increased. And also in the surviving, in the late stage of type 1 diabetes, where there are surviving beta cells that I was alluding to earlier, they see an upregulation of PD-L1 in response to inflammation in this type 1 diabetes setting. And so this kind of suggests a specific and an indispensable role of PD-L1 signaling to maintain, to protect the beta cells from inflammation in this type 1 diabetes T1D microenvironment. And so we ask a question, can beta cell EVs carry PD-L1 cargo? And so, and if it does it affect the immune cell activation? And so how we isolate EVs in the lab is we either take cell culture supernatant, where EVs are released from the cell, or from plasma cells from patients or plasma samples from patients. And we can either do sequential ultracentrifugation to pellet the EVs, or you can use size exclusion chromatography to enrich EV fractions. And so coming to the data, and so here what we did is we took our human beta cell lines, called as the N2C BH1 cells, and we stained for common tetraspanin markers such as CD63, CD81, and CD9. So these are tetraspanin markers that are commonly associated with EVs. And so here you'll hear me talking about these markers a lot here. And we saw that when we stained for PD-L1, it co-stained for these markers, suggesting that they might be shuttling or trafficked into these EV compartments. And then we went to isolate the EVs, as shown here, and we see that in the presence of interferon alpha, we see quite significant upregulation of PD-L1 in the EV fractions. And so here CD63, CD9 shows the EV purity, and calreticulin is a non-EV marker. And then, but we're interested to see if PD-L1 is actually on the surface of the EVs, because that's where it can interact with its receptor. And so to do this, we use something called an exoview. And so here it has these small microarray chips that are coated with these tetraspanin markers. And so when you can put your sample in, and it will immobilize the EVs by capture. And then you can stain for your proteins of interest, such as PD-L1, to detect the proteins on the surface of the EVs. And so this is kind of the representative images of looks like of small EVs, the tiny EVs that are captured by this chip. And what we see here is that about 10 to 20% of the PD-L1 is present on the surface of the EVs in just wild type or in the control settings. And then when we induce them with interferon alpha or gamma, you see a significant upregulation of PD-L1 on the surface of the EVs, which is nice. But then we want to know, what is the physiological impact of these EVs? So to probe this question, what we did was we isolated splenocytes from a non-diabetic, non-obese diabetic mice model. And we dissociated the splenocytes, and then we stimulated them with anti-CD3 and CD28 to activate your T cells. And then we co-cultured them with EVs from mouse insuloma cell lines such as the NIT1 cells. And then we allowed them to grow for a few days, and then we assayed the T cells for activation and proliferation. And so what is shown here is we stain these cells with cell trace violet, which measures the proliferation of your T cells. And so what you see here is the CD8 T cell population, where we see that the control of the wild type EVs have a similar proliferation level as to the controls. But then we had EVs that are overexpressing PD-L1. We see the proliferation significantly decreased. And then we confirmed that this effect is through PD-L1 by pre-treating the PD-L1 overexpressing EVs with a blocking antibody. And we see that when we co-culture this condition with the T cells, we see that it significantly reverses the T cell inhibition of proliferation. And then we also saw activation markers such as CD69 and 25, where we see that again with PD-L1 on the EVs, we see a decrease in the activation. And then we saw that this was reversed when we treat them with PD-L1 neutralizing antibodies. And so we know there's an effect of the EV PD-L1 on the T cells. But then the most important question is, what is its relevance in clinical setting? And so we looked at the first cohort that we looked at was children with and without new onset type 1 diabetes. So these are very recent onset diabetes. And then we isolated EVs from their plasma cells, and then we assayed for PD-L1. And so to our surprise, we did not see a difference in the PD-L1 levels between these two groups, which is surprising. But then we also know that this disease is hugely heterogeneous. So we looked at certain characteristics of these patient samples. And what we can test from the plasma is their C-peptide levels. So C-peptide is formed when during the insulin processing. And so when you have C-peptide in circulation, it means there is insulin secretion, and so your beta cells are functioning. So higher C-peptide, higher amount of beta cells that are producing insulin. And so we correlated our EV PD-L1 with the plasma C-peptide levels in circulation. And what we saw that there was a correlation with EV PD-L1 level in these patients, suggesting that EV PD-L1 may be beneficial for maintaining beta cell function in type 1 diabetes patients. But then we also realized, so again, this is a cross-sectional study. So it may not be the right time point to assay EV PD-L1, and we might have to look at earlier time points. So we assayed another cohort of individuals who have single to multiple antibody, autoantibody positive in positivity. And what we saw that we saw that EV PD-L1 levels were actually higher in these individuals. And then we looked at the C-peptide levels in here, and we saw that there was a strong positive correlation with the C-peptide levels with EV PD-L1 levels. So if you have high C-peptide, if you have higher beta cell function, you're most likely to have higher EV PD-L1 levels, suggesting an importance of EV PD-L1 in preserving beta cell function. And we also have new data. This is unpublished, but we have the we have a network for pancreatic organ donor diabetes, which is a organization that helps and collect organs from diabetic and non-diabetic donors. And then what recently they have done is they have isolated pancreas and actually sliced this pancreas and put this into small cubes of soft agar. And this actually can help us to assay the live pancreas sections, like as if in a live setting. So you can measure the hormone secretion, you can measure the tissue, it maintains the tissue architecture, so you can do analysis in these live pancreas sections. So we looked at the secretome phenotype from these pancreas sections, and what we saw that we had about 12 samples from each group. And so what we saw here, we saw that in T1D samples there were actually higher EV PD-L1 levels, but it was heterogeneous, but a higher trend towards EV PD-L1 in these donors. And also that it correlated with insulin secretion, so kind of bringing back to the point that EV PD-L1 level is maybe important in preserving beta cell function. And so just to conclude, this is the proposed model where we see in response to interferons, we see an higher EV PD-L1 levels in the beta cells, and it's also shuttled into the EVs or the surface of the EVs, the beta cells, and it can interact with PD-1 and suppress T cell activity. And this is blocked by blocking it with the PD-L1 blocking antibody, where you see a reversal of this suppression. And finally, in the human samples, we assayed a couple of cohorts, and we see that when we isolate EV PD-L1 from the plasma, we see the levels are higher in individuals at risk for diabetes, and the levels correlate with circulating C-peptide. And obviously, all our research comes with certain limitations. And here our plasma samples are cross-sectional. So it limits our ability to track the changes of EV-PD-L1 level dynamically. And also, when we look at the circulating EV-PD-L1 levels, the amount of beta cell EVs may be diluted with other circulating populations. So we are aware of that. And we are looking into isolating beta cell specific EV populations, which is ongoing. And so future directions, we have developed iPSC models that overexpress PD-L1. So we want to study the physiological impact with not just CD8 T cells, but other immune cells too. And then we want to understand the circulating EV-PD-L1 level changes during disease progression. And so with that, I think my time is up, but I want to acknowledge all the people that I mentioned here, mainly my mentor, Emily Sims, for all the support and the funding, and the study participants and the donors. And I was fortunate to be funded by Breakthrough 3-1T and Diabetes Research Connection. So with that, I don't know how the questions are going to go, but you feel free to contact me. My email ID is right here, but I would be happy to take any questions if you have any. Thank you so much for listening.
If there is no question, you can always contact her. Moving on to the next part of the event, I will like to invite Dr. Srikanth to invite the next speaker.
The next speaker is Dr. Ritu Paul. So it's indeed a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Ritu, an esteemed alumnus of Manipal Institute of Virology. So she recently earned a PhD in virology from the Institute of Molecular and Cell Biology, University of Strasbourg, France, under the guidance of Professor Roland Maquet, with a PhD fellowship. She holds an MSc in infection biology also from University of Glasgow, as well as from Manipal Institute of Virology, MSc in clinical virology. So she has a solid foundation in molecular biology, virology, and immunology, with a specialized expertise in RNA biology. Today, Dr. Ritu will be presenting on the topic genetic reassortment in influenza viruses and RNA perspective. I welcome Dr. Ritu for her presentation. Welcome, Ritu.
Am I audible? Okay, I can hear myself. Hello, everyone. Final talk of the day. I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers and to the entire the crew of MIV. It's been almost 9 years, and I'm extremely happy today to be able to come back and be able to share a little bit of my PhD work with my mentors, my friends, and my former colleagues. So after my master's in clinical virology, most of my work was focused on diagnostic virology, but my PhD, however, delves a little bit into virology, but most of it is focused on RNA structural biology, RNA thermodynamics, RNA biophysics, and molecular virology. So the focus of my talk today will be mostly on molecular virology and a specific technique that I used in order to do a little bit of the first objective of my work out of the 4 objectives. And today, I'm going to take you to the pre-COVID era. So before COVID became the thing that it is now, and since we've talked about emerging and re-emerging viruses today, I'm going to take you back to the pre-COVID era of the era of the virus, which was then termed as the godfather of all pandemics. And it doesn't get as much appreciation as a pandemic virus, maybe now because COVID is masking it, but nevertheless, it's the infamous influenza virus. So for those of you who aren't familiar with viruses or influenza virus, it's enveloped pleomorphic viruses with spherical forms being isolated from lab cultures and elongated forms being isolated from clinical isolates. The envelope proteins are hemagglutinin and neuraminidase, also known as HA and NA, and there's an additional M2 protein. But today I'd like to draw your attention to the genome of influenza virus. It's a negative sense, single-stranded RNA genome, but the peculiar feature remains that the RNA genome is segmented into 8. The longest segment being approximately 2,300 nucleotides, and the shorter segment being around 800 nucleotides. And each segment encodes for one or more of the structural or non-structural proteins of the virus. Therefore, it is very important that at least one copy of each segment is incorporated efficiently into the genome, into the virus, in order to ensure that the entire genome is packaged and to successfully produce an infectious virus. And this is where it gets complicated, because you have to incorporate each copy of this RNA segment. The packaging process is extremely selective, and it's crucial that this selectivity is maintained. But the advantage of having a segmented genome, on the other hand, is that when 2 different IAV strains are co-infecting a susceptible host cell, say for instance the cells of swine, which are often called the mixing vessels, there occurs what is known as gene swapping or gene mixing, formerly known as genetic reassortment. And this results in the production of progeny virions with genotypes and gene segments that occur from both parental strains. So ideally, when a susceptible host cell is co-infected by 2 different influenza A virus strains, each having 8 segments, theoretically it's possible that we create 256 different genotypes, each with its unique segment combination, one or more derived from each of the parental strain. However, in nature, we don't often see all these 256 genotypes. And out of the frequent ones that we do see, there seems to be a pattern in the viral fitness. Oftentimes, the parental strains are the highest in virus fitness, and the subsequent reassortants in decreasing amounts of fitness. Occasionally, however, the reassortant may acquire as the fitness of the parental viruses, or sometimes even more. And this is what leads to what we call as antigenic shift or potential pandemic causing strains. And it's a direct consequence of what we call as the genetic reassortment. And this is where I'd like to highlight the pandemic potential of influenza A viruses. And because this has happened more than once in the past, and we're aware of it, it's extremely important that we understand the molecular mechanism of genetic reassortment. And in order to do so, we have to understand how selective genome packaging occurs in influenza A viruses, which brings me to the main focus of my PhD topic. So what I'm about to tell you is probably 50% of the first objective out of the 4 objectives of my PhD. So there might be a few missing links, and if you have doubts, feel free to contact me later or ask me questions, okay? So the current model of influenza genome packaging states that there are 2 proposed ways where influenza genome is packaged into a budding virion. The first being the first panel that you see on the left, where the individual genome segments are replicated inside the nucleus because it's an orthomixo virus, and then it's trafficked through the cytoplasm sequentially and progressively, assembling into an 8-segment complex just below the plasma membrane. The second model, however, states that each individual VRNP is trafficked individually as opposed to the sequential progressive assembly of the first model. And once they are below the plasma membrane, they are assembled into an 8-segment complex. Either ways, the formation of an 8-segment complex is absolutely crucial, and this complex is extremely important because, okay, on the right. It forms a 7+1 supramolecular complex where the one genome segment is surrounded by 7 different genome segments. And the formation of this complex is so important that in influenza C viruses, where there are only 7 genome segments, it recruits a host mRNA to maintain the formation of this 8-segment complex and then buds into an infectious virion. So what you see here is the 8-segment complex formation, electron tomography images. The first panel shows you cross-sections, and you can see 8 dots, perhaps. Each dot represents the cross-section of each segment. And what you see on the below panel, it's not very clear, I'm sorry. So what you see on below is was supposed to be longitudinal sections, but I believe there's some mistake. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So either ways, the 7+1 supramolecular complex formation is absolutely crucial because every virus forms this complex first and then pushes this genome complex into a matrix and envelope, and then the virus buds out. So our goal was to understand the molecular structure of the 7+1 complex. Our hope was that if we understand the molecular structure of the 7+1 complex, we can then understand the partner segments that are involved in this interaction and perhaps use that knowledge to create a computational prediction program where we feed it and use a machine learning software to extrapolate it to other strains of influenza too. That way, we'd be able to create a database of potential segments and regions of nucleotides that would interact with each other. And by machine learning predictions, we would be able to say what are the possible reassortant genotypes that could be formed and could be preempted in order to use it as a mitigation strategy for antiviral development. But in order to do so, I need to talk to you a little bit more about the RNA nature of influenza A viruses. So like I said, the genome is segmented into 8. Each segment encodes for 1 or more structural proteins. But let me bring your attention to the segment termini and the nature of the nucleotides. So each segment is a negative sense RNA genome, and the termini has got non-coding regions. The darker gray sections that you see are strain-specific non-coding regions, and the lighter gray sections that you see are segment-specific non-coding regions. And these regions are partially complementary with each other in the sense that they can bind to form a double-stranded structure, as you see on the right. And then the RNA is bound by multiple copies of the NP protein encoded by the 5th segment. And the NP protein forms a scaffold around the RNA, so the RNA is allowed to form secondary structures such as loops and multi-junction loops and pseudoknots. And the segment termini that is partially complementary is bound by a heterotrimeric polymerase complex, which is encoded by the first 3 segments of the genome. Now, this entire structure with the polymerase complex, the NP and the RNA, is called as a viral ribonucleoprotein, or the VRNP. And this is absolutely crucial in the infection cycle of influenza because throughout the influenza replication cycle, all through replication, transcription, and translation, this structure is absolutely maintained in this form and does not budge. Okay? So we proposed that perhaps these VRNPs engage in what we call as intersegmental RNA-RNA interactions by virtue of the small loops that protrude from each VRNP molecule. So our hypothesis being that we needed to come up with a technique that would help us probe this 7+1 complex, which was maintained by intersegmental RNA-RNA interactions. And if we could do so, we would understand the regions that were responsible for selective genome packaging of influenza A viruses. Which brings me to the primary objective of my talk today. So like I said, 7+1 complex is maintained by 8 segments, 1 in the center surrounded by 7. And our proposed hypothesis at the time was that these segments engage in intersegmental RNA-RNA interactions. Now what if we were to sever these VRNPs by disassembling the complex? That way, when a primary interaction is severed, The loops would still remain, but they wouldn't be interacting with each other. And if we could probe the structure of these two regions, we would understand, or we would be able to distinguish intersegmental RNA-RNA interactions from intrasegmental RNA-RNA interactions. And in order to do so, we used a technique called shape map. This is quite recent. It was developed in 2015, and there are multiple variations being added to it now, shape map being the most recent variant. So I don't think it's quite used across. There are maybe 4 labs in the world that use it. So in order to do this, first I cultured about 300 ml of viruses. I worked with 4 viruses, so 300 ml of each virus. But today I'll be focusing on results that I obtained from the parental virus, which is H1N1 strain. So I cultured about 300 ml of the virus, ultracentrifuged it at 25,000 RPM for 120 minutes twice. This was to extract the VRNP core. So the lipid and the matrix layer was destroyed and the VRNP cores were extracted. And following that, the aliquot was split into 2. One being the intact, which I will be calling as the intact from now on. This implies that the 7+1 complex is retained. And the second aliquot was the disassembled aliquot, to which a disassembly buffer consisting of triton, glycerol, and lysolecithin was added. Now, the goal of this buffer was to sever, like I said, the intersegmental RNA-RNA interactions, thereby disrupting the 7+1 complex and maintaining individual VRNPs. And after this, we expose it to what is called as a shape reagent, a reagent which is an electrophile that selectively hydrolyzes and acylates only the 2' hydroxyl groups, which is why it's called a shape, the first part of the name of the technique. So in my case, the chemical reagent was 1M7. And 1M7 specifically interacts with free nucleotides, as in nucleotides that are not bound by protein or nucleotides that are not engaged in any form of RNA-RNA interactions. And then we extract RNA from this sample, and then we use a specific reverse transcriptase enzyme called the superscript 2, which is capable of inducing a mutation at the site where 1M7 is bound to a particular nucleotide. So instead of 1M7, it converts it into a mutation, which is then sequenced by Illumina. And then we calculate the total number of mutations and convert it to what we call as nucleotide reactivities. So nucleotides that are essentially single-stranded would react much faster to 1M7, which means they would be highly reactive. And nucleotides that were engaged in intersegmental RNA-RNA interactions would not react with 1M7 and therefore become low reactive. All right? And each of this reactivity was plotted on a histogram at a per nucleotide resolution. But like I said, I was working with 4 viruses, and each virus had 8 segments, and each virus had 2 states, so that was a lot of data, which is why you see this. So our bioinformatician back at my team was kind enough to consolidate all the data for each virus into one diagram, and this is what we refer to as circus plots, majorly famous in the influenza genome packaging field. So what you see here, the different colors on the periphery or the circumference, encodes or represents each segment. And then you have 2 panels, the gray panels, which encode for the intact and the disassembly data profiles. Understandably, this is a huge amount of data, and looking at this individually was quite exhausting. So we decided to look at it another way. Instead of focusing at it from a per nucleotide resolution, we decided to look at structural domains of each segment. And in order to do so, I calculated the median reactivity over a 50 nucleotide sliding window divided by the global reactivity of the segment. So what you see here is the NS segment, which is the shortest segment, of the PR8. PR8 is an H1N1 strain in the intact particle. And by this, I mean the NS segment inside the 7+1 complex. Okay? So you'll notice that the first region, there's not a lot of data. That's the first 25 nucleotides, and the last 25 nucleotides have been avoided because of sequencing issues. And you want to focus, the x-axis is the nucleotides, the regions, and the y-axis indicates the number of structures throughout the genome. So if it's below 1, it means that the segment in those regions have more structures, like more secondary structures like loops, pseudoknots, multi-loop junctions, all such things. And the ones above 1 are less structured when compared to the rest of the segment. And like I said before, Infamously, the influenza genome packaging is mediated by short stretches of nucleotide regions called as packaging signals. And these signals are known to be located at the termini of each segment. And this has been done, the work has been done over 2 decades. There's been lots of mutational studies that show that any mutations or deletions in these segment termini has been known to cause absolute loss of one or more segments, resulting in decreased virus fitness. But, like I said, there's no interpretation of a molecular mechanism. We don't have a molecular mechanism decoded yet, which is why we started this whole work in the process. So now in this segment, you see that along the termini, it appears to have more structured regions, which is indicative of the property of packaging signals. But now the goal was to compare it with the disassembled. Now our hypothesis was that in the disassembled states, the structures would be retained, but they wouldn't be interacting with each other. Therefore, we should have obtained a similar graph. And I say this with a conditional clause because, as you can see, in the disassembled structure, not only has the entire genome changed, but there are also different structural domains appearing in the disassembled state, which was completely contrary to our original hypothesis, and we found this extremely intriguing. So we decided to look at it a different way. That's when I realized the foray of RNA thermodynamics and RNA biophysics. So it turns out, every time an RNA is packaged into virions, the RNA undergoes compaction in the sense that it's bound by different viral proteins in order to make it more compact, which increases the thermodynamic stability of the packaged RNA. And therefore, I believe or I suspect that the same has happened with the influenza VRNPs. Perhaps upon disassembly, these RNAs which were not interacting were able to dissociate from each other and acquire a more elongated state, which was offering them more thermodynamic stability. And perhaps during the 7+1 complex formation, they undergo more compaction in order to facilitate intersegmental interactions. Another hypothesis was that each VRNP, as I said before, is bound by multiple copies of the NP protein. And this NP protein is known to induce local melting of RNA structures. So what could have happened is that in the intact state, the RNA loops that protruded in order to facilitate intersegmental interactions were locally melted by the NP protein, thereby concealing it from reacting with 1M7, and therefore the RNA just stretched out, the VRNP stretched out, disappearing all those potential RNA loops. Extremely unexpected finding, but we were nevertheless very intrigued because it gave us a little bit more clarity and a little bit more direction according to the first currently proposed model of genome packaging. Now, what we suspect is that there could be progressive and sequential assembly through the trafficking process, but it seems like there needs to be an intermediary complex, which is perhaps consisting of maybe 2 or 3 genome segments. So once these genome segments, we don't know what segments these are. We don't know if they're segments 1, 2, or 3, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6. We don't know what they are. But it seems like there needs to be an intermediary complex that's formed by 3 or more segments, which facilitates a cascade of interactions by recruiting other VRNPs that are in the vicinity to form this 7+1 complex, which is then pushed and packaged into a budding virion. With that, I conclude my talk for today. I hope I haven't gone beyond time. And thank you for your attention and your time, and I'm open to questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ritu, for being on time, in fact. So thank you for your wonderful presentation and your insights on RNA, like ribonucleoprotein aspects. It's really interesting. So what are the future perspectives that you are thinking of?
So one of the future prospects was to explore more of the 7+1 complex, in the sense that what I used now was a shape map technique. There are multiple disadvantages to this technique. One is that it gives you individual segments. It does not give you partner segment data. Another one is that now that we know this VRNP is extremely dynamic and flexible, we might have to individually tag them. So this is something I'm extremely interested in. There are papers that explore single segment tracking with fish probes, atomic force microscopy, and of course gold nanoparticles. So that's something I would like to pursue, and maybe tag multiple segments and see which ones are incorporated consecutively. And maybe if we can figure out consistently which segments are being incorporated, if we can figure out the central segment, and if that happens to be consistently same across different strains, I think we're onto something.
Yeah, hopefully you can do it in your postdoc. Yeah,
I will try. Yes.
Yeah, wonderful. Is there any questions? Yeah, please. Nachiket.
What are the kinds of bonds that you expect between these intersegmental loops?
For now, we expect hydrogen bonds.
Hydrogen.
Yeah.
And between the two mechanisms you showed for 7+1, is there any observation, basically? Is there any difference in reassortment fitness that you
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So what I showed you was a part of the objective. I in fact performed, so this is the parental strain, I in fact created reassortants in the order of 7+1, 5+3 and 6+2 segment combinations. And out of the 7+1 segment combinations that I created 8 reassortants. So essentially I swapped one segment of the H1N1 strain with its counterpart of the H3N2 strain. There were only 2 reassortants that were able to perform as well as the parental strains, which was the PB2 and the NA. So the PB2 of H3N2 was incorporated into the H1N1, and the NA of H3N2 was incorporated into the H1N1 background. So these were the only 2 reassortants that performed well. And in fact, the PA segment reassortant was the one that performed the worst. And there has been previous results that showed the similar growth kinetics of the viruses. And I believe this is something we define as absolute compatibility in the field. So this is pertinent to the segments that are introduced. There's a certain amount of gene and protein homology that these segments bring in once they are reassorted with the H1N1 background, and that facilitates the virus fitness. So that's definitely an indicator. If we can get a virus that's as fit as the parent and then start to work on it, that's definitely the indicator. We do not want to work on a, let's call it a loser in the reassortment. We definitely want a winner, especially if you look at the technical aspect of this technique, shape map. I started with around 300 ml, and then my original RNA extract from the 300 ml of virus was around 7 microliter. So it's extremely important that the virus grows to high titers in order to be able to have significant amount of RNA, because I need 50 nanograms per microliter of RNA. So you need to have a good amount of starting material in order to bring it down to that level. Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. If there is no questions, right? Okay. Thank you, Ritu, for coming here. We will felicitate Ritu, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Chiranjay Bhavitya to felicitate Ritu. So now we are on the closing ceremony, so I invite Sudhish to take up. Thank you.
Thank you, Srikanth sir. Again, I would like to propose the vote of thanks. Thank you everyone for joining this event, making it a grand success. I will extend our sincere thanks to our Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Dr. M.T. Venkatesh sir, and Pro Vice Chancellor Health Science Sharat Kumar Rao sir, Dr. Naveen Kumar, Director, NIV Pune, and our Registrar, Giridhar Kini, and Dr. Patmayamar, Deputy Director, State Surveillance, and all our invited distinguished speakers and our alumni. I also like to extend our sincere thanks to all the media and photography team, the transport team, the sponsors, and I would like to extend our greatest thanks to our director, Sir Chiranjay Mugobadhyaya, for his support and exemplary leadership. I would like to, it is not the least, all my colleagues and all the laboratory staff and housekeeping, all our students, alumni, everyone. Thank you everyone for this great day. And I invite everyone for the evening section. There is an alumni meet as well as a cultural event. Please join us by 7 p.m. this evening, followed by dinner. Thank you once again.
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome to an unforgettable night of music, dance, and celebrations.
I am Vidya.
I am Arjun Menon, and it's an absolute honor for us to be your MC for this amazing night.
MIV's annual day and Alumni Meet 2025.
It's a day to celebrate the spirit of the institution, the memories we have created, and the friendships that have blossomed.
So whether you are a current student, a graduate, or a valued member of our faculty and staff who has been with us through all of our journeys, today is all about coming together to reflect, reconnect, and make new memories.
We would like to invite our director, sir, Dr. Chiranjay Mukhopadhyay, to address everyone gathered here. Sir, it's time to go viral. We have isolated this mic for you.
Very good evening, all of you, and welcome again today. Morning, I welcomed you all to attend the annual day. And day is over, sunset happened. Now it is the time for alumni meet. Alumni doesn't mean that you have to have a course, academic course in MIV. Even those people who are by heart connected to MIV or are alumni of MIV, including me. So, I will expect today that I know very well that many of you have many hidden talents. And you want a stage like this to perform and show it to others. And this is the time. So show it to everyone, that because many people are watching you online, many people are here watching you, even they are maybe your very close friend, still they don't know you are so talented. So once you express your talent, then we will know this. So I will encourage every one of you to enjoy that after a very successful annual day that we have celebrated today whole day. Thanks to all of you, because without you, it would have never been possible. And I can see a lot of our faculty, students, technicians, staff have taken the role of a leader, and they led from the front. And that made me very happy. Each and every part of it was so complete, so fruitful, so joyful, that everyone enjoyed not only the academic sessions, but the overall ambience. And the credit goes to all of you. Thanks very much for planning it so well and executed it. I was just as an observer watching this, that it was running so smoothly. And now I want to again to enjoy your hidden talent. Please come here.
Thank you, sir, for the heartwarming words. So we have an amazing evening planned out for you, starting with an interaction between the past, present, and future of MIV, followed by a series of performances showcasing the amazing talent of the MIV family, and ending with a flavorful feast. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the wonderful evening.
To begin with, we would like to call our alumni one by one who are gathered here and who are present online to share their cherished moments at MIV. So, let's begin with Dr. Sudhir sir and Dr. Santosh sir. Please come up to the stage and share your cherished moments that you have made in MIV.
You will talk. Okay. We'll talk. Always Sudesh first, I guess.
No, you talk. It's tired of talking from this morning. You start.
Okay. I'll start regarding starting from the course.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I joined this course and I didn't know that this MSc Clinical Virology is that course is that tough. So first semester it was very tough, but I could not tell that. Sudesh was telling I can't do, I will quit. Someone was telling. But I could not tell that because I already left the job and joined this course. Then there is no option. I can't tell to my parents also I am going to leave this, quit this one. But somehow first semester I crossed. Then okay, this is a good time. Okay, I am little stable now. So and this given me confidence that next whoever comes, next batches and all, there was some people used to come and tell, no, first semester is very tough. But I used to share my experience. You don't talk about leaving the course for 3 months, then you'll automatically enjoy and you won't leave the course. So that time I used to tell them this course is front loaded and don't worry, after 2-3 months you'll be fine. So that is the first stage when I joined this course.
Yeah, so adding to that, Santosh has already told, it was really, really tough in the beginning. Coming from I was at home all the time, and I used to go to, I was a day scholar, so I used to go from school, that's also government college, and it was very easy to go commute day, and there was no much problem. And like when it comes to assignment, we were bombarded with assignments, everyday presentation, and it's not like now all the faculty will come, they will really, sorry to say that, target us like anything. I think we'll get out. Once one madam was a Sampada Sudarshan, ma'am told to get out because she was asking something on enzyme kinetics. So I was not prepared, so she told get out. I just went and sat. Then after some time she's calling, because we were only 4. Myself, Santosh, and Ashwari, she's currently in IAV in Trivandrum. And one of our classmates, Palakshi, she's in US now. So we 4 only there, one is not there in the class, and she called back. If I say you will go, you won't come back. So I don't know what to tell. And another problem, there was language issue, because I was studied in same thing with all of us, except Palakshi, where we all had a government school background in Kerala, and that also in a normal, we always talk in Malayalam. And in our college also it used to be even though our subject will write in English, but always used to be in Malayalam. So we did not feel that barrier. But when it comes to a place like Manipal, and with many people and many culture and international people, and it's really scaring, and every day I used to get backache, headache, fever. And I think within 2 months I visited all the department of KMC. Back, and Arun sir, our HOD sir used to tell, you don't go to this one, you will be fine. It's all because of stress. And Ashwadi and myself, we were thinking that it's we will quit. Within a week after the orientation, we went to Arun sir. This Santosh did not tell anything. We can make out he was also in pressure, and he said he left his job. With so much passion, he came to virology, and he had a lot of experience, and he's not only a virologist, he's also DMLT he did and worked in KMC, so a lot of experience. He did not even utter a single word, so we were telling that no, we can't do it. And Palakshi was okay, fine, she was a Manipalite, basically from MSLS, so she was used to this kind of atmosphere. And I'm taking long time, sorry for that. So it's a memory of the past, I feel soured rather than being nostalgic. And then she did not have much problem. Then we went to sir, we are quitting, we can't go anywhere. Sir was he was stressed more than us. But this is the first batch, started with MIV, and that time it was ICMR just started. The course fee was very less compared to you right now. And he was like, don't go, it's only your first batch. And it is 50% is going, right? And only 2 will be left out in the class. So he was like, no, you will be fine. Then 6 months, like he said, we were struggling like anything. Every day scolding, presentation, get out. And to be honest, I was not knowing how to hold a pipette, micro pipette. I never used it. I don't know how to wear a glove. Never had that in my BSc college. It was a small government college. We did not have the privilege to, like in Manipal. So like one of my sir is there. He's very close to me, but Dr. Aniban sir, right now he's in France. So he used to call us, both of us, mostly both of us. Yeah. So there is our post-PCR lab. He used to call to there. Every day morning to evening we'll prepare gel. So he'll come. So some dengue work was going on. He'll call and tell Sandosh prepare 1%, Sudhi prepare, recast the gel. So we were not knowing how to swirl this. Okay. Only I will swirl myself, but the conical flask is never.
But we used to do only prepare gel. The image, only in the final exam time we did the image.
Yeah, correct. That was the experience. So
one of the, like I think we made the mistake is we started reading fields virology.
Yeah.
And whenever I start reading, I used to understand about what they written in that, and I used to get nice sleep when I used to use that book as my pillow. I think then I decided, like I think only after postdoc or something, when retirement, we can understand what is written in that book.
Right. Yeah. So that is our story, and even fields, Flint virology, all over very tough, and we were not understanding. Yeah. And we both used to go to our central library. Like Mos and Sandosh will come at home. We used to stay together in a home near Kerala Betu.
We like Hindol, Akil,
yeah,
Sudesh, and we used to stay in one isolated house. It's like something like homestay only.
Yeah. Like even Rameshana was there for some time with us. He was staying with us.
And we miss Hindol. Hindol is online, I think.
Yeah.
He used to prepare nice khichdi, Bengali
Dal
style
khichdi.
dal khichdi.
Yeah. So
that's a nice time.
Yeah, right. So it was like fun. In the beginning, as we said, it was very tough, and like not like now. We did not have many teachers to teach us. Look, it is all self-reading, and he used to be in the library till 11:30. Library close, he comes. I go a little early, so I used to wait. He come by 11:30, 11:40. Then morning we'll get up by 4 o'clock in the beginning, and we used to have very less sleep. And viral model presentation right now you guys are doing. It was very tough. We don't know what to make. And the last day we did not have sleep, and we were preparing this one. And another thing is like after 6 months we understood that what need to be done. And we had many classes, not only right now, it is very systematic. We have classes and 6 semester based. We had all entire thing. Till I think 2019 batch, it is like that. So entire course, or whatever we are studying in 1.5 years, we have to write exam in one shot. And 3 days of practicals. Everything was even nice. I would not say that it's a torture, but it was a torture. At the same time, we were learning many things. And that made me to realize today we are standing here to talking to you from students to faculty. Like that is why I thank all our professors, whoever was there. Even Anita ma'am she joined when we were in the, I think, second year. Then she taught us, even Sriraj sir, like Arun sir, Sabina madam. Like PM ma'am was working in a project that time. So all of them helped. I learned from ma'am many things of antiviral testing that time. So she used to call, then I used to work, then Deepu sir, like same time Anup then us joined in, I think when we just finished it. We met during an outbreak investigation. Now also he is continuing with outbreak investigation. So
we had a good experience like on outbreak investigation, field investigation, like visitor we used to do. And also apart from that we used to go out, trip and all. Like we visited like Kasaragod, some.
He came to my home by the way.
Yeah, his village, like place, and even we went Gokarna.
Yeah.
So this is a nice experience on Gokarna train tip. He can share that experience also.
Not right now. So I think it's enough from us because we talk more than like maybe 5-10 minutes right now. So it's a story, it will not finish. It is untold, unrevealed story. It can continue for ages. So we are stopping it due to the time constraint. We are giving the payments to others. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I take this opportunity to thank my all teachers, faculty members, and my colleagues and alumni members. Thank you.
Yeah, again,
Thank you
one
for
more
this.
thing. When we were back to MIV, thanks to Chiranjeev sir, like again, we are as a faculty, both of us. Thank you very much, sir.
So that was Sudhi sir and Santosh sir from the batch of 2012. I know this was 12, 13 years ago, but I can relate to a lot of things they mentioned. Now joining us online is Hindol Methi from the batch of 2013.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you will be audible. We can't interact you.
Oh, that's fine. So I don't know where to start. I mean, the day I joined virology, the department, I mean, we were 6 in our batch. I don't see here anyone, Akhil, Suresh, Giselle, Revti, and Anjali. So yeah, that was a wonderful and best part what Sudesh and Santosh was telling. Like I was quite a naughty one, I believe. It was more like they were the elder brothers and I am the younger one here. So I had a lot of mischiefs to do, and I did not study much in the beginning. But when the results started coming, it was like, oh no, I'm first to from the last. So I don't want that. But still, it's okay. Lot of memories. I mean, we never had a junior senior relation as such. That's what I'm telling. It's always like brother sister relation. Any problem, they're there to solve. And there are so many things. I mean, it's very difficult to express in such a small time. But thank you, Manipal Virology. I mean, for wherever I am today. And all the best to all of you, and let many things be untold. You guys enjoy yourself, the new ones and old ones. Already many of us are in touch. So see you. I'm there. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your cherished memories. I'm sure everyone could relate with you, although you couldn't see them. Next, we would like to call Shine Sheikh from the batch of 2014. Sir, can you hear us? Oh, okay. It's actually a video. We are waiting for them to play it.
Hello everyone, greetings from Dubai. It feels amazing to connect with you all again, even if it is through a video. For those who may not know me, I'm Shaheen, a proud alumnus of Manipal Institute of Virology. I completed my master's in clinical virology back in 2014, and those 2 years remain one of
Just hold on a minute, okay?
Hello everyone, greetings from Dubai. It feels amazing to connect with you all again, even if it is through a video. For those who may not know me, I'm Shaheen, a proud alumnus of Manipal Institute of Virology. I completed my master's in clinical virology back in 2014, and those 2 years remain one of the most cherished moments of my life. Studying at MIV was not just academics, it was about growth, friendship, and experiences that shaped the virologist I am today. The lab discussion, field work, and even the long hours of sample processing, every bit of it was worth it. Since then, my journey has taken me across different projects, each adding to a learning and experience. Today, I work as a laboratory supervisor in a stem cell and genomics laboratory here in Dubai. But no matter where I go, the foundation of knowledge and discipline Manipal gave me stays with me. More than academics, I treasure the friendships I built, classmates who turned into lifelong friends, and professors who were more than just teachers, they were mentors and guides. The joy of late night sessions, group discussions, and those memorable moments spent at Endpoint and Tiger Circle, it all feels like yesterday. To all my fellow alumni, I hope you're doing great and making an impact in your respective fields. To my professors, thank you for shaping us for the professionals we are today. And to the current students, cherish every moment at MIV. You are in one of the best places to learn, grow, and build memories for a lifetime. Wishing you all a fantastic alumni meet. I may not be there in person, but my heart is always with Manipal and the wonderful people who make it special. Here's to the past, present, and future of Manipal Institute of Virology. Once a Manipalite, always a Manipalite. Have a good time. Thank you.
So next, we would like to call upon Chaitra from the batch of 2014.
Hi again, thank you. This is an impromptu, going to be an impromptu discussion, but yeah. So has Satish, Santosh, Hindosh, and has said that really fun and really educational. I think we are talking about cherished moments. So I think the cherished moments that I really have is what Shahin alluded to, the sample processing. You know, we would get samples, and I don't know, I don't know how it is now, but then we would have notification of sample processing, and then we would, as students, get chance to actually process the samples, which was at that time was really fun because I had no hands-on experience until then. So it was like my first time getting a hands-on experience wearing PPE. I think that was still, I can think about that, and I think it's still, a core memory that I have. So wearing PPE, doing the sample processing with the technicians, and from then, I think I developed as a skill the technicians there. I think I can name all of them, like Lavina, Shakuntala, Sahana, Shobha. So they were really, Ramesh, so they were really, amazing to teach how to actually do an ELISA and stuff. And then coming to like the teacher side, again, I think Satish was alluding to where we had like to give presentations, and, so we had this small room where us classmates, Kavita is there and Shahin is there. So we used to all sit together and kind of discuss. And I think that was really fun. And then I remember this time, actually, an incident with actually Santosh then, because we had this project and we had like to separately each virus. So I got mumps virus to study about that, like do genotyping and epidemiological survey. And so then I had to do actually a PCR then, and I tried with many samples and it didn't work. And then I went to Santosh and he was like, oh, just change this, change this. And then I was like, I really didn't think it would work then. And then I just tried it with his conditions, like the annealing and the denaturing conditions, and it worked. And I was like, wow, Santosh, that is so great. I mean, he just like on the go, he did it. I think that's kudos to him. So I think that's kind of the two memories that I remember. But yeah, I think it was a great time and I really enjoyed it. And thank you for inviting me again. This was great. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, ma'am. From the stage, I could see everyone's expressions. They were really excited to hear you talk. Especially, I think Santosh sir and Sudhir sir were reminiscing their past. Next up, we would like to call Ritu Paul. Dr. Ritu Paul from the batch of 2015. Please come on stage.
Off the top of my head, the first memory that pops up is, so the last time we had an annual day happened to be when I was a master's student, so that was 2014. And then 12 years down the line, we have another annual day happening now, and I cannot tell you how happy I am to be a part of this. So much has changed, yet everything seems to be the same. So it's a very happy moment because you feel familiar and you feel like yourself. So you're here, you're being yourself, I'm being myself. And yet I feel so much has changed, but for the better. We were also a small batch. After the first batch, in fact, we were the next smallest batch, and that was a little concerning then. But we were 5 students. So it's me, Fahid, Anjana, Ria, and Annette. Annette, the one specific memory I can recount is, so the last time we had an annual day program, we thought we would do a dance. So we choreographed everything. Annette choreographed for us. And there was Kavi, Chaitra, who had already, they were decided on dancing too. So on the day of the annual day, Annette is taking an auto from her home, and the auto meets with an accident. She was safe, but she had completely ruined her arm. Her arm she lost a lot of skin, there was damage. So 5 minutes before we go on stage, we decide, okay, we're not good doing this anymore. And since then, we've never allowed Annette to choreograph anything because we always thought she was bad luck. But looking back at it now, that was very mean of us. And another memory that comes up is with our exams. During our Viva, oh my gosh, we were so stressed. We had zero energy, so much so that Anita ma'am once told us that I feel like getting a bucket of ice cold water and dipping you all in it, and then just drying you out so you would feel refreshed again. I don't know what to do with you all. So she had at that point, and this was only a mock Viva, so she had given up on us. She was like, you girls cannot be rescued. This is hopeless. But I think it's all that guidance and all those memories. None of my classmates are here with me, but I can go on record here and say on behalf of them, if they were here, they would say this out loud with me, that one of the most defining moments in our careers as virologists is MIV. Was, and always will be MIV. Back then it was MCVR, now it's MIV. Like I said, back then it was MCVR, now it's MIV. It's a huge change, and a change for the better. So I'm proud to be called an alumnus of MIV, and I will always say it out loud. And like I said, my classmates would do the same. And to the students now, like we all say, this is probably one of the best places to be if you want to be good at virology. So enjoy it, cherish it, and do as much as you can, because people here give you all the opportunity and all the freedom. So use it to the best. Thank you.
Thank you for the beautiful words, Ritu. Next, we have joining us in video, Josmi Joseph from the batch of 2016.
Hi everyone, I'm Josmi, a former student of MIV batch 2016. So I worked at MIV for 5 years. Later I moved to Scotland to pursue my masters in infection biology at University of Glasgow. MIV is always close to my heart, where I started my research career, and everyone over there is very special to me. I still remember our 2014-16 batch. We were the least ranked batch with 4 members, me, Avanna, Pooja and Sarita. So very happy to be an alumni of MIV. I wish I could attend the alumni meet, but I couldn't make it possible this time. So all the very best wishes for the alumni meet and annual day function on behalf of my batch.
Next up, we have Mr. Kiran from the batch of 2017.
Hello everyone. My name is Kiran Chundaru. I'm currently undergoing postdoctoral training at University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, US. I'm currently working on host virus interactions of gamma herpes viruses, particularly Kaposi sarcoma herpes virus and Epstein-Barr virus. This journey of virology began 10 years back in 2015 when I joined Manipal Center for Virus Research. Back then it was Manipal Center for Virus Research. Along with 6 of my batchmates, Raksha, Ujjwal, Ritika, Shweta, Sangtang, and Saundarya Lahari. So those 2 years from 2015 to 2017 were the best years of our lives. We just started learning what a virus was. The faculty was so kind, knowledgeable, and friendly too. All the faculty, Santosh sir, Suresh sir, Akhil sir, Anita ma'am, Pia ma'am, then Arun sir, Sanjay sir, Anup sir, Prashant sir, Robin sir, Naren sir, Hindol sir, and Sabina ma'am, all the faculty. They were very friendly, and I had very nice batchmates, which made Manipal our second home. We used to go to Fresh and Honest for a coffee and spend a lot of time chit-chatting there. And in the evening, faculty and us students used to form teams and play badminton in the parking area. And for every batch, there will be a senior who helps the juniors in every aspect. And for us, it was Ritu. She gave us all the important study materials. She shared her experiences and she told us how to work, etc. Everything. I'm really thankful to her even today because she really helped in the initial days of our masters. And today she's there to give a talk, but unfortunately I couldn't be there. And I see that there are very great topics being presented today by leading researchers. Also today, Nitin sir is also giving a talk on KFD. Thanks to him, I got an opportunity to work with him and contribute my bit on my bit for KFD. And also, we used to have lab postings throughout the day, which really helped us learn a lot of techniques. The lab postings too were fun, particularly when me and Ujjwal used to get postings together. We used to do so much crazy stuff together. And we had Shweta in our batch who was a savior. She was the one who used to prepare notes, and we used to steal that notes from her. And she's also an amazing cook. She used to make some nice food in the hostel itself and bring it to us sometimes. And our batch also had an amazing singer and dancer, Lahari. And the 2 years went by very fast, but we still stayed in touch with each other. So I'm very thankful to the faculty and MCVR for everything. Those 2 years are very memorable to us and to all of us. And I'm happy to say that all of us in our batch are doing well in the field of virology, and I'm happy that I came this far in my life. Thanks to the basics that I had learned at MCVR. Hope you guys have lots of fun today, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Next, we have Oliver from the batch of 2018.
Heartiest congratulations to the beloved director, the esteemed faculty, all the dedicated research staff, and to my dear lab staff of Manipal Institute of Virology on the special occasion of the annual day and alumni meet. I am delighted to see all the milestone MIV continues to achieve in the field of research, diagnostics, and public health. To all the students currently pursuing their master's and doctoral studies at Manipal Institute of Virology, congratulations on being part of this prestigious institute, and I wish you all the best for the future endeavors. Wishing you all a continued success and a future filled with accomplishments. I reminisce my good times at MIV and hope to see you all soon. Have a good time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Next, we would like to call Adhira from the batch of 2020. Oh, sorry, my mistake. We would like to call Mr. Sai Suresh from the batch of 2019.
Dear fellow alumni, honored guests and esteemed faculty, I am Sai Suresh from the batch of 2017 to 19. As I look back, I'm grateful for the memories, experiences, and friendships forged on this campus. Our faculty guided us, mentored us, and pushed us to be our best selves. Let's cherish these memories, support each other, and keep shining. Thank you.
Next, joining us will be Adira AP from the batch of 2020. Adira AP. Adira AP, not Adira. Same. Who is? 2020. MP or AP? You can come if you want. Yeah,
Please come. You're also alumni of this organization.
So there is a bit of confusion because there seems to be two Adiras, but right now we have Adira ma'am joining us.
So I would like to call Desmond also. Desu, please come. So it will be better to speak together. Yeah, start.
So, as you all know, I am not the person who talks more. So, as all are mentioning about memories in MIV, like I am still in MIV, but yeah, I still have memories. Like always, all the faculties, research staffs, office staffs, they have supported us a lot. But whoever came, they were just talking about their experience at MIV, but no one told about the exam experience.
Yeah, correct.
So, the mock exams, the vivas.
All were horrible.
The 3 days we suffered a lot. So, but that also helped us a lot. So, what we are today is because what we have learned these 2 years. So, yeah, always I would like to thank all of you who have supported me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we would like to call upon Megha from the batch of 2021. Oh, it's...
Okay, we are reading off a list that we have been given. Okay, just... Okay. Okay,
Hello,
then.
MIV. I feel amazing to be part of this alumni meetup, even from distance. Yeah, I am Megha. I had the privilege of doing my master's at the Manipal Institute of Virology from 2019 to 2021. Yeah, those years were truly unforgettable and challenging learning and some incredible friendship. MIV gave me the foundation and confidence to dive deeper into research. I will always be grateful for the amazing mentors and peers who made this journey so special. And wishing everyone a wonderful time there. Enjoy. Thank you. Hello, MIV.
So next is Amal from the batch of 2022.
Am I audible? Okay, I am quite unfortunately the COVID batch. I don't know what to say. In 2019, the director Ashi Kapoor releases a movie called Virus. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but yeah, most of you might have seen it along with Contagion. It was one of her assignments, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so after one of my Mangalore trips, I had some friends in Mangalore who were doing physiotherapy and medicine. So after one of my Mangalore trips, when I basically come back to Kanjangad, I find that Virus movie is in our Deepthi theatres. I go alone and watch it, and I got super invested in the movie, I decided, okay, I'll do some background search. So since Mallus are involved, since Care Lights are involved, no offense to any other states, and I come to find out about Manipal Institute of Virology. So I find out that Dr. Arun Kumar is the director. I started YouTubing him. When I start YouTubing him, I am seeing multiple interviews and public service related interviews where he is talking about virology. I got inspired. I went to register to an Akshaya center, which is very common to, again, Care Lights. I don't know about other states. I went to the Akshaya center, which is basically a computer center. I checked the registration fee for our beloved MSc Clinical Virology. It is 2,000 rupees. I started wondering, 2,000 rupees, Amal, you have to register for Central University exams after bachelor's, other exams after bachelor's. Why MIV? I called my bachelor's HOD, Dr. Sarla Gopalakrishnan. Sudhi sir would know her even more than me. I called her. She said, it is a really good institute. They are doing path-breaking work. You should be part of them. Just apply. We also have our St. Pius X alumni over there, like Dr. Sudhish over here, and Kavita ma'am or Adirechi or Josmi ma'am who was here before, lot of people, Shilpa ma'am as well. I applied for it, I got selected, there was no entrance to be fair, and there was an interview after which I got selected, probably because of recommendation from all these really good-hearted people, not because of my caliber of course. I was not a good student. Even in MSc I was not a good student, like someone else told, all my notes were made by my girlfriends. And I simply copied them and studied that. That was not meant to be a joke. Yeah. I tried to make notes. I'm a really bad person when it comes to writing notes in class. So I try to listen and ask questions. Most of our teachers would know. Yeah, MIV is a wonderful place for people who are ready to put in work. Not for people who are not ready to put in work. You cannot gain anything out of MIV. You cannot squeeze out anything out of MIV if you are not ready to work. This applies to our current master students. Let me be very clear. If you are ready to put in the effort, the fruits will be available to you. Maybe in 1 kilograms, maybe in 2 kilograms. But if you are ready to put in efforts, MIV will support you. You will have a bright future. If you are a lazy person, MIV, not just MIV, IIT cannot help you. So that's my point of view. MSc was a really good experience. Like I mentioned, I passed out of MSc. I joined for PhD. Our beloved Dr. Pia Paul Mudgal was kind enough to take me as a PhD scholar. I still don't know what she sees in me, but she has always been like a motherly figure. I don't know what else to say. Currently, I am a very introverted person. I am still shaking, speaking in front of all of you, but I don't know how I'm maintaining. Currently, initially in the 6 months of my PhD, since I am still part of MIV, I can share that experience as well. I am a very introverted person and I barely talk to anyone other than my guide. She was my only friend, to be fair, in the first 6 months. After which, I gained a brother, I gained a fatherly figure, I gained 2 sisters, I gained multiple friends, and I am pretty sure that I have a lot of friends in the master's first year and second year sitting over here. So, like I said, if you are ready to put in the effort, MIV will be a resourceful place. Thank you.
Thank you, Amal. That was very thoughtful and I would say emotional to most people. Next, we would like to call Mr. Arun from the batch of 2023. Sorry, Varun.
Hello everyone, this is Varun Kalaje, a 2023 graduate from Manipal Institute of Virology. To describe my life in Manipal in 2 words, it would be wisdom and joy. It was fun being a part of Manipal as a student, as a class representative, as a cultural coordinator. This institute has honed my skills to a very greater extent, and I would like to thank each and everyone as a part who has been a part of this journey. Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Sanjana from the batch of 2024.
Hello everyone.
Please come to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Actually, I didn't expect that I would be called to talk. So, I don't know what to speak. I just know how to sing when I get on stage. So, it has been a wonderful journey altogether. And I've learned so much. The fact that I've built so much confidence in the past 2 years, and coming back to MIV as an employee has been such a huge thing for me, because this is such a comfortable place to grow, and also for a fact that I'm doing what I love. And yeah, like the journey has been wonderful, and most of my friends can also relate. And like from our batch, me and Vijit are the only ones in MIV right now. So it feels really nice to come back to this place. It feels like home. And I thank everyone for making this journey a wonderful, wonderful place to be. So thank you so much.
We have been just informed that we have some alumni from previous batches. So I would like to call upon the stage Ms. Preeti to tell some of her experiences from old batches.
Hi, good evening. This is probably, I'm not a very good speaker. This is probably without Sudhi sir's teaching. I'm speaking for the first time in front of you guys. So coming to the memories I have with MIV, like every day was a wonderful memory, but there are certain memories I have which are like, if people would have seen Inside Out, my core memories. So one would be that, not a memory though, it's like a part of my life. I have always got the things which I have bunked. Like in masters, I used to bunk PCR labs altogether every time. Master's project was PCR. PhD is developing a PCR. That too with one primer, okay? And when we were learning about DNA viruses, I thought HPV and adenoviruses come as options. Let's study adenovirus, let's skip HPV. My PhD is in HPV right now. So yeah, what I would suggest my juniors would be never skip anything. That might become your future in the next session, I feel. And another memory I would have would be my last day as a master's student. Like currently I'm in Manipal only. I am doing my PhD in Department of Medical Genetics. Last day I went to serology lab, started crying, came down, and Sudhi sir started laughing at me. I'm like, you cannot be this inconsiderate that one person is going and you're laughing. And he's like, I'm sure you'll come back. I came back after 15 days. So yeah, and I had wonderful sets of teachers. Pia ma'am made immunology very easy, very, till now it's my favorite subject, though I am not able to work on it till date. And Santosh sir, I have bugged him abruptly on very random topics, and he had always answers to it. And Naren sir, I never thought I would be fascinated about looking at a mosquito and identifying it. Like, trust me, till now I do that. And Sudhi sir, he plays a very major journey in my 2 years of master's degree. And till now, if I call him my ex-guide, he makes face. So next time I'll not introduce you as my ex-guide, I'll probably call you as my mentor. That you would be always. And Kavita ma'am and Shilpa ma'am, they were always there as backup. Whenever I have messed up cell culture, Kavita ma'am was there. She's like, okay, you add this much, this will be fine. Under her, probably, I have done the first plaque assay. Turned out to be perfectly fine. After that, I never dared to do a plaque assay by myself, trust me. Kavita ma'am is that great. And yeah, so virology has taught me a lot of things. So wherever I am right now, I would say I was very much pampered in my master's, and now when I came to PhD, I had to struggle a lot because not struggle as in like I have a bad guide or something. My guide is a super person. But when you are a first student of your guide, you have to find everything for yourself. But in master's, like till I came out of master's, I did not know non-filter tips existed. The moment I went to School of License, I'm like, okay, where are the filters in these tips? So we were using tips so regularly that was like a very normal thing for me. Like all the tips should have filters. I used to feel like that. Now getting filter tips and getting accounts for filter tips makes it a bit of journey for me right now to convince my guide to get filter tips. So yeah, I would suggest to MIV to pamper the students a little bit less so that they are ready for the next phase of their life. Yeah, thank you.
So next, I would like to call on to stage Nikita.
Hello everyone. I never expected that people will call me here, but most of them here, they know me, and I'm currently doing my PhD in MIV. And about my MSc days, it was a fun, and my classmates, Oliver, Chaitra, I have to take each and everyone's name, otherwise they will scold me. Oliver, Chaitra, Madhura, Madhu, Chandana, Trupti and Swati. So about my MSc days, the most scariest part is the Viva. That too, when Sudhir sir and Santosh sir used to take those Vivas, and it was very scary. And whenever I could remember my lab postings along with Oliver, whenever Santosh sir could find Oliver, he will come there and he will ask some questions. And along with Oliver, even I will be caught, and even I have to answer. That was fun, and all my faculties are here. Pia ma'am is here, and Anita ma'am is. Maybe she is out of station. And then Anup sir is here. I have learned so many things from them. And Naren sir's class, entomology class, I could never forget. Even now I can remember each and every diagram of the mosquito and ticks. So it was fun. Thank you very much.
Hearing everyone, a quote comes to my mind. A wise person once said, hard times create strong men create good time create weak men create hard time. Hearing everyone's experience of MIV, I'm sure weak times are never going to come at MIV.
Okay, so today has been a journey of reconnecting, reminiscing, and celebrating our connections. And we hope to carry forward the spirit of this gathering and continue to be an integral part of our Institute's ever-growing legacy. Thank you for your time. your stories, and your unwavering support. Let's keep these connections alive. But this event is far from over. Now it's time to celebrate with music and dance that will make this evening even more memorable.
To kick things off, we have a special performance that will set the perfect tone for this evening. Let's start the night with a beautiful group song by the first year students that will fill the air with harmony and energy. So without further ado, I would like to welcome on the stage the talented singers of first year.
மனிதர் உணர்ந்து கொள்ள இது மனித காதல் அல்ல, அதையும் தாண்டி புனிதமானது.
காதல் என்னவென்றும் சொல்லாமல் எங்க எங்க அழுகை வந்தது. எந்த சோகம் உன்னை தாக்கும் என்றென்று போது வந்த அழுகை நின்றது. மனிதர் உணர்ந்து கொள்ள இது மனித காதல் அல்ல, அதையும் தாண்டி புனிதமானது. அபிராமியே தாலாட்டும் சாமியே நான் தானே தெரியுமா? சிவகாமியே சிவனில் நீயும் பாதியே, அதுவும் உனக்கு புரியுமா? லாலி லாலியே லாலி லாலியே, அபிராமி லாலியே லாலி லாலியே. तलवार तू सांग कसा इजनार रे जी तू सांग कसा इजनार उरीचा तग तगता मनपा आली उमलन माझ्या गाली प्रीत नवी मखमाली रे बहरला हा मधुमासनवा.
That was true. That was an amazing performance. Covered parts of India like our MIV team.
And now, let's take things up a notch with a performance that will make you want to dance along. The staff and the research scholars here have practiced tirelessly to bring to you this electrifying show. So let's welcome them on stage with a big round of applause.
பாதையில தாவி ஓடுறான் அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுறான் சந்தன மாலை அள்ளுது மாலை வாசம் ஏறுது என் கிளி மேல சங்கிலி போல சேர தோணுது சக்கரால சொக்குது ஆல மாலை மாத்த மாம வரட்டுமா చుట్టమల్లే చుట్టేస్తాంది తుంటరి చూపు ఊరికే ఉండదు కాసేపు ఎందుకు పుట్టిందో పుట్టింది ఏమో నువ్వంటే ముచ్చట పుట్టింది పుడతాని నీ పిచ్చి పట్టింది నీ పేరు పెట్టింది వయ్యారం ఓడి కట్టింది కోరింట పెట్టింది సామికి ముక్కులు కట్టింది చుట్టేస్తాంది చుట్టేస్తాంది చుట్టమల్లే చుట్టేస్తాంది చుట్టమల్లే చుట్టేస్తాంది తుంటరి చూపు ఊరికే ఉండదు కాసేపు சிக்கி தவிக்கிது மாலை கட்டம் மஞ்சள கட்டம் மாத்து அடிக்க மங்கள கட்டம் போல கட்டம் முதுக்கு கட்டம் ஓங்கி தட்டிக்கும் புத்தி கட்டம் மாலை கட்டம் மஞ்சள கட்டம் மாத்து அடிக்க மங்கள கட்டம் போல கட்டம் முதுக்கு கட்டம் ஓங்கி தட்டிக்கும் புத்தி கட்டம் லாயி லாய் ரே லாய் ரே 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 காட்டு பயல கொஞ்சி போடா என்ன ஒரு காணி மொரட்டு முயல தூக்கி போக வந்த பயடா நீ கரட்டு காட கிடந்த என்ன திருட்டு முழிக்காரா துரட்டி போட்டு ஏகுறடா நீ चक है तू, हाय चका चक हूँ मैं, हाय चक चक है तू, हाय चका चक हूँ मैं। टपकती दोपहर सी लड़के की लहर सी, मेरी जैसी चाहिए तेरे जैसे को, फूलों वाली डाली भी हो, चुम्मा भी हो, गाली भी हो, बोलो कैसी चाहिए तेरे जैसे को। पलंग टूटता पहली रात, सारा मोहल्ला करता बात, हुई चौरे में बरसात, कौन वहाँ था किसके साथ। हाय चका चक है तू, हाय चका चक हूँ मैं, हाय चका चक है तू, हाय हाय चका चक हूँ मैं।
It was truly an energizing performance. We could really see their efforts in the outcome. Music has the power to touch our hearts. We would like to welcome on the stage Sneha Rao for this music, Sanjana Rao for this, for this beautiful rendition.
ಬರುವಾಗಿದೆ ಮನವೀಗ ಹಾಡಿದೆ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತು ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಿದೆ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗಿದೆ ಮನವೀಗ ಹಾಡಿದೆ ಬಳಿ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗಿದೆ ಮನವೀಗ ಹಾಡಿದೆ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತು ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಿದೆ ಕವಿಗನಸು ಕಾಡಿದೆ ನಸು ನಗುವು ಕನಸು ಕಾಡಿದೆ ನಸು ನಗುವು ಮೂಡಿದೆ ಕಾಣದಂತೆ ನಿಂತು ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ನೋಡಬೇಕಿದೆ ಮಳೆ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗಿದೆ ಕನಸು ಕಾಡಿದೆ ನಸು ನಗುವು ಮೂಡಿದೆ ಸವಿಗನಸು ಕಾಡಿದೆ ನಸು ನಗುವು ಮೂಡಿದೆ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತು ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಿದೆ ಮಳೆ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗಿದೆ ಎದೆಯ ಬಾಗಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುಳಿವು ಸಣ್ಣ ಆಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹವಾಸದ ನಲಿವು ಇನಿಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಲವು ಮೆರವಣಿಗೆ ಹೊರಟಾಗಿದೆ ಮರೆತ ಹಾಗೆ ಚೂರು ನಟಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕಾಡಬೇಕಿದೆ ಮಳೆ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗಿದೆ ಮನವೀಗ ಹಾಡಿದೆ ಸವಿಗನಸು ಕಾಡಿದೆ ನಸು ನಗುವು ಮೂಡಿದೆ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತು ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಿದೆ ಕಾಣದಂತೆ ನಿಂತು ನೀನು ನನ್ನ ನೋಡಬೇಕಿದೆ ಮಳೆ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗಿದೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
What a voice, that was truly amazing.
Now that we are all in a musical trance, it's time to shake things up with our next dance performance. We have two incredible performers who will bring music to life with their graceful movements. Let's welcome on stage Sylvia and Pavitra.
ಧಗ 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 ದಿನ 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 ನಗ 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 ತೆಟಕ ದಾನ 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 ದಿಗಿಟ ದಿಗಿಟ ದಗಿನ ದಾನ ದಾಕ ದಾನ ದಿಗಿಟ ಟಗದ ದಿ ರಾಜಾ